Strike three called, and the Cubs do nothing. Wisdom has been thrown out of the game. Wisdom slammed his helmet down. He says, "I didn't say a word" to James Jean. Patrick has been tossed out of the game. Umpire James Jean tossing him immediately.
If he's not saying anything to you or he hasn't looked at you, why is that you get to judge and take that guy's the rest of his day away?
Lau is going to challenge this. And Alex Tosi denied the challenge from Brandon Lau.
No, that is no way.
He went to his helmet immediately.
He went immediately. Yeah, and that is frustration. Oh no, who did they just toss out of the game? Brandon Lau?
There's no way that you can eject a player for that.
That's bad taste all the way around.
I mean, that's taken the game in.
Yes.
Changing the potential outcome.
Waiting to see when this standoff is eventually going to end. Brett Suter and Chase Silseth have been out there for, I don't know, 7-8 minutes since the national anthem. And that's what's going on over on the Rays side. DJ Kitty has now entered the picture with Raymond. And now Chase Silseth is peeled off. Suter is still on as we are awaiting the start of this game. And the umpires have taken matters into their own hands.
Might have been tossed out of the game. They got tossed.
Lance Barrett says
he framed that ball so well that he fooled his pitcher.
Kevin's got a challenge here. He did.
And Kevin not particularly happy.
Are they arguing that Dansby or somebody indicated that he should challenge, that he got some help there?
And Craig gets tossed. Icing on top of the cake.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. The batter was not hit by the pitch. Will return to bat.
Brutal.
Pittsburgh loses their challenge, and the count is 1-0.
Just brutal.
I wonder if they look at the seams of the baseball.
Donnie Kelly just got tossed. Don Kelly ejected.
Yeah, they just, once it goes to review, they just don't want to hear anymore. And I understand the frustration if I'm Donnie.
But he's saying that the umpire's like, why? You don't even need to review.
This was not a typical Paul Skeens start with a contact. Saw multiple balls over 100 miles an hour.
Challenge. Oh, somebody just got tossed to the Pirate dugout. And it might be Murphy. Bill Murphy, because it looked like there was discussion of whether they're going to allow Davis a chance to challenge.
Yeah, I don't think Alan Porter saw Henry Davis challenge the pitch there in that situation, and he was asking Jim Wolf out at second base if they saw Henry Davis challenge, which they concurred they did.
And they are letting Davis challenge. ABS powered by T-Mobile, but Bill Murphy has been ejected.
Balls overturned. Pittsburgh has 2 remaining.
Pirates pitching coach. I think Murphy was not happy maybe that it wasn't called a strike initially. I don't know. But you don't see that very often.
I think he was frustrated with Alan Porter.
Uh-oh. He's telling somebody else to quiet down now. And now Don Kelly's tossed.
7 strikeouts. Volpe goes, throw to second. Got him. And Volpe looks back towards the dugout, so take a look at that.
It looked like he had a great jump. It looked like the throw was on the other side of second base. I'd be very surprised. This must have been a quick tag. And Aaron Boone said enough's enough. A weird slide. He got both feet going in the bag at the same time.
Calling the field stands. The runner's out. New York will lose their challenge.
Line drive to left center field, and Varsho says he has it, and the third base umpire, Brennan Miller, agrees. Miller says it's an out, and the defense is coming off the field, so that is the end of the inning.
Well, between innings, Aaron Boone thrown out of the game, so Brad Ausmus will manage the rest. So Brennan Miller is the one who made the out call, and Boone goes, nice job, and he does not have a challenge because remember he.
Randy Rosarena sends this one off the left field wall, and now interference is called on Antonacci. They're going to throw at the plate.
What are they doing?
And called out, but now the umpires are going to get together because interference was called, and Will Venable, he's not having any of this. Because this has been a mess.
We'll see you later.
Will's about to see you later on this one.
Couple of bizarre plays. It was after the lead runner rounded second and made contact with Antonacci on his way to third.
We've had obstruction around second base on the runner, and that hindered the runner from being able to score, and we're going to score that run.
Oh, Venable. Now he does get tossed. We could tell it was back-to-back plays that were just fumbled. That did not make sense, and Will Venable not having any of it.
Yeah, it's a good one to get run on if you're Will Venable. Absolutely, 2 calls go against the White Sox back-to-back.
He does not go. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Laureano. Well, Gilbert was in cruise control through the first 3 innings, and now Dan Wilson is coming out. He is not happy at all about that call. Well, you do not see normally a lot of emotion out of the Mariners skipper. He is hot. Letting Chad Fairchild have it.
Well, there have been a couple of check swing, and none of them have gone Seattle's way.
Bench coach Matty Acta, former Major League skipper, trying to save his manager. And that's what he's saying. Dan Wilson is saying both of them. Mariners manager Dan Wilson has been ejected from this game.
This isn't going to end well.
And Shelty out for an explanation, and you cannot review obstruction. And Shelty's been ejected. So the initial call from Baker was he was out, but then Baker, and he's the crew chief, he put his hands up and he brought over his peers. And obstruction was called, and nothing the Twins can do about it.
2. Basayo will challenge. Did he get credit for it? He tried to challenge. Carlos Torres is now disallowed a challenge for both catchers.
I don't understand what Torres is doing. I mean, it's right in front of him.
He didn't allow a Shea Langoliers challenge in the bottom of the first on a 3-1 to Taylor Ward. He didn't allow a challenge from Samuel Basayo here. I think both teams have a right to be aggrieved. It seemed like both times the challenge was, if not instant, was very close to immediate.
I mean, it's within a second is what it looks like.
And Basayo's probably waiting to hear what the call is. He looked like he was ready to throw the ball around the horn thinking it was strike 3.
I mean, it's an
And now strike on Carlos Cortez.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Run somebody quickly.
Gotta say, pretty well-mannered, mild-mannered guy. I've seen him hot before, but not this early.
Yeah, it was one of the coaches. He's got to go.
He's having a long walk down.
Chris Crone was ejected.
It's weird that the high home camera wouldn't, if you have all the technology they have in New York, you wouldn't be able to somehow see that.
So Frank Anderson gets tossed. That's Vic Carapazza. He doesn't care, apparently.
I don't care.
How do you not care? You got to care.
It's a bad look. Some lip reading moments, not reflecting all that well, I don't think, on the umpiring crew.
Another throw over to first, keeping Rengifo honest, but that was the 3rd disengagement. And so Rengifo will go to second. They had to get him that time, and I have no idea what the conversation is between Connor Norby and Corey Blazer. That was clearly the 3rd disengagement, was it not?
I'm interested to hear what this conversation is.
I don't know what Clayton's argument is.
I don't know if they're saying if it was a blocking of first base and that you can't block first base.
Oh, maybe. So was it?
The catcher threw over once. I don't know if there was 3 disengagements. I think that they're saying that this was he blocking, and I've seen this in other games where the first baseman they're saying is blocking the path back to first base, and because of that,
I think Clayton's going to get thrown out of this game. He won't give it up. Corey Blazer's asking him.
1-1 pitch about to be made.
They're going to challenge it. Why not? You get one that extra inning here. This ball, a backup breaking ball. He tapped. He tapped immediately.
Yep.
And Adrian didn't see it.
And Kevin Cash and Kyle Snyder both hot.
Because
Snyder back.
It was immediate, and you understand you don't give these guys too long before they challenge, but it was immediate. Adrian missed it. Period.
Well, we'll take another look at that.
No call. Boom. Tap right there.
Matt Quatrero
has just been ejected from the game.
Yeah, they run Q. Interested to see why. Initially, right now, it could be something with Caballero and the way he caught that pickoff attempt.
He's chewing on second base umpire Nestor Ceja in particular. He came running out when the inning was over. It looked like a calm conversation at first. And now it appears that he is gone for the game.
Innings, Aaron Boone got thrown out by the home plate umpire Will Little. He wanted an explanation on why that was a balk. And to be brutally honest, Paul, we mentioned that Tino and Andy always ran that play, and Rice was moving toward the bag, so he's just looking for a reason why that was a balk.
Yeah, I got to agree with it, because it's not like he was standing still. He had started momentum towards the base before Yarbrough even, lifted his legs.
And Shelty's been thrown out.
I didn't say anything to you. I did not say anything, you are. I didn't say anything to you.
So this all goes back to the De La Cruz check swing. But Shelty, he was angry, and his anger was directed more at the first base umpire Wendelstedt for not calling a swing on De La Cruz.
2-2, and Oppie went after a pitch that he needs to run to first on. That ball goes all the way to the backstop, and he's thrown out by. No, he's not. He's safe. They're going to review that.
I'm going to say he's inside the line too.
That's the home plate umpire saying that. So Oppie will be called out for interference by Adam Beck, the home plate umpire. First base umpire called him safe. Either way, he's going to take off on that right away. He can't wait around for the appeal. He should have been at first base, no problem. And he's out of this game. Kurt Suzuki has been ejected by the home plate umpire.
You got nothing to say. Nothing to say. Not a word. Not a word.
So you can see Carlos Torres is saying, I don't want to hear it from the bench. You don't like a challenge. Well, for Boone to come out, he has to be tossed. Because if you're arguing balls and strikes, you can't come out there. So he got tossed.
You didn't say what to play.
Well, Aaron Boone told Jason Stark at The Athletic that managers are still going to get tossed.
I don't think he got. I think
how to be a coach.
Matt Blake got tossed.
Yeah.
Do we have a balk called on Gausman? A balk has been called on Kevin Gausman. He wants to know why. John Schneider wants to know why.
He was bouncing coming set, but somebody maybe didn't think he came set.
I mean, he's always that. Left foot is always going up and down. Oh boy. And John Schneider just got tossed out of the game by home plate umpire Dan Merzel. At least from the video we just saw, it looked like the normal Kevin Gausman delivery. And John Schneider is livid.
Encarnacion, 1 for 2. Taps this one. And Vientos couldn't hang on.
That's got to be an E3.
They calling him out? They are.
Well, they're saying he left the runner's lane.
Uh-oh. We're seeing a little fire now from Tony Vitello.
Well, I mean, that was the call. He was inside the runner's lane. You've got to be inside that runner's lane. And he never got there. He was running inside the whole way. So Rackley let him have a say.
I think he got tossed, Mike.
Well, that's the case, and he's walking out for the first time.
What happened there? What is going on now? Blaze Alexander dropped his bat. James Jean's shout at the Oriole dugout. Greg Alvarez was not happy. I wonder if it was whether or not Alexander was ready.
Ready, or did he try to call time? Maybe he tried to call time and didn't get time.
James Jean certainly looked like he was ready to throw out Craig Alvarez. I mean, he was hot from the get-go. And Albie is ejected for the first time as a big league manager in his 9th game. He barked at him early. He threw him out, and then Albie got pretty much all the words in. Yeah, but Blaze looked around asking for time.
Blaze felt like that Ashcraft quick pitched him is what it was.
Eugenio Suarez thought he struck out, walked to the dugout. Look at this. Watch him. Oh, that's it for me. Nope.
Just throw the pitch anywhere in the zone.
And he just got tossed. Don Kelly gets ejected by Jordan Baker. And he's going to get his money's worth. You see him say, watch the game.
Wow. That tapper.
Adley Rutschman's going to challenge.
The catcher is challenging.
That is the 9th challenge of the afternoon between these two teams. And Adley wins it.
The pitch is a strike. Baltimore has 1 challenge remaining.
Tough day for Chris Siegel. 9 challenges, depending on what's happened in the other games today. Would be the most in a major league game this season. And Helsley drops in a slider that is called ball 4. I don't think Adley Rutschman.
I think he
did challenge.
The pitcher is challenging.
Oh, the pitcher's challenging.
Yeah, he put him right to his hat.
Ryan Helsley with the first pitcher challenge. And go! The first challenge by an Orioles pitcher, and Derek Shelton is incensed. He didn't think Helsley got that off in time.
Well, he went right to his hat. Came off.
Check swing, and he went. Home plate umpire's going to ring him up. That is strike 3 in the end of the inning.
Got to check that.
And Story is livid. It was the home plate ump Buckner who rings him up.
Got to check that.
And Trevor Story just does not lose it like this.
The Core's saying the same thing. I hate when umpires try to call a pitch and a swing. Just check it. That's why the guy's down there. You don't have to do everything, CB. Don't. First pitch to Sal Stewart is back to the backstop. It was inside and low, and Stewart is barking at Chris Davinsky, the pitcher.
And Davinsky walked halfway to home plate to meet him in case he was going to come visit.
In their minds, they've got to decide whether anything was intentional there for whatever reason. Sal Stewart's a rookie, team big league games, and whoa, he got tossed. Wow, he got ejected. They have ejected Chris Davinsky. And Davinsky is marching off alongside umpire Jim Wolf and barking at him, and now he walks down the dugout steps, and out comes Don Kelly to find out what is going on here. We're getting a look at the replay right now. On TV, they're showing the replay of Sal Stewart digging in as the pitch clock is winding down. Davinsky was set and ready to go, and Stewart called time.
AJ says it's right there.
It's not me.
It's not me, he says.
You're done.
AJ just got ejected. Yeah. And you know what? If we have such a clear view of it, AJ Hinch is right here. Jordan Baker said it's not me. AJ Hinch is saying, I didn't tell you what you think I did. You told me.
And off the ribbon board, yeah, just about a foot from going in the upper deck, and then 93 coming inside and hitting Acuna. He is not happy with Ryan Gusto, and they're coming out of both dugouts.
Well, it never looks good right after a big home run when something like this happens, and Ronald clearly taking exception to it.
I think Brian Snitker just got ejected.
He did, because he's probably upset that there was a warning issue. It's always frustrating for the team that is on the receiving end of the first hit by pitch.
And Hunter upset. He goes down. So a promising inning turns south quickly. Middle of 6. It's still 1-0.
Hunter just got tossed out.
But he was upset with that call on 0-1, and he had words with home plate umpire James Hoy, who's the crew chief. And the reason he got pointed at is it's a equipment violation. And then Hunter said something to Hoy, and Hoy tossed him out.
First, there he goes. And that one is in there, and they got him.
Craig Counsell out of the dugout. And he just ran Craig. Wow, that was a quick hook.
Yeah, that's a strike.
It's actually pretty impressive that they got the call, though, with Bailey coming out of his crouch to go get that baseball. A lot of times you cost the pitcher the strike.
They are all looking in Mike Schultz's direction.
Well, pretty even splits for Lewis. 221 against lefties, 225 against righties, although
Manny Gonzalez making them go back to where they came from, and now Mike will slowly kind of start to creep his way out onto the field. And an ejection has just been issued, I assume, to Nestor Cortez. who's obviously coming out of this game. And perhaps he had said something there to Manny Gonzalez, but this will also give Wandy a couple of extra throws in the bullpen if he needs it. Apparently magic words were said.
There's called strike 2. Slider. Well, what happened here? Like, Clayton McCullough's not happy. Did he just get thrown out of the game? I have no idea what happened here, Gabby.
Not neither do I.
Clayton McCullough is incensed.
Somebody got tossed very quickly.
And it wasn't Clayton McCullough, who's still at the top step of the dugout. So who got ejected from the game?
Was it Xavier Edwards? Was he not happy about the first pitch? Well, I don't understand what happened in that situation. Now, Clayton McCullough was definitely not happy.
And we believe we may have found what may have transpired during the break. There's Weimer in right field. Here's the pitch that Edwards didn't like. Let's take a look. Here's the pitch he didn't like. And here comes Edwards off the field. Listen. And you could hear Brennan Miller say he's...
Check swing. Did he go? No. 2-2. Brewers dugout can't believe it. Murph not happy. Let's see. Ugh. Check swing appeal. No, he didn't go, says Jim Wolf.
Man, they're not calling any of them.
Man, Pat Murphy is fit to be tied.
Yeah.
And Pat Murphy just got tossed by Jim Wolf. Chris Hook is coming out to chat with Uribe. Jim Wolf said get back in the dugout.
Murphy was mad about the non-call on Bryce Harper. And in a situation like this, close game in the ninth.
Just his second ejection of the year for Pat Murphy.
And Murph had enough. Now he's yelling at the third base umpire. I don't blame him.
Here's the look. Oh, man.
Yeah, he went. He went.
First in 2016, his second the following year. Yeah, they're starting to hear it now from inside the dugout. Well, somebody just got tossed. Here comes Dan. Somebody got thrown out of this game. And I don't think it was Dan.
Oh, it's well down the dugout. I don't know his name, but that guy.
And now Dan just got tossed. With Lou watching, no less.
I mean, for old time's sake, you ought to pick up a base or throw something out onto the field. Kick a hat.
One in the sport. This ball is in the air to deep right field, and he's done it again. First inning home run last night for Devers. Freeland took exception to Devers, and we're going to have both benches empty.
Oh, the Matt Chapman push Kyle.
Now it's escalating again because Kyle said something to Adonis.
Due to their actions during the on-field incident, the starting pitcher is removed from the game, as well as Willie Adames and Chapman for San Francisco.
And that one hits Caballero. Are they saying that Caballero swung? I believe they are. So it wouldn't matter if he got hit by a pitch if he went around. He did go around. And now he gets thrown out of the game. And here comes Aaron Boone. That was a really quick toss. I don't know what Caballero said, but De Jesus threw him out. Caballero got thrown out of a game earlier in his stint with the Yankees, and it was a bad situation because the Yankees were short on the bench. Now here in the fourth inning, he gets thrown out.
Bob Melvin lost his mind, and I don't blame him. The non-call of the strike three, 4 runs scored after that non-call, 15 extra pitches, and Bob was pretty demonstrative. It was no secret what he was unhappy about. Long way to go, and look, if you even put that aside, it just happens at Coors. You get a long inning, and sometimes it gets.
And that's going to do it.
What Boone's upset about is that pitch has been called a strike.
So now he gets thrown out. Somebody just got thrown out, either Williams or Boone. I think Williams had something to say to Walsh on the way by. All right, so Boone's walking off, giving him a look. Finally says something. Walsh is waiting, and then he throws him out. So Devin Williams thrown out, Boone thrown out. Now Boone's going to get his money's worth. So Adrian Johnson, the crew chief, is trying to cool things off just a bit. Boone is red hot. I don't know who he's pointing to in left field.
De Jesus, or rather, no, yeah, De Jesus, Ramon. Ramon had the quick hook. He's talking about the quick hooks. Walsh doesn't need to be staring down Boone walking off the field like that.
There's some yelling from the Angels dugout. And somebody's been ejected here.
Now Ryan Goins is the one coming out of the dugout, the bench coach. It appears he's been the one knocked out of here. A lot of questionable calls today from the home plate umpire, Junior Valentine. And the Angels apparently had enough. So Ryan Goins has apparently been ejected.
Slow grounder. There's a tag. Throw late. Ball gets away, but it stays in play. And that run from third was going to score anyway. Now, what's the deal with the play at second? Did he get him?
I thought Luis Garcia a little bit too far away to go and tag the runner and turn the double play.
So for now, it's 4-run assisted. And this is getting more animated, and this does not look good for the Nats.
Yeah.
He's calling the runner at second safe.
Washington is challenging the safe call at second base of no tag.
Only time you ever see that is when the umpire, another umpire, has a better bird's eye view of the play.
The call's been confirmed. There was no tag. The runner is safe. Washington loses the tag.
And now Miguel Cairo wants to know, why did your guy call him out?
Miguel is... Got him looking at 99. So there you go.
And Jeff, did he just get tossed?
Yes, he did.
He ripped his helmet off and screamed to the umpire that borderline call at the knees. Scott Barry rang him up, and Jeff is now, well, he was smiling a moment ago. He's as livid as possible and now out of the game. And he can't believe it.
He goes slider and a called strike 3. Farmer's going to get run if he's not careful. I thought when he dropped the hat right away in front of James Jean, and Jean just threw out Warren Schaefer, who's coming out and spiking equipment. Farmer did not get tossed. This is the second time Warren's been tossed.
I knew Paul Walker was going to get tossed out. He was going to fight for Mad Max.
Pretty quick ejection.
Well, Max is the one that wanted to argue balls and strikes, and Paul Walker ends up being his proxy. He was warning him. He was like, we're not arguing balls and strikes out here.
John Schneider is out of the dugout. He's having an argument with third base umpire Nestor Ceja. He's going to walk right up to him.
I don't know if he got tossed out or not. I think he wanted the check swing to be called.
Well, by comparison to some of the barking from the Blue Jays dugout tonight, this looks fairly composed. I remember seeing that with the Yankees. Aaron Boone didn't know if he was tossed or not from a game.
Well, and John did get tossed out.
Yainer Diaz, the only leadoff hit in the first 2 games of this series, and another strikeout on an elevated fastball. This one a called third strike, and the dugout not happy with that call.
Jones had enough. I think Snicker just got thrown.
Like 2 ejections there, 2 different motions by Shane Livensparger. One of them got the manager, I believe, and I agree with you.
He doesn't like it when the manager comes out arguing balls and strikes, so he got him early, and then he got Snicker behind him.
Oh, Joe didn't get tossed. I thought there were 2 tossed. One of them's definitely Snicker. They're talking to Joe Espada right now, who's still in the dugout. Joe did not think he was ejected.
Oh, you were right.
The crew chief came down from third base, Mike Malinsky, and said to the home plate umpire, Shane Livensparger, I still see the manager in the dugout. Didn't you toss him? And he's like, yeah. So now Joe's going at it with the crew chief.
Yeah, let it eat. Go get him.
Mike Malinsky was home plate umpire last night.
Oh, here comes Bruce Bochy, right according to script. Let's see how long this conversation lasts. Sherwater. He's kind of doing a lot of the advance work here in this one. And it's been a slow burn for Boch for a couple of days. And I'm with you, Mike. I think this will be his final act in tonight's game. He didn't get tossed, right?
I don't, unless it was quick, unless it was early and then he came out of the dugout. This last inning, Peterson calling time, didn't get it. That ticked off the bench. You can see the yelling. Yeah, so Boch did get tossed, and then I think he got tossed, and then he came out.
10 games. Did he swing? Didn't swing, or was it in the zone? And the bases are loaded. Miguel Cairo really upset, and he's been tossed.
he's talking about the one from Brady House earlier too, right? Like he's going to add that. Love it.
It's pretty close. Miguel Cairo, 5th ejection already as the Nats manager.
Strike 3, and for the 3rd time today, Fermin down on strikes. And Mike Schilt is coming out as Fermin has some things to say, not happy, and Schilt coming out to get him, and now one of them has been tossed. He said, I didn't say anything to you, so I guess Schilt got tossed. He was coming out there to protect Fermin, is what he's saying.
And Freddie is like, okay, I disagree. He's saying some stuff, and you're right. Mike Schilt coming out to try to maybe, you know, get him away from the situation. Doesn't want to have him get tossed. And that's when Chad Fairchild tossed him.
Way into the night sky. Out of there. Oh, it's dropped. Davis had it pop out of his catcher's mitt.
Well, Bubba Chandler was way too close to this. He eventually, were they calling interference on Matt Olson?
He's arguing with Brock Ballou, the home plate umpire here. Brian Snitker joins the discussion.
I mean, that ball was up in the air forever. Now, if there was some contact there for Matt Olson, it is your obligation to get out of the way, but still, he's not happy about it, clearly. He's been called out.
We'll get another look at this. You can see the frustration for both of those guys. Brian Snitker and Matt Olson. Ron's going to come get him. And Brian Snitker just got ejected by Brock Ballou. Oh. He is going after Mark Wegner.
Gives Bobby Witt Jr. Oh! Mark Kotsay just tossed John Bacon. John Bacon told Mark Kotsay to hit the showers, and Mark Kotsay said, you beat it. Said, you cost us a run. You missed the play. You could just get the sense Mark Kotsay was frustrating and at the point of boiling over, and he said, you missed it. You missed it. You missed it. Yeah. Yeah, you?
As we went away, Matt Olson was ejected by home plate umpire Brock Ballou. So now Brian Snitker is gone and Matt Olson is gone as well.
And it's been pretty steady for Matt Olson. He kind of wants an answer to his question, which is, what am I supposed to do? I finish my swing, I look where the ball is, I get bumped into by the catcher, and then I get called out. Like, that's the answer he wants. I'm supposed to find that baseball. I'm barely just finished my swing, and now it's my job to make sure that I don't make any contact with the catcher. It's a reasonable question. The rule is written the way that it is, but it's probably fair to at least ask, like, what is my move supposed to be?
Feltner will tell you after the ball game, and Darryl Scott as well, and Buddy Black. That's part of athletics.
Somebody just got tossed. Yeah, Buddy was getting hot, so was Darryl Scott. Buddy was really upset about multiple calls that last at bat. There's a pitch on the outside corner that Buddy asked if it was outside, and they said it was down.
So Buddy's ejected by Marquez.
I think you could hear Buddy at the beginning of him getting his money's worth, saying those fastballs were not high.
Get out of here. Come on, man. And De La Cruz is right to argue here.
He is. That has not been a strike all night. And that's two back-to-back pitches that were terrible from Vanover.
And this is a great spot for David to defend his player.
He's right.
He's going to get. He's going right at the veteran umpire. I mean, it was off the plate away and then down and in.
I think he threw him out of the game.
This is a good spot for the skipper to step in and protect his best hitter.
Those were bad pitches. Those are bad calls.
Whoops.
That actually hit Alex Bregman, and he's going to go to first base. No, the Astros are thinking of challenging, but they called that a hit by pitch, so the Astros don't have to challenge.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. It's a foul ball, no hit by pitch.
And that'll be a strikeout. Louder's first strikeout of the day, second out of the inning, and now a message from TXU Energy. Did Bregman just get tossed?
Unbelievable.
Hold on. We're not going to go to TXU. Bregman just got tossed for the second time in his last 3 games. He got tossed by Alex Tosi in the first game of the Kansas City series. Oh, that might have been Joe that got tossed. Maybe Breggy's still in the game. Breggy pointed at himself like, did you just get me?
Oliver Marmol and Lance Barrett not seeing eye to eye in the strike zone. And Ollie just got run.
Well, all he's saying, I was walking back and you throw me out.
Well, there were 2 heave-hos. I wonder if someone behind Ollie got run first, and then when Marmol started arguing, he got run too. So both the Cardinals manager and bench coach ejected here in the 4th inning with the lead.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
And that's it.
It looks like Grady Sizemore has been tossed, and he is hot. He said 2 nights in a row, you are squeezing the strike zone of my guys. And you know what? Grady's right. It's been a bad night for Hunter Wendelstedt.
Hunter's getting up in Grady's face.
Grady Sizemore sticking up for his guys.
Sometimes that can put a charge into the ball club. I mean, you got to go out there occasionally and get run. You can't blame him. This has not been the greatest night for Hunter.
Of course he is.
And that is just
terrible.
Might be
and then Benintendi is now tossed.
Well, he got 2 calls that were,
Hunter, you're just bad. You're just bad. Like, where are these automatic umps?
Later managed the Padres. And a strike 3 called. Pirates are indeed frustrated.
And Derek Shelton is out of the dugout right now.
In fact, he's just waiting to get tossed now. There he goes. He'll get his money's worth now. Marvin Hudson. Derek Shelton talked about how frustrated he was after the game the other day, that loss.
To waved at and missed. Well, he came all the way back to get him. Now he's barking at Clemens. Here comes Cora. He is thrown out of the ball game. Willie Abreu has been run. Now he was barking back at Clemens on that pitch that he thought did not get the strike zone, but it did.
Yeah, I think AC has a right to be upset there because that was quick. Not sure what was said, but it was so fast the way he did it.
Watch right here, boom, foot on the bag. And then you can see up here the ball being tagged. So I've got him on the bag just before that tag is being applied. You can see the dirt fly up. You don't see the dirt pop up in between.
After review, the call stands, the runner's out, Oakland loses his challenge.
Well, now Mark Kotsay is coming out. He's going to want an explanation to figure out if there was a ruling prior to Andujar. Yep.
Man, oh man, Mark Kotsay just got ejected by Eric Bacchus.
And it's because Mark Kotsay cannot come out and argue the call after it's been challenged. And this is what that rule is trying to prevent. Bacchus, just like Kevin Cash, is going to cash out on his way out.
Well, the points are on his shoulder. Oh, Caballero hit by the pitch. Oh, forget that. Saying he didn't get out of the way. Brock Ballou is going to get an earful from Kevin Cash.
Kevin's going.
Yeah. He's only been thrown out once this year.
You can read his lips.
You
Ballou,
sure
he's like,
can.
I'm not wrong.
That's
I'm
it.
not wrong. And Kevin is telling him, yes, you are.
Well, now he's going to get tossed. Second ejection of the year for Kevin Cash.
Royals since they got him. Here's the next pitch. That's called strike. Boy, the Angels are shouting at the home plate umpire, Mike Estabrook. And I think that was Tim Laker that might have been ejected from the Angels dugout.
Edwards does not like that call. And he just
now
did.
he's going to get, because he's going to say something about that pitch. He wanted to get out there to make sure Xavier didn't get thrown out of the game. So halfway there he said, oh, the heck with it. I might as well let home plate umpire Gabe Morales know what I thought about that last call. And Skip has got thrown out.
Let's hope it's Skip.
Yeah, it is, because he's leaving.
When it registers in the hitting zone, it's a strike. But the way that it's caught because of the movement, it's out of the zone.
Royals have gone 26-13 against their division, but it's kind of skewed because they've dominated the White Sox and the Tigers, the two teams at the bottom, and they haven't played as well against Minnesota. And
somebody got thrown out already. Johnny Washington, that breaking ball below the strike zone. That was quick.
Johnny Washington a few steps out of the dugout, and now Ron Washington cuts him off. It's the
second time Johnny Washington's been ejected this year. He's been ejected more times than Ron Washington.
And that pitch was definitely below the strike zone too. And there's been a couple calls in this game where they've been going the pitcher's way. That's for sure. That's well below the strike zone, especially when you see Perez.
George said that hit me. Yeah, he said, yeah, check it out.
The call on the field stands.
What?
No hit by pitch. Toronto loses their challenge.
But there's no way. That ball hit George Springer's foot and directionally changed direction.
He just threw him out. Gonzalez might have said something that really tripped the trigger of Springer because he is hot. But George was hit in his mind and didn't get the call.
And that one. Whoa. Looked like it was off the plate. Langford thought it was wide, and Bruce Bochy not real pleased either. Strike 3 call to end the inning, and that is a huge missed call when the Rangers had the bases loaded.
Wyatt Langford just in disbelief.
And Boch wants to get his.
He might get run right
here. Yeah. Yep. Oh, and there it is. He's been tossed.
Balk is called, and a run will score.
Tim Aaron's about to get tossed out.
Well, Stephen Vogt came over to protect him. This is a full week's worth, if not more, of pent-up frustration for the Guardians. And it might be coming to a head here tonight.
I think, man, watching this thing back, it doesn't look like he does anything. I think part of what sets off Jim Wolf is Austin Hedges screaming to step up.
Take a look at the final pitch of last half inning. Ellie De La Cruz thought it was low. He had a calm but extended conversation with home plate man and crew chief Bill Miller. And after seemingly that conversation was done in calm fashion, David Bell came out from the dugout and just about quickly, in somewhat understated fashion, gone.
And I think that David Bell said to Bill Miller, the home plate umpire, that pitch was out. And that was an awful quick ejection by Bill Miller.
So Bell just set a franchise record, the 31st time ejected from a ball.
Sometimes that's a strike, sometimes it's not.
Well, it needs to be called, and the Cardinals bench, well, there he goes. There's Ollie.
Figured it was coming. Ollie has been barking all night, especially when Tommy Pham got rung up twice.
All you ask for is consistency behind the plate. It's not an easy job, but it needs to go both ways. You saw in that breaking ball to Pedro Pages, who is rarely demonstrative towards the umpire behind the plate, banged his glove on the ground, wanting that call. Ollie sticking up for his guys.
Another one's in there.
Right on the edges.
Yeah, those are 2 big league fastballs right there.
First one on the outside corner, that one right at the knees.
Murphy giving it to Phil Cuzzy. That mask comes off quick. Murphy, I would guess, knows it's a strike on the K zone, but wants to make sure Contreras knows his manager's fighting for him. Brewers down a run in the 8th inning. On the ground, got a chance for 2 here. De La Cruz to Espinal, over to first in time for a double play, and that'll end the inning. I think Cuzzy just launched somebody out of here.
Yeah, just threw out William Contreras. That was a long-range throw out, by the way. Not sure what he did or what he said, but he's going.
Wow, and he gives him that pitch.
He's given 2 in a row. The one
Good
before that.
night.
Chip, you see the one? Yeah, I know you're throwing. Yes, yeah, you can see Snit. One before that was even lower.
Ridiculous. Snit is from the Bobby Cox School of Managing, and yeah. You're seeing he's getting his money's worth. Yep, I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I was just fixing to say you're about to see Snit get thrown out of this game.
I think he's giving us a show, boys. This will be the first Braves ejection of the year. Get him, Snit.
It's a joke.
Well, he's warranted in doing this. It's been a very inconsistent strike zone, mostly gone against the Braves. He got a little bit of a.
That one. Oh my goodness. Come on. That's not a strike. That's not close to a strike. And Bob Melvin just got kicked out of the game, and I don't blame him.
I mean, that's a call from an umpire that can change a whole game. And you ring a guy up on that pitch, and then you toss the manager out on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to make that call, then you got to wear it. You got to understand you made a mistake, and you're going to wear it. And he did not want to listen to Bob Melvin, but now you're looking for a guy to pick up a teammate here.
Squares around the bunt, does so firmly to third. Hernandez bobbles and throws, and he's safe.
I mean, this is a great play all around. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Dave Roberts out there arguing with Hunter Wendelstedt, and he's been thrown out of the game. Now, the definition of obstruction is when a fielder either not in possession of the ball or not in the act of fielding a throw is in the way and impedes the run.
That's not a strike. What can you say at this point other than this has got to get better? Another one.
Look at Cowles. He said, that's not a strike.
Yeah, Larry Vanover just threw somebody out of the Orioles dugout. I don't know who, but somebody had it coming, and Brandon Hines going to come out. Looked like he mouthed, "Who'd you throw out?" Brandon Hines apparently has been ejected from this game, and he's going to get his money's worth before he leaves. He's holding up 4 fingers again. It wasn't a very hostile conversation there from Brandon. He accepts his fate. He has a few words to say. But Larry's just had a bad night, as you said. He's missed a ton of pitches.
Strike 3. Wells down looking. He has his hands on his hips. Doesn't love the call.
Yeah, and as a catcher, you have to be careful because you understand that you have the lead and you want to get those pitches. And he's right. It's down. It's a really good pitch. It's a real borderline pitch.
I'm wondering if Boone got thrown out because you're not allowed to argue balls and strikes. And Trip Gibson is listening to the Yankee manager.
Or you wonder if somebody else in the dugout got thrown out. And hopefully it wasn't Austin Wells as he was walking back.
The crew chief, Laz Diaz, joins the fray.
This has been an interesting inning because we had someone, the meeting in front of the mound. Yeah, somebody tossed.
I'm wondering if it was Wells. I mean, that's costly if you throw out your catcher.
Yes, especially in a situation where you have an inexperienced.
There's no other way to put it. The strike zone has been all over the place today. George Springer rung up on a pitch low of the zone. He was talking to Laz Diaz, and Kevin Gausman, right before God Bless America, really going at the home plate.
Yeah, Gausman was giving it to Laz Diaz as I think Diaz threw Gausman out, and then they start God Bless America. John Snyder still arguing why both Laz and Snyder are respecting God Bless America, and they're still arguing. And then Gausman, he really gives it to him.
This time a little bit lower and gets a call. And now McCutcheon says, oh, you gave him that other one. And right away, Nestor Seiya doesn't want to hear it. And somebody just got tossed immediately. And it's Andy Haynes, the Pirates hitting coach. He's had enough. Do your job, he's screaming.
And you got to love that as a player when your hitting coach is standing up for it early in the game like that.
Got him.
Did he throw him out? He tossed him.
And given how we've seen the strike zone expand for Sears.
3 for 3 tonight, 12 for 14 since the All-Star break. And a single away from hitting for the cycle in 6 innings.
Inside it hit him and got him on the left arm. No hit for Bobby Witt Jr. He takes his base on a hit by pitch.
Well, that's not going to make Junior happy, any of his teammates, and any one of the fans here tonight. That will stir him up.
And he may have just got one of his teammates hit tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure now they'll definitely retaliate, I would imagine.
1 on, 2 out.
Knew that was coming. Now they have to do this, see. So whenever that happens, warn the guys now to see if they. Yeah, everyone will warn them. Everybody gets a warning.
Now these are the warnings that will not typically anger the dugouts because it was taken care of professionally by the players on the field.
Exactly.
They had a guy that was hit. We had a guy that was hit. cues coming out because he wants to get Salvi out of the conversation. You saw how angry Salvi was when Junior got hit. I don't fully understand this one. And Torey Lovello is a very respected baseball man in the game. And yet his
We went to commercial. Alex Cora was thrown out of the game, arguing with the home plate umpire Mark Wegner, who is the crew chief, and he tossed him. And AC came out to get his money's worth. First time he's been ejected since June 8th at the White Sox.
The hat came off and everything. And I'll tell you right now, OB, you made a great point. The Winkowski pitch early in the game, the double by Stallings basically was the pitch. Now that last pitch was off. Mark made a good call, good pitch all the way around, but I guarantee you that was some carryover.
Runner going, and that one is foul tipped in and out of the glove. And here comes Bruce Bochy, and I don't like that call too much.
I'm saying that he dropped the ball. It was a foul tip drop, not a foul tip catch.
Yeah, he lost it on the exchange.
It's on the transfer. That's the right call.
Still having it out with Moscoso. And Bucks, he wanted a little bit more, and Moscoso said, nope, that's enough. And look, Boch, you understand too here, it is not like the way things have been going for his ball club either. Sometimes the manager just needs to show a little bit extra here to get the fellas fired up as well. I got the sense at some point there that he wanted to get run.
I'm with you. I think he senses the energy of the team, and sometimes this can fire you up as a player and win one for the Gipper.
Stanek will throw on 3-2 after having walked the first two hitters of the inning. Mariners bullpen is hot behind Stanek. And there's strike three called. Shonowell can't believe it. Mike Estabrook, the home plate umpire, has ejected Shonowell, who is irate at the third strike called for the second straight at bat.
That's also the fifth called third strike by Estabrook to Angels today. That was another pretty good pitch, though.
Now, Johnny Washington has already been ejected, the hitting coach of the Angels. Ron Washington has his.
Hits Altuve's foot. They're going to say fair ball. Brennan Miller's going to say that ball didn't hit Altuve, and that's going to be the final out of the inning. Brennan Miller is not ingratiating himself to Astros players, coaches, or manager.
You got to ask for help.
You got to check with other umpires to see if it did hit Altuve.
Altuve needs to be pulled out of the situation. They need to keep him in this game.
They're going to say that's a fair ball, and it did not hit Altuve in the end of the inning. Josh Hader taking the mound here for the bottom half of the ninth inning. Altuve showing where it hit his foot. And now he's ejected.
Oh, man, that's amazing.
You're right, though. They should have got Altuve out of there. He's been ejected. We're going to have a tie game heading to the bottom of the ninth. Altuve will limp off the field. This game is crazy. Jose Altuve ejected. Here's a replay, Blummer.
Yeah, you can see the top of the shoe. Watch the baseball changing a little bit of direction, hitting off that big toe of Jose Altuve before it goes to third base, but none of the umpires brought in. Brennan Miller making that call.
We'll go there, apparently without Skip Schumacher, who has just been tossed rather calmly, I would say, by the home plate umpire Rob Drake.
Well, it's been brewing. You really go back to the strikeout of Emmanuel Rivera. That was back in the second inning. And then the strikeout on Jazz. Two pitches that were clearly at least 6 inches off the plate.
Oh yeah.
So it's been kind of brewing. We've had shots of Skip in the dugout.
Boone between innings has been thrown out. He was barking at the home plate umpire, and he had his say. And then Jimenez said, "You're out." So that's the 38th time in his young managerial career he's been tossed. An emphatic toss there by Jimenez, and the 5th time this year. And then he got his money's worth. And Jimenez didn't even say anything back. He listened to everything that Boone was saying, and Boone couldn't get any traction in a conversation as Jimenez just stared at him.
Down and now Dalton Varsho, who was 2 for 3 with a single and a triple.
I think that hit his bat. Home plate umpire pointed at Dalton and said that it hit his bat.
John Schneider's coming out. This is not reviewable. And both Varsho and Schneider, and Schneider kicked out. Schneider is saying check with somebody. Check with the third base umpire.
Ask for help.
And remember, Gabe Morales is at the plate today. He was at first last night. He's the guy that Chris Bassett was furious with. Tossed Bassett out of the game.
There is no harm on a check swing or in a potential foul ball to ask two different things. That's for sure, because you have to do it up here and have that success so that then you have the confidence. And so far so good for Leo. But when it, oh, somebody just got tossed. Looks like Chris Bassett.
Well, Chris Bassett was out on the field and yelling at the first base umpire, Gabe Morales. And then John Schneider came out. I don't think John Schneider got thrown out of the game. It looked like Gabe Morales was looking at the far end of the dugout.
Roommate. We still had roommates in '93. Oh man, his dad was fiery.
Oliver Marmol just got tossed from this game. He's been complaining about it all night. The pitch appeared to be a strike, but what the Cardinals saw was the pitcher missed his spot by a good 1.5 feet. And that's happened a couple of times in this game. You know the frustrations that St. Louis dealt with Kyle Gibson on the mound. So Oliver Marmol is ejected from our game here in the 6th inning, his 3rd ejection of the season.
A little chopper off the plate. Seager's going to have to hustle bare hands and just gets Dubon by less than a step. Great play by Seager. Knew he had the bare hand, but the Astros may challenge.
Houston is challenging the out call at first base.
Dubon was hustling, but what an incredible play.
Wow.
Wow. Good luck with that in New York.
After review, the call on the field stands. Runners out.
He laid off. It looked like he's asking for a check down at first.
I thought he should.
And all he's asking for is a check. And home plate umpire Derek Thomas just threw him out of the ball game. And now Dane is fired up. All he really wanted was a check, but the home plate umpire said he could see it. And now Dane gets run from the ball game. You could see him say, just check. That's all he wanted.
Dubon did not stop arguing, and it would eventually get thrown out by the home plate umpire Nestor Ceja.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Nestor Ceja is throwing out Mauricio Dubon when he was arguing with Carlos Torres. Usually the crew chief will come in. Who is Carlos Torres?
He's upset. He's still looking out at Clay Holmes.
Brandon Hyde's going to go shout. Brandon Hyde's throwing his helmet away. Brandon Hyde is pointing at the Yankees dugout. And the benches have emptied. Umpires trying to hold the players and coaches back. Here come the bullpen sprinting onto the field.
This stems from the last time the Orioles were in New York. Aaron Judge gets hit. Then the Yankees throw at Gunnar Henderson and then hit him the next day. And this is where all this starts from.
Cooler heads hopefully have prevailed here. Didn't see any punches thrown, just some pushing and shoving. Emotions running high on both sides. And yeah, Brandon's going to go with the lineup card tucked into his pocket.
And Iglesias takes strike 3 called. Slider got him looking. He thought it was a ball. And that's the 2nd out.
That's 2 now. The Alonso pitch for strike 3. And then this pitch to Iglesias, which was a really
and he
bad
gets one. Carlos Mendoza's been ejected. He was incensed. And Carlos Mendoza got his money's worth.
That call, strike 3.
That's
not was down.
He just throw him out?
I think he did. Here comes Rob Thompson. It was a very unemotional throw out by Rackley.
Yeah, not much emphasis on it like normal, but still doesn't make up for the missed call.
Really unenergetic toss out.
Too far behind St. Louis, holding the 2nd wild card. Strike 3 call to Pilar. Well, that one seemed
way off the plate. That was way off the plate.
It seemed like an 11-0 type call from Nick Marley, and Pilar does not appreciate it. Now, somebody's been ejected. I think it was Pilar. Ron Washington has come out to talk about it with Nick Marley, the manager, the home plate umpire. Pilar had every right to be upset about that call.
Yeah, he gave him a little bit of leeway, but then after a while, I've seen it a few times when he turned back again and saying that's not a strike, which it wasn't. No doubt he was going to get thrown out at that point.
Strike called. Oh my goodness. It should be 5-3.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Oh, brother.
Not only was that pitch down, but it was off the plate.
Shelton is livid, and he's about to be tossed. He's gone. And who can blame Shelton?
I tell you what, I mean, I give it to him there because that is a reason to get kicked out of this game. That is terrible.
Daniel Suarez just lost his cool, and we believe Gino in between innings barking at Stu Sherwater as he has throughout the night. Finally got himself ejected. Torrey out there to defend his player, but Gino, this is between innings, and we've never seen Gino this hot. This is not good vibes only here. And Sherwater, who's heard it from Gino throughout the night, finally apparently had enough. And so Kevin Newman is in the game, and he will take over third, and they had to get between Suarez and Sherwater.
I will say there's been a lot of calls that were called strikes that were out of the strike zone, but the last one was really a good pitch.
Yeah, that was a very good pitch, no doubt. But there's also no doubt that Stu Sherwater hasn't had the greatest night.
Down to the count 1-2. Hudson deals. And he struck him out. Slider right on the corner, out number 2. That's the third strikeout for Adames, and Willie just got tossed. Wow. Well, he said something to Mark Ripperger in his last AB, and now Willie Adames was looking back at Mark Ripperger, and now Willie and Mark going nose to nose.
Yeah, I mean, Willie's walking away back to the dugout. He's frustrated more with himself. He says something, obviously, said something that he shouldn't say, and he got tossed by Ripperger.
He got there. Bunt attempt by Ortiz. Tough play. Gomber missed him. They're going to say that Joey Ortiz is out of the running lane, and he's going to be out. And now Pat Murphy is going to come and argue this play.
It looked like he was in that running lane the entire time. Major League Baseball actually extended it a little bit on both sides. Does not touch him.
No, he missed the tag. And now Pat Murphy is going to get some reinforcements from Ricky Weeks, and Murph just got tossed by Brendan Miller.
That one fouled off of Altuve's leg. It's played by Vientos.
Nobody made the call.
And they're going to say that's in play. Altuve never ran.
Oh, he jumped around.
Now they may get help from Alan Porter, the third base umpire. He's also the crew chief. And they're going to call all the umpires in to see if anyone saw this ball hit Altuve's leg. Jose never left the batter's box. Vientos continued the play and made the out at first. And now we're going to need somebody on the bases to have clearly seen that ball hit Altuve's leg. Redirected the baseball, and unfortunately nobody on the bases saw that clearly. And so Jose is going to be out on the ground out, and Jose just fired his helmet down, and he's going to get tossed. Jose had a tough day.
Most votes in phase 1. Strike 3 called at the bottom of the zone as Myers goes down looking. He has struck out 3 times tonight. He has not been happy. And somebody's just been ejected. Perhaps Myers, as the manager of the Astros, Joe Espada, comes out to argue with Jim Wolf. I'm not sure if it was him who was thrown out or if it was Myers himself. I guess it was the manager, as Myers is staying in the dugout. Jim Wolf telling the bench to back off. They didn't.
Tap to third. Ramirez charges. Lofton evades the tag, but he's out of the base path, and Tripp Gibson calls him out. And Matt Quatrero comes right out of the dugout. Vance Wilson and Nick Lofton have already started the conversation. Lofton has to go around him in some way, right?
Right. Okay, now that's a little bit over 3 feet.
And Q just got ejected.
Well, home plate umpire Derek Thomas has just made an ejection. Pedro Grifol thrown out of this game for arguing balls and strikes. He had been chirping, and if he was trying to get a ticket out of here, he has succeeded, and you wouldn't blame him.
17, 10 homers, 50 runs batted in for Jurickson Profar.
And he gets hit with a pitch. That's, I don't know. It's a fastball. It's at 98.
Gone. Ejected.
Yep,
gotta be. Has to be.
Absolutely. It doesn't take a rocket scientist.
Wait a minute. No, Hamari just ejected Schilt, I believe. Because Schilt couldn't believe they didn't eject Gore. That's why. So that's what happened.
I thought he was pointing at Gore, but you're right, Don.
He was pointing towards Schultz.
Yeah.
And I got to be with you on this. I mean, 98 miles an hour. I don't care where they hit him. It was low.
Yeah.
They still threw at him.
I agree.
Right?
I agree with you. Yeah. I really. If I had to check a box, yes.
And that's here at Wrigley. Carlos Mendoza coming out because Edwin Diaz has just been ejected. Big Carapazza there between Diaz and Mendoza. He's the crew chief. They inspected him for the sticky stuff and didn't like what they found. And he has just been thrown out of this game. So Diaz comes on, will not throw a pitch, has been tossed. And now the Mets will have to go to a different reliever.
And again, same exact spot with the fastball outside. David Bell is not happy, and he's just been kicked out of the game. So David Bell has just been ejected from the Reds dugout steps, and now he will go out and get his money's worth with home plate umpire and crew chief Todd Tishner. Again, right on top of home plate as he continues to point at Nick Lodolo and out toward the left field wall. Now he's got his last words in, and he will make his way back to the dugout.
Left-hander Joe Mantiply is the new pitcher, and Ben May is going to call a pitch timer violation. The Diamondbacks can't believe it. And they just threw Torey Lovello, I believe, out of this game. Maybe it's not Torey. Nope, it's not. I think that's Jeff Batterstone.
Yes, it is.
Well, he was a manager at one time. He knows how to get thrown out of a game.
Yes, he does. And he will give him a piece of his mind.
Oh,
also.
he's hot.
4-pitch walk starts the inning. Uh-oh, got some barking here at the home plate umpire Derek Thomas. You could hear Stroman. No, it's not. It's not high.
Yeah, that one hasn't been called all night, and Aaron might not be here much longer, even though he's got a lead in the game.
It looks like Aaron Boone has been thrown out of this game. So Aaron Boone thrown out by Derek Thomas. And Boone will be happy to wear that one for his pitcher if it had to be one of the other.
Oh, well, I think Marcotte right now just going to kind of come and go through the motions in terms of letting DJ Rayburn speak his piece. So if it's not you going, it's going to be the backstop, but somebody's got to go hit the shower. And I think Kyle McCann was out there letting him know, hey, shower up, pal. Yeah, you.
And he's not done as he walks back to the clubhouse and he puts up the rock and roll signs, living the rock star life.
Behind. Strike three called. Man, that high strike. Yeah, JP's got to watch out right now, and he just got run. That storm has been brewing since the first pitch of the game, and JP is really hot. Can't blame him, to tell you the truth. And now Scott just got run. Yeah, that was just a matter of time. JP's a passionate player. We know that. I've never seen him that passionate before. I mean, he really got in Edding's face, and you could see this one coming a mile.
2-2 from Cal. Strike three at the top of the zone.
See the look back from Cal?
You're not happy with Hunter Wendelstedt.
Well, because he had a pitcher earlier that was a strike that wasn't called. This one's worse. And
This is interesting. Ricky Gutierrez is coming down the line. Davey Martinez hasn't come out. Gutierrez is coming down the line from third to make sure Winker doesn't get ejected.
Billy, you're right. To your point, the pitch before that was called a ball that I said was a strike. A hitter's going to remember that, and that pitch was higher than was the pitch that was called strike three. Oh, wait, and here we go. And this is where Hunter's wrong. We let him go the whole time. This is where umpires have to have thicker skin.
Here's the payoff. Oh, Tommy Pham not happy about that one. It looked a little down. Jimenez has not been calling that for Flexen.
Hedges wants it low and away. And that slider might have just barely caught the strike zone.
And someone's now been ejected. And here comes manager Pedro Grifol.
Looks like Pedro got tossed, and he's asking why.
Because Jimenez has not been calling that both ways. And now Tommy Pham comes out of the dugout. He's not happy. Crew chief Lance Barksdale wants to get in the middle of it.
Pedro came out, to protect Tommy Pham. And I believe he was ejected for his efforts.
On the corner. Ooh, yes, it was on the corner. Strike 3 called a slider, perfectly painted.
Yeah, EQC Tracer has it right there.
And somebody just got tossed by the Mariners from the Mariners dugout. Was it Julio? I think Julio's on his way.
2 out in the top of the 9th. The 1-2. Check swing. He did not go.
Bud Black, the Rockies manager, screaming at Barksdale, and he's just been thrown out of the game.
Man, it looked like he went from where up here. 2-2. In the air, deep right center field, and this one is gone. You got to be kidding me. From a strikeout to a 3-run homer. Jake Cave is yelling something at the second base umpire, Nick Leck.
He was moving up the ranks with the Astros, saying, hey, if you're going to call that on me, you got to call it for our guy, too.
That's it. Joe Espada's gone.
Well, let him have it.
That pitch was well within the strike zone. Altuve was saying something, and the second base umpire Brendan Miller told him to knock it off, and Joe Espada backing up his player.
Oh, you got to.
That's not a consistent strike zone.
Oh, come on now.
Ooh, Manny Machado did not agree with strike 3, and he's been ejected. Now see how long Mike Schilt hangs around here after this. And he's gone now.
1 ball, no strikes. Oh, did that hit him? I think they're saying that it hit him. Or are they saying catcher's interference? Here comes Brandon Hyde.
Looked like he just had Stubbs.
Yeah. First things first. He's out. His foot's halfway out of the box, but I don't think it hit him.
I think it did, though. It looked like his toe, toe of his spike vibrated.
All right, come on back, Garrett.
Oh wow! Yeah, here comes Rob.
They're going to walk over and explain it to Rob Thompson.
Yeah, Rob's getting fired up.
Rob's getting fired up now. Again, we don't know what the call is. We're not sure what they're. Oh yeah, he's going to be out of this game. Yeah. Look at Garrett Stubbs. He's going to leave. This is not only because of what's going on here.
And Bobby goes on first movement. Rizzo throws down to second. And Bobby is out. Yeah, where was Volpe when he received the throw from Rizzo?
Yeah, he's saying you can't do that. They just changed that rule this year. You can't block the base.
And that is not reviewable. So this is the best that he can do. And it's just an old school manager and umpire argument.
Man, Q, you rarely see him lose his cool, man. But I'll tell you what, he's backing up his player. That's for sure, his star player.
Katze's yelling and now coming out.
I wonder if it may have been about the timer.
He's still upset. Mark Katze just got tossed from the ball game.
Outside corner, and Nico very frustrated, and he's been ejected. And now Craig Counsell is out.
Well, you almost never see Nico get into it with an umpire, but the first one was not good. The second one was egregious.
He's with a strikeout in the second inning. And somebody just got tossed, and Pete Walker, I guess, is the guy. He didn't like that last pitch wasn't called a strike. Schneider's trying to find out, is it me or is it Pete? There was a little bit of talking from the dugout, and let's see who's gone. I think it's Pete Walker, and he just handed his chart to John Schneider. So yep, Pete Walker's got to leave the dugout. Phil Cuzzy, he had been hearing it a little bit from the Blue Jay dugout.
The first pitch strike, and Fairchild's getting a little conversation from the Rays dugout, and boy,
You can't blame him. Oh, now Cash has been ejected, and he said that ball was up, and there's no question it was up.
Cash has a right to argue right here. I mean, the frustration, of course, would be boiling over if you're the manager. You're seeing these calls being made.
Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. He got him from 3-0 to a strikeout of Siri, and he put 3 pitches, just like Neil was saying, right at the edges. And Siri is angry with Ryan. Did he just get tossed?
He did.
Siri just got ejected from the game.
Well, he did what you can't do, and I know Ryan Wills has not had a good night, but he pointed at a spot. He took his bat, he showed him where he thought he was, and when that happened, Ryan Wills said it.
2-1. Breaking ball down and in. Check the swing. No swing. It's 3 balls and 1 strike.
And now Lopez has just been tossed, Howie. Ramon De Jesus at third. The third base umpire just tossed the pitcher.
Well, I mean, you know what? I understand Lopez is upset, but you can't do that because now they've got to get somebody up in the bullpen again.
Whoa. And Lopez responds by tossing his glove up over the netting and into the crowd.
That's where the Mets are at right now. It's not a good optic. No.
And that one inside, and it hit him.
Wait a minute. Miller's trying to claim that ball hit the bat. I got foul ball. You can check it if you want. I mean, the first look we had at it looked like it may have hit the knob of the bat. No, it got the hand too. It got the hand.
Yeah.
Right?
So it got his hand. Somebody just got thrown out. Hang on.
After review, the call in the field is confirmed. It is a foul ball. That remains at that.
Not even call stands. They say it's confirmed. It'd be one thing to say, well, we didn't see enough to overturn it. But
you lost that one last night.
High pop-up off the bat of Stanton. Infield fly rule is called. And let's see if they call interference. It would be a double play if they do. That Soto did not allow Neto to make the play. We saw this play the other day. The umpires are going to talk it over. This was in Chicago where the game ended on this play. You have to give the infielder a chance to make the catch. I understand the rule, Paul, but the guy has to have a path back to the base.
This is unfortunate for the Yankees because Soto didn't do anything wrong. I mean, he didn't go straight back and Neto misjudged the ball and actually went into Soto. He was drawing a foul.
Well, Marcotte.
Oh, Marcotte just got tossed. Home plate umpire James Hoy looked over at the dugout and started yelling and then quickly tossed Marcotte.
Well, and you can see Cott saying that's the first time I've said anything. From what we were hearing was that was the first time I've said anything. You missed it, is all he said. And that word, the one word, the you, that may have done it. But you can see James saying, I'm hearing it from both sides.
Now the 1-2. Look out. That pitch almost hit Young. He swings at it and fouls it. No, he's called out. They say he didn't hit the ball, and Jacob Young's saying it's a foul ball. Malachi Moore strikes him out, saying the ball hit Young, and then he swung. The ball hit the bat. And now Davey Martinez is livid at Malachi Moore.
But we could hear it.
And Davey just got run. Now Davey's going chest to chest and nose to nose. And now he's going toward home plate, and he kicks some dirt over home plate.
Look out. Good rehab spot, I'm telling you.
100 miles an hour. Just getting out of the way.
Oh, and Cal rarely beefs. He didn't like that. You know it's bad when Cal beefs. You know it's bad. Scott's going to earn one here. Did he just throw him out?
I think so.
Holy moly. He's
And in there for strike 3. Side retired. Here comes Cora. He is hopping mad at Alan Porter. I believe he's already thrown him out.
pointing at that plate. This goes back to the Dahlbeck at bat and a couple of others where the Red Sox have been upset with the home plate umpire. It just boils over, right? Cora, by the way, kicking dirt on home plate.
He's saying here's some dirt. You can't see it anyway.
Yeah, it's disappeared anyway. So he's been tossed.
And now more jawing from the Diamondback dugout, and here comes Torey Lovullo. And he is walking closer to an ejection. Now it seems like Nick Marley, the home plate umpire, is trying to aggravate somebody in the Diamondback bullpen, and now there's the ejection.
Well, you knew that was going to happen as soon as Torey was to have the slow walk to home plate, because you cannot argue balls and strikes. And I think Torey had his hand up like he wanted to talk first. Well, Nick Marley said no.
This lip reading's a little bit easier, but I'm afraid I can't share much of it.
Bunt laid down by Robles. Up the first base line, and he beats it out.
And Bochy's going to come out really quick. Curious why. He might be asking about whether Robles was running on the grass or if he was staying on the dirt. So there he is. He's on the grass. Now, under the new rules, you're not allowed to be on the grass. So Bruce Bochy has a case.
But you cannot be on the grass. And you previously had to be in foul territory over that last half where there's the double chalk all the way to first base. And Bochy is still letting Vic Carapazza hear it.
Vic is wrong in this case. Bochy's correct. There he goes.
Well, then you've been ejected.
Got a pretty big zone all night long, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been a little more chirping from the players and the managers. It's hot. Figured sooner or later somebody might get the heat.
David Bell gets tossed. He had just been out there engaging in conversation moments before we returned that grew far more spirited. And Jim Day, is this balls and strikes?
John, it's hard to tell. I know there was some concern about they were flashing the LED lights part of their bottom of the eighth celebration, and might have been worried about, hey, our guys are trying to warm up and they can't see.
Strike three. Judge not thrilled with that call. And he gets thrown out. I think that's the first time he's ever been thrown out.
Well, Ryan Blakely, you just made a lot of enemies because a lot of people paid to come watch Aaron Judge swing the bat.
Kind of stunning. You never see him argue. He has a very bad strike zone against him all the time. And he gets tossed. He wasn't in the guy's face. I don't know what he said, so I can't speak to that.
Again, I mean, it's a very questionable call. Borderline.
97 sears the inner edge. And Cal Raleigh caught looking for out number one. And Cal is not happy. And now Ty's trying to turn to Garver, and now he got run. I mean, let's face it, right, Mike? This is less about that pitch and more about today. Is that fair? I mean, I'm sure that Cal was not happy in this situation after fighting off that many pitches, but there's more that has led to this.
Frustration,
yeah,
yes,
I would imagine.
Absolutely.
The 3-2 from Robertson. It's low ball four, so.
Oh, it's a foul tip into the glove of Jonah Heim. And that's a strikeout. 2 away, and that will definitely get some conversation. Well, now he's retracting it. It's now the Rangers are going to argue. Oh, this is unbelievable. I'm still not sure I understand what's going on with these guys. Oh, and Boats has just been ejected. That didn't take long.
Umpire Brian Walsh threw him out of the game after a few moments when we went to break. He threw his helmet down. He was fined for that. He had already been fined for throwing his helmet there. And then Bryce, it didn't look like it was all that heated. It was strike 2 that he was upset about. So it's just way too early if you're the umpire to do this.
He was just having a conversation with him, and that's, you have to have some feel for the game and understand. I mean, he didn't look like he was screaming at him or anything like that. He was having a discussion and talking to him probably about the fact that he felt like the pitch was down out of the zone.
And called strike 3. He said that's 3 that weren't on the plate. He's right, but that's the call that's being made, and Nootbaar is rung up for the second out. And Ollie just got tossed arguing balls and strikes.
I understand that Laz is the crew chief here, but this is the man making the bad calls. Might as well let him talk it out with him first.
Ollie ejected for the 2nd time this season and 11th time as the Cardinals manager. He is on the inside corner at 97. It's big strike zone for both clubs. Bradish has his first punch out. So Lars Nootbaar is on his way out. Did he just get thrown out of this game? Nootbaar must have been chirping from the Cardinals dugout when he saw 97 ring him up in this first inning. And Laz Diaz stands between him and Mike Estabrook. Lars Nootbaar apparently has been thrown out of this game here in the first.
Marte continued to argue with the home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez and got himself ejected from the game.
First, here's the pitch. Is it up? Well, Marte thinks it's up, but Gonzalez calls him out. They had some words, but then Marte started walking out to right field to take his position, and that is when Gonzalez threw him out. And in my opinion, you know, the umpires always have, you can't argue balls and strikes. If the guy's walking out to his position, just let him be, let him go out and play. No one's here to watch the umpire. They're here to watch Marte.
We have an interesting situation going on here as the inning is about to start. Ronel Blanco is having his glove checked. Laz Diaz, the crew chief, and the 4 umpires conferring right now.
Feels like they're putting their hand inside Ronel's glove to feel it. Now, if you have enough sweat, they're going to eject him.
Wow. They are going to eject Ronel Blanco from this game for apparently something on the glove. And this is terrible news for a lot of reasons. Number one, he's out of the game. And number two, if this is deemed to be something illegal on the glove, then this could be a suspension as well.
But he's trying to tell him there's nothing on my hand. It's on the. And again, we talked about how much J.P. Sears is sweating, but obviously enough concern.
And we've seen Ronel in the past not working as hard tonight as J.P., so not profusely sweating, but he's a sweater in general. He's a guy that sweats a lot. He's going to get ejected from this game. And now
to Vidal Brujan takes a strike. Another multi-hit game for Brujan last night. Average on the year up to 269, and this is not the first time we've seen it, but Skip Schumacher exchanging words with the home plate umpire Ben May, and that's actually going to do it for Skip. I think he's the one that got thrown out. Somebody did. Well, they're pointing to someone else on the bench who got thrown out.
Yeah, maybe it was somebody in the stands. That's how Brett Boone, I mean, that Boone got ran in the Yankee game one day. Somebody in the stands said something, he got ran. You can read Skip's lips. He said, who said something?
Well, now the third base umpire, crew chief Dan Iasonia, comes in. He had his eyes toward the Marlins.
Check swing. Did not go.
Thought he did. Craig Counsell bouncing up to the top step of the dugout, marking a Junior Valentine down there. Wow.
Craig Counsell's just been ejected. So Craig Counsell ejected for the first time as manager of the Cubs from long distance.
Man, Junior Valentine was positioned on the field. I'm not sure rejection justified there, but I don't know exactly what Craig had to say.
Keeps the inning alive for Brendan Donovan, who singled and scored the lone Cardinal run. And now Ollie and Alan Porter are going nose to nose.
Oh, he's going to go. Salva's going to go too.
It's very unprofessional, the umpire right there. Unprofessional, 100%.
Bud Black gets himself thrown out of the game after being denied the opportunity for a review. I'm guessing, and we were debating on whether or not too much time had expired. Obviously, the home plate umpire, Chad Fairchild, believed it had, but when I was watching from down here, it didn't seem like he was even paying attention to Buddy. And here's the play again that got him tossed is the attempted stolen base by Ezekiel Tovar comes off, but it looks like he might find a way to get that foot back on the bag. but we'll never know what the review center thinks of it.
That's the 11th time Bud Black has been ejected.
Blue Jays. There goes the runner from first. On the appeal, no swing.
And Jose Barrios is pleading his case there, saying that Schwarber swung at that baseball, and when you swing at a pitch and it hits you, it's a strike.
And John Schneider, I believe he's hot at the third base umpire, Paul Clemens, over the check swing call on what Schneider felt should have been a strikeout. And, you know, this is a frustrated group from top to bottom right now, and he is out of this game. And strike 3 called, and Bichette slams down his helmet, and he just got tossed out of the game. And John Schneider is going to ask why. Did you throw him out? What did he say? Is what John Schneider's just saying. And we saw this, remember Jurickson Profar in San Diego, similar thing. I don't know if Bo said anything. He definitely slammed down his helmet, but that normally is a warning, and it's called an equipment violation. It's a fine, unless maybe it escalates with more words. Let's see if we can get a look here. I think he said something, but I don't think he said it to the umpire. I think he said one word, and I think we know what.
George Kirby, 26. Josh Young, 26. And somebody just got thrown out in the Yankee dugout. Looks like it could be James Rowson. They have not liked the strike zone all day. Yankee hitting coach has been ejected, but that seems more like a cumulative complaint.
Emilio Pagan clearly was frustrated. David Bell raced out in defense of his pitcher, and he gave the guff to Corey Blazer, tossed almost immediately. Now this went on pretty much the entire time we were away. 28th career ejection for Bell, his first of the campaign.
Slider caught the inside corner, according to Jansen Visconti. Jazz disagreed.
Jazz better watch out. Once you start to look back at an umpire and you start to throw your hands up, you can get the hook real quick, and you can see, I mean, that ball just barely touches that corner.
When Jazz was walking away, Visconti was just taking the balls from the ball boy and moving on, and didn't really give much credence to it. But Jazz sat right next to Mel and kept going, asked him to stop one more time, and finally threw him out of the game.
Gets by the catcher. Here comes Frelick to the plate. And they are saying an out is recorded, and they're going to send Frelick back to third.
Did the backswing knock the ball out of his glove or what?
He makes contact after the ball already gets away.
Yeah, gets him on the back of the helmet, on the top of the helmet after the ball got by him.
So he should still be able to go to first base, and it's not an out.
Right.
Because that does not affect a wild pitch. Pat Murphy gets ejected for the first time. And Ricky Weeks trying to restrain him.
And he strikes him out. You can tell Lawrence Butler frustrated.
I got to tell you, Lawrence Butler is going to head to the showers. John Tumpain.
Mark Kotze might follow. He's going to come out and have a conversation.
Well, and in that spot right there, look, it's the 9th inning. I'm just not sure that that's a time. And you can see John saying, I've got it a strike. It's a strike. And he'll go back and find out that he's wrong.
Frustrating spot for Lawrence Butler. And now one down for the A's.
The 0-2. And that hit Ruiz. He did not swing, so a hit by pitch, and Astori Ruiz, who is the most dangerous base runner in baseball, is on.
See, Aaron Boone is confused. Did he swing? Did he not swing? Also, the reaction on being hit by the pitch was a little bit delayed, so an interesting start to this one. Take another look at the slider, down and in, and it clearly gets that right foot. The only question, a good look here, did he swing?
You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter.
Wow. You know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear.
Aaron,
well, there you go. And now Aaron's.
Base hit. That's going to knock in Moreno. And it'll be a double for Newman. And Melvin's just been kicked out.
we're talking about the noise that Melvin did not think that foul ball made because he didn't think it was touched. And Sherwater's arguing with it. Now Matt Williams coming in.
Would very much like to answer here in the bottom of the first inning. And that is strike 3. Profar doesn't like it. Ends the inning. Throws the bat. And the helmet has been tossed. Ejected by the home plate umpire, Ramon De Jesus. And Schultz is fired up. Threw the bat. And then when he threw the helmet, that's when he tossed him.
Boy, that escalated quickly, as they say.
Very quickly. And now Schultz is gone. Profar's been thrown out. Schultz has been thrown out on a pitch that was inside borderline strike, and Profar reacted quickly, and Ramon De Jesus didn't waste any time. He threw him right out, and now Mike Schultz has been thrown out as well.
Stands, the runner's out.
All right, so what's the obstruction rule? What's the obstruction rule? This is Davey's going to go out right now because that is the obvious thing for obstruction. All the hoopla about blocking second base, and the Nats lose a runner when second base was obviously blocked.
He wants to go out and talk to the second base umpire. He's saying, you know, the rules in place.
And he just got tossed.
Yep. Well, Davey is hot now.
He got tossed by the home plate umpire, Corey Blazer, and he wasn't really talking to Blazer.
And that's a strike. 0-1. Glad he didn't like the call. And Ryan Wills is hearing it from the Blue Jay dugout. And here comes John Schneider.
He's been thrown out.
Yep.
Yeah, Schneider has been disagreeing with the strike zone most of the afternoon, and he is letting him have it. And it's been a very, very inconsistent strike zone.
Yep.
In both directions.
Both ways. Yep. Yeah. Both managers have been upset today.
Yeah.
And John Schneider is done for the day. So DeMarlo Hale, the associate manager, will take over as the acting manager.
All right, so here's an interesting scenario.
Wow.
The Giants had one guy up in the bullpen, and it was Taylor Rogers, the lefty. But when Bob Melvin came out to make the move, Rogers pumped the brakes because Melvin asked for a righty. I'm sorry, I confused you even more.
He put up his right hand. Yeah, he put up his right hand.
So because he called for the righty and the lefty came out, and now Skip arguing with the crew chief Laz Diaz. So now they're going to bring in, looks like Camilo Doval, which was not the original plan.
And he wasn't warming up, so he quickly got up. Might be the second time Skip goes this year.
Yeah, he is hot right now. So watch Bob Melvin. He hasn't signaled yet, but now he says, give me the righty. The umpire say he said righty, but a lefty's coming out. And now Skip is still arguing with Laz Diaz. All right, and it looks like Skip is still down there. So I was wrong on that. But he was definitely hot, and Laz Diaz gave him his piece. And Skip wants it.
O'Shea's going to get strike 3 calls, so they're not happy. Bob Melvin, the manager, started to come out, and he was ejected by the plate umpire.
Chapman is chapped with the home plate umpire Moscoso. He got tossed.
What did it get tossed before?
I don't know. I don't know whether.
We were watching the replay, and I didn't see what was going on.
Yeah.
I wonder if he got tossed before we looked down and he was already at home plate.
Now they're going to have to bring somebody else in. Well, you remember Martin Perez was not happy with Moscoso earlier in the game. He walked off the mound. Chapman said something, and that was it.
Boy, you could tell Verdugo is not happy with that outside corner. He got punched out on a pitch that he thought was way outside, and now Aaron Boone giving John Bacon a piece of his mind. And he gets thrown out. You can see that coming.
And this is why, you know, I got to tell you, Emmanuel, he saw Verdugo was about to snap. And he does that. He is so good at that, and that's one of the reasons these players love Aaron Boone.
Jacob Young takes the 3-0 fastball on the edge. Well, somebody's gone. Alfonso Marquez said several times, no more, stop. And Franny, this isn't all about just that pitch. This goes back to the first inning.
Yeah, this is more Mackenzie Gore in defending his guy and knowing that, hey, my guy's making his pitches too. How are we calling this?
Miguel Cairo appears to be the one departing the Nats bench coach.
Gallo on the move. Could not hold up. Down on strikes. Called out by Mike Malinsky, the home plate umpire. And Derek Shelton is out. Being warned by Malinsky. And Derek Shelton has been ejected. Derek Shelton wanted him to appeal that.
Well, I mean, that's why he's down there. That's why they have that available to them.
Derek Shelton ejected. Giving it to Mike Malinsky.
First out, it gives Rhys Hoskins, who's had a perfect afternoon thus far, a chance to hit for a 4th time.
Behind his head, and here we go. Out to second goes Adames and Hoskins. Ramirez exchanging, and the umpire's saying we'll handle it.
That's got to be a warning. It has to be. They just threw Ramirez out of the game.
Oh, wow.
And now Carlos Mendoza comes out to argue that. So after conferring, the umpires decided that Yohan Ramirez was throwing intentionally at Rhys Hoskins. And he has been ejected.
Got exciting in between innings here. Nolan Arenado, after hitting into the double play, was walking to the Cardinals dugout, wasn't looking at Will Little, and he got run. Oliver Marmol came in to argue the strike zone. He got thrown out by Will Little here in the 3rd.
Well, I'll tell you what, Will Little needs to tuck the ears in a little bit. You're going to get that personal about a guy who's walking off, not eye contact, not showing you up between innings. And he had a couple of calls on Arenado. All he's telling him, look, it can't be down here under the zone and up
While
here.
we were away, Aaron Boone has been thrown out of the game. He was just in the face of the home plate umpire, Edwin Moscoso. He keeps saying he's missed 4 calls. Now he's talking to the crew chief, Chris Guccione, who had to separate him from Moscoso. They were nose to nose, and now he's going back for more. He's already been thrown out.
Well, standing ovation for Aaron Boone. We knew that one of these managers was going.
It's early.
It's
Murphy leading things off in the bottom of the 6th, the 1-1. Check swing. They appeal, and C.B. Buckner says that he goes around, and Tom Murphy is not happy. And the count goes to 1-2, and now the home plate umpire is standing in between Murphy and Buckner is making a slow walk towards home plate. What is happening here? Did somebody get tossed? Here comes Scott Service. Did C.B. Buckner toss? He threw him out of the game. Buckner ejected Murphy, and now Scott Service. He just got run by the home plate umpire, Brian Walsh.
Some confusion in the Diamondbacks dugout about who was ejected. We believe it's bench coach Jeff Bannister. Watch Pavin Smith as Marvin Hudson rings him up to end the inning. Pavin looks back over his shoulder, but you can see Hudson looking into the dugout.
Unfortunately, I think they were good pitches. Maybe borderline pitches, but it appeared to catch the edge of that strike zone, both on Herrera and on Pavin Smith. But as I say many times, everybody watches the game with biased eyes from those dugouts.
3-2 is a called 3rd strike. Astros get that call at the knees. It was close enough with 2 strikes.
And Phil Nevin is now in the face of the home plate umpire, Stu Sherwater.
It's not a strike.
Phil Nevin and Stu Sherwater nose to nose as Nevin has his say.
Off the hands from Fairchild. Little blue. Burns slides to make the catch. And he spikes the ball in frustration. Not happy with the balls and strikes behind the plate from the home plate umpire. Takes out some frustration on the turf in Cincinnati. And that's that for Corbin Burns.
He's already done. It looks like his night's over.
3-2 runner goes, and that is in there. Strike 3, throw down the tag. He's out. That's a strike him out, throw him out, double play. Devers rung up at home plate by Guccione.
The borderline fastball down, called strike.
And Tampa Bay out of the inning. So Rafi Devers stays in the ball game. That's not to be said of the manager, Alex Cora. He has been thrown out. He had a long argument with the home plate umpire, Chris Guccione, when we went to the commercial break after the strike him out, throw him out double play. And AC has been run.
That's been a strike. You know, when a left-hander throws it in that location, it's called a strike pretty much every time.
Oh, wow.
You've been calling it a strike all night. I mean, David Ross is letting him have it right now. That's closer to a strike than the 2 strikeout. Oh, come on. Oh, my goodness.
And David Ross has just gotten ejected.
Keep your mask on and try to get better at what your job is.
David Ross tossed down, and now he's going to get.
Bush now in charge of the Athletics, and Ryan Noda didn't happen it, and he got some support from the manager, and Visconti didn't want to hear any more of it, going back to the first inning, and there's the heave-ho.
Well, this is Mark Kotsay just making sure he's gonna get his money's worth. I mean, he's been trying to have a conversation with Visconti the entire ball game, whether Visconti wanted to or not.
Strike 3. Really nice pitch at the knees. Now Brandon Hyde is reading the riot act to Hunter Wendelstedt.
He must have been tossed. I mean, coming out and arguing balls and strikes like that, that's an automatic. Spend the rest of the night in the clubhouse, and it looks like that's where Brandon Hyde is going.
Bill Miller just said to Aaron Nola, "Hey, you can't keep doing that." See, this is the first time we've seen this. Now Rob Thompson's coming out. Yeah, he's saying something to the home plate umpire and to Bill Miller. So this is the first time we've seen anybody contest a pitcher throwing baseballs out.
It's ridiculous.
Bill Miller is telling, Rob Thompson's been thrown out of this game.
Love it.
Look at this.
Love it.
And he takes strike 3 call. That was off the plate.
That's off the plate.
Now, Phil Nevin's been ejected in this game, and rightfully so, as he is in the face of Phil Cuzzy, whose poor call to end the bottom of the 5th inning not only ended a rally, it cost the Angels a chance to have Mike Trout up with the bases loaded, and Phil Nevin is irate. This crowd here at Angel Stadium appreciating Phil Nevin going out there and standing up for his team. That is in there. Wow. Strike 3 called, and Drury goes right in the face of Ramon DeJesus and gets thrown out of this game.
That wasn't a strike. I don't know. The Angels don't have many position players left now. That's not a strike.
Now Matt Strom is barking at somebody. Good Caraponza, maybe. Strom is upset about something. Really good base running by both guys. Now here comes somebody's been ejected, I believe, from the Diamondback dugout. Vic Caraponza just ejected someone. The only lefty available off the bench has been ejected. Josh Rojas was ejected from the dugout.
Drew Smith just came out of the bullpen to start the 7th inning. He was stopped and inspected for stickiness. All 4 umpires looked at his hand, and Bill Miller, the crew chief, has just ejected Drew Smith from the game for having too much stickiness. Second time it's happened to the Mets this year. Happened to Max Scherzer earlier this season, and now it has befallen Drew Smith before he can throw a pitch in this game.
Goodness, this has been a wild break. Bruce Bochy just ejected, but he's not the first. In fact, he's not the second this inning. He's the 3rd Ranger to be ejected in this break. Here's the first.
Yeah, he's talking. You see Marcus there and say, listen, that is ball 4, and frustrated by the call there by Ramon DeJesus, and he gave him a little bit of a leash there at one point, and then you see Mike Maddox coming out to defend.
Mike didn't last very long.
1-1 pitch. I think it got him. It did. So no, to hit with that pitch. They appealed. Oh, they say he went. So it's a strike. Wow. Laureano is hot. Laureano is hot. Laureano, I'm not sure if Ramon's been kicked out or what. Here comes Kotsay out. I think Laureano has gotten kicked out. He was yelling at the 3rd base umpire, Brendan Miller. Yeah, Laureano's been kicked out of this game.
Well, Mark Kotsay was just probably trying to get out there in time to save Ramon Laureano, which clearly did not work. And now they're just trying to hash out what the issue was.
Rocco Baldelli came out to try to keep Joey Gallo in the game. Eventually was tossed, letting off some steam. And then as Gallo took the field, crossed the line, he had something to say to David Rackley, and Rackley threw him out anyway. So both the manager and the struck out player have been ejected.
It's a tough one here. Rocco obviously frustrated, wondering why, it's anywhere near where Gallo was at, but that's why Rocco went out there, was to try and keep Gallo in the game. He went out there to protect his player.
I mean, that is.
Really?
Yeah.
You're gonna go there?
Yeah, we're gonna go there.
Huh?
Here we go, Davey. Let's go.
There? Well, whoever said it, then you're not gonna do it. Whoever, no. You're not gonna tell me. Whoever, you know what? You take care of your dugout then. Whoever said it, okay, then I'll take care of here, and I'll take care of there. David, you want to get wrong?
This may not end well for Davey,
You don't want to get wrong. I'll take care of that.
but he's still hot about Abrams at bat and others.
Okay, you're done.
There he goes. Oh my gosh, Davey's getting his money worth now. There's the pitch to Abrams that ended the 4th inning. And that wasn't the first one today. And that wasn't a strike, but it was as much of a strike as the one CJ took.
Oh, man.
Payoff again to Bush, and this time he strikes out. A frustrated Stanek looks back and gets ejected by the second base umpire, Junior Valentine, after arguing that balk, which brought the go-ahead run home. Valentine is having none of it. Joshua Miller comes out to grab Stanek. Manny Gonzalez, the crew chief, has to step in front of Stanek. And that's going to do it in what was a wild 8th inning in an already wild Saturday on Chavez Ravine.
And again, you wonder about, Bay is just tossed. G1 Bay is thrown out.
Yeah, that pitch was in, and Bay went wild on Jeremy Rayak, who immediately threw him out of the game. Whatever he said, the home plate umpire didn't like it immediately.
Some kind of a magic word. He got tossed without even arguing.
Mid at bat.
How about this down the line from Dominic Smith? K-Barrett Ruiz heading for 3rd. Smith into 2nd. They're going to send K-Barrett all the way from 1st. And
he's safe.
They're going to call him out.
No way.
For going out of the baseline?
Are we there? Seriously? Oh, this is awful.
Davey's going to have to be careful with his demonstration here not to get tossed. But you're trying to elude the catcher on a throw that took the catcher into foul ground.
Oh, look at me. I can throw you out. At least he combed his hair today. That's awful.
Crew chief Mark Carlson coming in to help out. Not Davies in his face.
Yeah.
Because Carlson had a rough night here.
Yeah, he's going to get it out for the other day ago for the Jamer Candelario.
Yeah. Can you get tossed by 2 umpires in the same game?
Yeah, you can get your money's worth for both. I mean, Derek Thomas, let's figure this thing out, please. He's got the Jimmy Chitwood hair from Hoosiers. What do you think?
I mean, that's a great throw by Hernandez.
And Bieber is hit by the pitch. Now, did he swing? They say no swing. I don't think he's hit by the pitch, and the bases are loaded. They check it out with the first base umpire, and Buck is incensed. He says absolutely he swung. That's a swing. That should be a strike. Meanwhile, Buck is out talking to Ron Culpa, and now they're going chin to chin.
And he's going to get run.
And now he has been thrown out, which I think was his intention.
Crashing from the corners, and he gets hit on the hand. That's going to load him up. He wants to challenge. Said it hit his back.
Oh, he was bringing it back. You know, I think it hit him in the hand.
The call on the field is confirmed. He was hit by the pitch. San Diego has lost their challenge.
Bob has been ejected. I think Bob's frustrated in general. Yeah. I'd say so.
Absolutely. This is something that's been tonight, especially the way things were going, coming to a head, and Bob sticking up for his players.
I think 80 games coming to a head. This is game 80 of the year. The frustration has been boiling over.
There they go. 3-2 is strike 3.
2 on, nobody out, but no runs for the Giants. We'll go to the bottom of the 3rd, and JD, I think he just got tossed out of the game. Well, this was the pitch that had JD Davis so hacked off, but I don't think it was only this, Javi. That was called strike 3. He was sure it was a ball. John Tumpane, after JD just kept jawing at him, and Tumpane pretty quick tossed him out of the game. Two times. JD was furious about that, and it wasn't over there. Gabe Kapler came out, and he was unhappy with the quick ejection, and then he gets tossed. Kapler and JD out of the game, so that makes Kai Correa the manager.
He's not getting a good read off of Montgomery. Montgomery, the left-handed pitcher, as soon as he lifts that leg, Cabrera's starting to go back. And his first move.
Well, here comes Aaron Boone. He's arguing about that 3-1 pitch to LeMahieu, I'm sure. Well, he's probably been tossed already because you can't argue balls and strikes. So he's getting his money's worth with Merzel.
And now Andy Fletcher and Mike Napoli getting into it.
I think Nap's been ejected.
Yeah, he has. What was that about?
Well, Napoli was probably trying to protect Nico because Nico was yelling at Backus.
Fireworks on the 4th of July.
Yeah, no doubt.
It just hasn't been a very clean 4 innings. See Nico yelling, and Nico's trying to get in between, and he went to talk to Nico. Napoli did the right thing, just telling him, get back, get back. He kept that player in because Nap knows that Nico's
You touch me, did you touch me is what, Andy, that's just silliness.
Silly. I always think the umpire maybe touched me. He got too close to me.
Right. Craig Driver is going to end up coaching it first.
Rossi just got it.
And Rossi was just ejected by Eric Backus.
Motions are running high. You can see it in the body language of the face of Backus. He's hurt a lot today.
Ball 2 to Bogarts. Phil Nevin really hollering as he comes out of the dugout, or at least toward the top step of the dugout. Hollering at Jerry Lane. He either can't hear him or is acting like he can't. Bogarts fouls one off. Now Jerry Lane has ejected Phil Nevin, who seemed to be waiting for that, waiting for Jerry Lane to turn around so he could go out and get in his face. Phil Nevin wants to make sure that Jerry Lane has heard it all.
Oh, got him again.
Come on, man. You can hear the reaction. And here comes Torey Lovello. Hey, my guy just got the National League Player of the Week, and he's been hit twice in 2 plate appearances. And now he's discussing this with JT Realmuto. Torey Lovello is not happy, and he's been ejected. And Torey is barking into the Phillies dugout. Tony Perez-Chica steps in between. Torey Lovello wants a piece of JT Realmuto, and the benches have emptied. They're coming in from the bullpens as well. Corbin Carroll, just named National League Player of the Week today, has been hit twice in 2 plate appearances by left-hander Matt Strong. And now Torey gets his face-to-face with the Phillies catcher. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, right there with his back to you. Carroll Pawson now stepping in.
And he's got back-to-back strikeouts. Jack's saying that's down. We saw him get upset last night. This particular pitch.
Careful.
Is
Somebody
in the
got
zone.
tossed. That's Andy Haynes, hitting coach. And he's going to get his money's worth now. One of his players he's protecting.
The hitting coach has been ejected.
Maben down looking, not happy with the call. And based on our K-box, he has an argument.
Well, Foley's been right there all night with his slider, either in the zone or just below and at 84 miles an hour. You can tell what they think. Guardy's got the bat out again. Well, Chris Siegel's calling strikes. He's definitely more prone to call borderline pitches strikes. Like that. He's been consistent all night long.
Yeah. Oh, well, someone just got tossed. And he's saying, who'd you throw out? And I think he's saying he threw out Gardner. And now he's saying, no, that was me.
Boone's got a legitimate beef here because he didn't even look in the dugout before he threw out the players. So he probably didn't know who was screaming at him because the whole dugout was screaming at him. So a young umpire jumped the gun there if indeed it's Gardner who got thrown out.
And now Gardner's going to come out and have a word. He's saying, I didn't say anything. I didn't say one word. And Gardner's having to be held back by Aaron Boone. He is furious. And reasonably so, as Chris Siegel, with rabbit ears, tosses Brett Gardner from the Yankee dugout. And both Boone and Gardner claiming that it was not Gardner who he heard.
Let me tell you something. Brett Gardner is strong. You cannot hold him back. I mean, Boone's doing a good job, but Gardner's deceptively strong. And secondly, he's got a legitimate beef. I mean, the home plate umpire can legitimately throw anybody he wants out for arguing balls and strikes. But he wasn't even looking in the dugout, and he just turned.
Two of us included. But then they followed up 18 runs on 15 hits Saturday, 7 runs, 9 hits. And now Tom Hallion has ejected Gerard
that's the
Dyson.
way it goes.
That strike zone's been getting a little creative lately, and somebody finally had enough.
If you're going to call pitches that far off the outside corner, you cannot afford to have a quick trigger. You got to understand that a bad call is going to upset a hitter. He's made a number of them tonight.
Gerard's got to get out of there. Tony Perez-Chica trying to get him into the dugout as Torrey gets an explanation. Let's take a look at where that pitch was, and not to make too big a deal out of it, but we've seen it.
Fouled off by Narvaez. Lined out. Bogey still. I told him not to do that. That was Mark Wagner. Somebody just got run. Bogey is really steamed.
Well, it was a close pitch on the inside corner to Vogie for strike 3, and Vogie does have such a great concept of the strike zone. He thought that was in, and Mark Wegner thought it was a strike. You can see the pitch here, just in off the inside corner, and Daniel was not happy about it.
We're seeing this a little bit more as the season progresses from Alex Cora. Hardly saw it all last year.
I wonder if he's going to give the home plate umpire an earful. That's what I'm wondering right now, because he's not saying much.
Yep.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
And he's been thrown out.
Exactly right.
So the Red Sox manager has been run. The Red Sox have been upset since the very first inning with Mike Estabrook. And Alex Cora, for one reason only, went out there, and that was to give Estabrook an earful. Second time he's been ejected this season. Well, Estabrook got an earful as Chris Sale marched off the hill His day ended 7-1 Yankees.
For 6 against him. Josh is saying that's a foul ball. Vic Carapazza didn't see it that way, and Josh is going to be tagged out for the final out of the inning. Josh Reddick was not pleased with the call at the end of this inning.
He thought he foul tipped it. Vic Carapazza disagreed. And we know that Josh Reddick goes to Snapville a little bit. Throws the bat in disappointment of the AB. Spiked the helmet. He actually got fined for that one immediately. Continuing to chatter with Vic Carapazza. Said his piece and began to walk away. And then with the throw of the batting gloves, that's enough, I guess, for Vic Carapazza to be offended and throw out the right fielder. I don't get that. If you're throwing guys out on equipment violations like that, you're a little nitpicky for me. I know it may be in the rule books.
Called strike 3. That was way out of his zone. Angel Hernandez flat missed it and took the bat out of Eloy Jimenez's hands.
Well, it's a shame that a really wonderful at bat has to end that way. Angel just not having a good day, and Ricky better be careful because he's going to get the boot.
He doesn't want to be careful, and he's going to give it to Angel Hernandez, and the crowd is absolutely behind the Sox skipper on this one, and rightfully so. That pitch was not close.
No, it was out of the zone by plenty.
Oops. That'll be strike 2, and Adam Eaton's going to have to stop and come back and get the bat. Not a strike, but it's 3-2. Nasty slider at 88. And still a word or two. And Adam Eaton has been tossed from the game.
Huh. There was a reason why I Googled Jeremy Rehak today and saw all the ejections. We're here in the bottom of the first, and he's thrown somebody out already. Just told you he has a short fuse. Now Davey's gone. This guy lives to throw people out of games. I think he'd rather do that than ump.
Davies going to rearrange the batter's box a bit.
One of the reasons why the game went just 222 last night, and a call third strike. Marte can't believe it. Maybe a liberal strike zone, at least for 3 batters into it. And look out. And here comes Clint Hurdle. He's barking at Hunter Wendelstedt. And he wants Starling Marte out of there before he gets ejected, and he's going to have his piece with the home plate umpire. And we wanted to keep it here just in case. Yep, be careful. I think he just got tossed.
He did.
Yep.
He got tossed.
Yep. He just got tossed, arguing the balls and strikes and indicating how far out of the zone it was. So Clint Hurdle frustrated these days. His team.
Sox appeal.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that show.
Oh, God damn it.
Well, I don't think Brock liked that call at all.
I'll tell you next at bat.
Gonna go take a look at it.
That's what you need a mic for, so we can.
Oh, he's been thrown out.
Oh, yeah.
Brock Holt has been tossed by DJ Rayburn.
I mean, I don't know if he swore or not, but he gave him an earful to begin with. You think about it.
Wow. Yep, he was hot. Called out on strikes by the home plate ump Rayburn, who's had a big plate.
Well, he was on his way back when he got the heave ho.
He might have caught the very tail end of this, or the very beginning of it as we went to break, but Dan Iasonia has ejected Cody Bellinger.
And Cody then went into, this is how far off the plate it was. Dave Roberts kind of intercepts the argument, but Cody gets his point across from about 6 feet away.
creeping in and showing exactly how far off the plate the pitches were, and there were at least 3 or 4 like that over the course of 2 at-bats. One is tough to take, but when you start to get more than one, hitters get really frustrated.
A lot of times in those situations, those highly emotional situations, you see guys exaggerate. Bellinger wasn't exaggerating. That is how far off of the plate, in Cody's words, if you're reading his lips, all night. Dan Iasonia has gone off of the plate 3, 4, 5 inches.
Wow. Rizzo strikes out swinging. Inflatable Swans. Cap, thank you. For some reason, Anthony Rizzo just got kicked out of this game. Now, he swung and missed for strike 3 and was clearly upset. But apparently Jordan Baker immediately gave him the thumb. So Baker may have thought Rizzo said something toward him. I don't know. But that's an odd one.
Trying to recall the at-bat. Was there a pitch?
That's the one I think Anthony didn't love.
Okay, you got to get real small in the strike.
Somebody's going to get tossed, and it could be more than one. Ramon DeJesus has had enough. Here comes Derek Shelton, the acting manager. A couple days ago, of course, Aaron Boone went on a rant. That was picked up audibly and visually. James Rowson, the hitting coach, we're told, is the guy who left the dugout. Two and one, the count to Adrianza. This goes back. This goes back to the walk that Voit took on a 3-2 pitch that looked like it dotted the corner down and away. And holding up 2 fingers earlier in the at bat, ball 3 was a pitch that was down and away. We had that one out of the strike zone. We had the last one right on the corner. Larry Vanover, the crew chief, letting Baldelli speak his piece. Here's the pitch in question.
Right there. It was just a huge pitch, and to not get that call right there when it actually was a strike in that situation.
Second ejection for Baldelli.
That's a bad miss.
I can't believe he called that a strike, and neither can Pilar. Guys want to know what the heck's going on here with the strike zone. Now, they've seen high fastball strikes. I haven't seen any high breaking ball strikes.
Get on the ground to third, and that'll end the inning. So Pilar's gonna have to be careful when he walks. He just kicked him out.
Pablo Sandoval and Jose Agosillo walking him off.
He'd been thrown out at this point. It was really, you could see it coming.
Wow. Iannetta just got called out. He didn't think so.
Bud's about to get rung up. Well, players never like it when a home plate umpire makes the call, not a first base umpire. Doug Eddings just threw out Bud Black.
Go get your money's worth if he threw him out.
Foul tip, and Grandal hangs on. A 1-2-3 7th, and now the manager's been ejected. Or has it been Ketel Marte? It might be Ketel Marte. Will stay right here. Here comes Torey Lovullo. Well, you mentioned those calls in the previously in the at bat. So Marte is immediately run by Sam Holbrook, the crew chief, the plate umpire. Now Torey Lovullo's out there.
Nothing from Torrey, so we'll take a break. Here's the ejection now as Marte strikes out on a foul tip. Slams the bat and is run. The helmet goes.
The 1-2 on the way to Gardner. And it's called strike 3. Brendan Miller with the call. Gardy shaking his head no. 2 down.
I think Hardy's got a beef. I mean, there's excellent movement, but that ball just didn't really get there. So give the catcher credit for a really good framing job, presentation to this young umpire. But
you know what I noticed during the course of the year? That Aaron Boone is not afraid to say something to the umpire on bad pitches or bad. See right now. Let's go. Here's DJ LeMahieu, who had a booming double to the gap in left center his first time.
I like that one, Paulie. That was a nice safe snap.
Yeah.
Nice and safe. Both hands on the barrel, on the handle.
All right. Some more heat coming from the Yankee dugout. It's no balls and 2 strikes. Well, at least the water cooler's still intact, right, Paul?
Well, I tell you one thing, it wouldn't have been if I could come on them. But I tell you, it just eats at you.
Then Freeze. As that one go over his back, and now Neris is thrown out of the game. A fastball that time that went over the back of David Freeze, who wasn't pleased about it, as you would imagine.
No, I don't blame him.
Yep. Chris Conroy, pretty composed. He just said, I have to make that decision. And Gabe is thrown out. 95-mile-an-hour fastball that hit Freeze. Thought it went over his back, but it hit him.
And now David Freeze ducks out of the way of a fastball, and Neris is thrown out.
This is going to be a hard one for Gabe Kapler to argue about. Neris is going to say it slipped. There's just too much context here to say that wasn't one that got away and maybe on purpose.
And now Gabe Kapler is thrown out. This one is much harder to defend than the off-speed pitch that hit Justin Turner yesterday.
2 different reactions. David Freeze's reaction to that and Justin Turner's yesterday on a breaking ball that was a mistake ejection in most people's minds. But this one here, David Freeze, he's got the right perspective on it.
Verdugo. And now Turner gets hit and Rios gets ejected.
Very much a purpose pitch.
Even though it was 85.
Backup breaking ball, maybe, but I don't know. Overthrown breaking ball and he gets tossed. I think just the perception is what gets you tossed, right? 12 runs, a bullpen that has struggled. Maybe Justin's saying, you know what, I don't think he tried to hit me. It was a slider. Yeah, he's saying it was a breaking ball. Don't worry about it. And that's my bad saying good call.
Talking to Bill Miller, the crew chief, you know
you're wrong now. Yeah, it's a breaking ball. And it's overthrown. So it slips out the top of the pitcher's hand. And
here's the 3-2. And a called strike 3. Grandal is barking at the home plate umpire. Jordan Baker rips off his mask, and now Baker throws him out. And Craig Counsell's probably going to go with him. Grandal barked quickly, was walking back to the dugout. Jordan Baker ripped off his mask. And with Grandal walking away, even though he's yelling at him, he threw him out. And the stare down is on.
Well, you know who always wins those arguments? As frustrating as it might be. He always gets
hanging breaking balls.
Turner is hit by a pitch, and Yaxel Rios has been thrown out of the ballgame. That's a slider. It's a slider that hits Turner, and he's been thrown out of the ballgame. I think Turner's even saying to Doug Eddings that it was a slider. Rios has been thrown out. There's nothing. I mean, he's been thrown out of the ballgame by Doug Eddings, so he's out. I mean, I know this is a butt whipping, but that's not intentional. It's a slider. All right, so Rios is out. The Phillies will bring in a new pitcher who, like an injury, can get all the time he needs.
Little high. Price didn't like that non-call. Oh, Cabrera's the one who got rung up. That was a late call by Will Little.
Yeah, I thought that ball was inside and a little bit up, but Little didn't think so. It's a really good pitch there by David Price. He knew exactly what Miggy was trying to do, and he just wasn't going to allow him to do it, and he made a quality pitch.
Cabrera didn't like that call either. Will Little is chirping back.
Yeah, Miggy's not happy. He's not happy with that call.
Yeah, you could hear Will Little say, Miggy, I'm not talking to you.
Yeah.
Ron Gardenhire is talking with Joe West right here. Joe West is the crew chief for this umpiring crew this weekend here in Detroit. And Ron Gardenhire just wants to make sure they're on the same page. And Gardenhire just got tossed. He just got tossed by Will Little, because Gardenhire was fighting and standing up for Miguel Cabrera.
Well, who got tossed? Steve Little came out trying to, I think, keep Miggy in the game. I'm pretty sure it was Ron Gardenhire who got tossed. This is what we talk about every time Ron Gardenhire, and this is the 8th ejection of the year. He's almost.
And he hit him. His third hit batted the second this inning. And Mickey's saying, why is he still in the game? Same pitch you hit Frazier on? Now what's Mickey saying here?
Well, Mickey wants him thrown out, but I understand. I actually, you know, as a manager, I've been on the side, and I'd want him thrown out as well. But it was a changeup. You're not trying to hit somebody with a changeup with second and third. It's not.
Trying to get time, wasn't granted, and
wait, this is what I don't like right here. The umpire's yelling back at the player, and all he's doing is asking. He tried to call time.
And a grounder that's hit to short. Munoz frustrated, and now Rob Drake is screaming at the Cardinal dugout.
It's just uncalled for. I mean, if you can't handle your job behind the plate, you need to move on. He's been in this game too long to act like that.
Lets loose on a 3-2, and Javi. Okay, that ball hit the knob of the bat. We've had that happen a few times.
Lyles in to check on him, and Javi said, no, got the knob. I'm good. Otherwise, I'd be jogging down to first base.
So West hearing it from the dugout. Not sure what's going on there. So we'll try it again.
Joe just got run. I think with all the up and in stuff that Lyles is throwing here today, Joe was barking at Lyles perhaps, or wanted West to do something about it.
That's with Clint.
Yeah.
Joe's, I think this is a little calculated too.
Yeah, well, I think it's born of frustration. It's born of wanting to fire up the troops.
That's strike 3 called. And Suarez having some words with Carlos Torres, the home plate umpire. That's rare for Suarez. You don't see that very often.
Well, it's kind of interesting the reaction that Torres had right here. He had a funny reaction last night when Puig raised his hands to him on a check swing when he was umpiring first base. Suarez makes a big turn after this. Whether it's a ball or a strike, you be the judge. Looking pretty good. But Torres does not seem like he's the kind of umpire that is just going to turn his shoulder away and put up with it.
Well, lots of fireworks since we were away.
Well, we showed you what was going on between Suarez and home plate umpire Carlos Torres. When Suarez was rung up on a pitch he thought was not in the strike zone, and he said something when he went by Torres on his way to third base. By the time David Bell got out, Torres had already ejected Eugenio Suarez from the ball game. So the Reds are going to be looking for another third baseman here.
And David Bell got the heave-ho as well. That is the 7th time that he has been ejected from a game. And this is
a second baseman.
This gets Frazier not pleased.
And this year he's an all-star as a shortstop.
Now some barking between Frazier and Arrieta. Arrieta, who also hit Pete Alonso with his second pitch thrown tonight. Now the umpires gathering, and both benches are being warned.
Todd Frazier's quite upset here because he'd probably like to see someone get knocked down here. And I think this is the frustrations is pent up from the losing that the Mets have been going through.
Now Frazier's having to be held back from one of the umpires, and Mickey Callaway saying, "Why are you warning us?" And it looks like somebody got run.
And Acuna on deck for the Braves. Time called. And in fact, a balk was called on Caleb Smith. And I think, I'm not sure, umpires are going to get together. I think time was called first.
Caleb stating his case.
And now Donnie out. Second base umpire John Tumpain, I believe, was the one that called the balk. Question is, did John Bacon call time, or is there something else that Donnie's upset about?
Now, it looked like Caleb was communicating to Ted Barrett. Wow, Donnie's been tossed. You got to be kidding me. I mean, I'm not even convinced that the umpires are unified on this decision, that's this balk call, and they're still talking amongst themselves, and
it looked to be instantaneous. But
strike 3. Maben thought it was ball 4. Has a word with Ben May.
Maybe you don't see argue very much, so not one of the guys that really questions a lot of calls. Balls away. They got to agree with you. Oh, this is a warning. When the umpire's staring at you in the dugout, you're better off just not saying anything because he's getting ready to throw you out.
And someone got thrown out, and it looks like it's Aaron Boone. Is he talking about savages in the box?
I think so. We're going to have to go to the press conference now. Now you got to stick around. In my mind, when you're staring in the dugout as an umpire, you're almost picking a fight. And Tom Hallian's going to come in. But, why don't you just tell your home plate umpire before this happens, quit looking in the dugout.
And now he's going at it again. I don't know if he just threw out Josh Bard.
Michael, you might be managing for this.
Oh, it's Gardner.
CeCe just got thrown out, too. There's several players that have been thrown out.
Wow.
Not only by the home plate umpire, by the first base umpire.
So the first base umpire threw out Gardner. That's why he's arguing with him. That's Phil Cuzzy.
We have multiple players thrown out by 2 different umpires.
Well, you see, Maben was saying how much.
And then they got Springer, you know, and back-to-back years, and Gardy having a little trouble with the home plate umpire.
He didn't like the strike zone, especially on that last one. He's all fired up. Now he's gone. He got his he got his money worth, that's for sure.
Well, I know that Miguel Cabrera, he might have thrown Miggy out. Miguel Cabrera had some words with him.
Everybody's over it, and we play baseball. I love what Brian said. Once my head hits the pillow, we start with a clean slate. And he's true to his word. And Acuna got hit with the first pitch of the game. So he's going to flip the bat. He's going to very slowly walk toward first base. Home plate umpire Alan Porter is escorting him. It's not the first time Acuna's been hit with the first pitch of a game by a Marlins pitcher. Jorge Alfaro is talking to Acuna too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Hernandez would have any reason to do that. I mean, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I understand Ronald's anger over it. Not the first time, like you say.
So now the question is, will any warnings be issued? Alan Porter's talking with Hernandez, and yep, warnings are going to be issued here. And the Braves dugout is none too happy about that. Brian Snitker now wants an
Others will be on the move. The 3-2 to half. Strike 3. It was off. No, he got kicked out. It was definitely off the corner. That's a pitch Carapaz has been calling today. And here comes Brian Butterfield along with Joe Madden to protect their player. Tough way to end the inning.
Yeah, a good disciplined at-bat by Ian Happ. He took some borderline pitches and ultimately got rung up on what should have been ball 4.
Still 5-1.
And that one is a called strike 3, and Daza threw his bat down and just got run by home plate umpire Paul Emmel. I'm reading his language, said that was not a bad pitch. And Ron Gideon is going to escort the young outfielder away.
And the pitch before the double was a 2-2 pitch that was close but just off. Justin wanted it. We're going to carry it all the way through to the next pitch where Bam doubles against the right center field wall.
And so he's upset. Big deal. I mean, he has every right to be upset. From his vantage point, he feels like that was a pretty good pitch. And it's not just one pitch. For everybody at home, it's not about just one pitch. It could be a culmination of pitches. And he is exercising his opinion. He had his back turned, and right there he gets ejected. This will be on the other side. You can see him chirping. Hoberg coming out to make sure he heard every word that Justin Verlander had to say. But in this ball game, a little bit of a short fuse, and Hoberg wasn't going to have any more of it, and he ejected Justin Verlander.
Guerrero just pointed at the umpire, and now he's been thrown out. Guerrero was frustrated by the called strike by Mike Estabrook on the previous pitch. And then I'm assuming he turned around and said, I swung at that pitch because of that ball you called the strike.
Yeah, that's just, you're not going to stay around long if you question that and then continue. I thought he gave Vladdy a chance to say something.
Yeah, he put up his hand as if to say, that's enough.
That's enough.
That's all you need to say.
See how long Ricky stays out there. Yeah. He's still hot at Brian Knight, and he throws him out of the game. So Ricky is going to get, he got the heave-ho. He will get thrown out. Aaron Bummer will walk out.
Yeah, it looked like it came back a little bit. Just froze Tyler Flowers, who could not pull the trigger on it. Yep.
Then Ricky went out to the mound. Brian Knight gave him the heave-ho. They had a conversation as Ricky came off. He was already thrown out of the game at this point, but he's probably not going to get fined, only in that this wasn't one of those conversations that probably warranted it.
Calva's not at all pleased with that call. There's some chirping coming from, and he tosses David Bell. Toss somebody. Bill Miller with a short hook. And it might be Turner Ward.
Well, Turner looked like he grabbed his little file or whatever he has down there, maybe clipboard, and headed right up in the dugout steps.
And usually you see a little bit of...
That's clipped foul, and they're going to say it did hit the ground. Mark Carlson.
Wellington tried to sell it. I mean, it was a good idea. It just did hit the ground.
I think he thinks Mark Carlson is a version of terrible, and he just got run. Ricky Renteria just got thrown out of the game, and frankly, Carlson had that one right, but a number of them earlier, he did not.
No, and you kind of knew earlier in the game that Ricky was going to get the heave-ho in this one. It was just a matter of time, and that is that's not necessarily in this particular play. It was pretty much a lifetime achievement award.
He's saying you're gone, and Ricky's going to sit there. He says, come down then. Come on down. Mark Carlson looks to his teammates for some help. Ricky's just going to sit there. So Mark Carlson's going to go to the dugout. Ricky's going to wait for his arrival. Here comes the umpire making a house call to the White Sox dugout.
And Ricky wants a little more for his money's worth.
Well, Trey Mancini was called out on the check swing for strike 3. We think he was ejected, and let's get a look at it, Brian.
Yeah, here it is. Here's that breaking ball down and away, and hard to tell from in front whether he went or not, but Mancini definitely not happy with Ryan Atkinson at first base, and he has a few words for him, and home plate umpire not having any more of it, and Arnie Baylor kind of jumps in between, and then I think either Mancini got thrown out or Brandon Hyde got thrown out, and he pulled the old Earl Weaver. I love it.
Well, Brandon Hyde is still upset at that call on Richie Martin for running out of the baseline on the bunt. It cost the Orioles a run, and the Orioles would have had a 1-0 lead in the second, a runner at third and nobody out. So in the Orioles' minds, that one call has changed the whole game.
Ooh, man, I mean, I definitely think this could have gone either way. I mean, I've seen that called a no swing. I've seen it called a swing.
Cardinals are up 7-0 against the Pirates too.
That's twice for Turner today. He's not a happy hitter.
Stay in the game. Stay in the game.
Hurry up, Davey. Trey Turner is ejected. Davey's really hot. And he's ejected.
Well, Trey's got a legitimate gripe. It's an emotional game, and you understand, sometimes you cross the line and get thrown out. But you could see that one coming. It built up from his last at-bat, and he said something to Esterbrook as he left.
And I think Clint Hurdle is been ejected from this game. He has been, yes.
I think he doesn't agree with what you said about Ortiz.
I was just going to say.
I don't think Clint thinks he's called a good game today. He has been tossed from the game.
Well, that one and the previous pitch was also called a strike, and both ended up moving out of the strike zone. No more, no more. Okay, now you're out, says Roberto Ortiz.
Said, all right, that's enough. That's enough. Tom Prince takes over.
Frazier might be leaving also.
2 out, bases loaded. Gets away from Momar, can't find it. It's on the first base side. Run scores. 5-3 game. Everybody else moves up. Here's a throw to first. Safe is Dietrich.
Got service out of the dugout.
And a little confab here. He definitely goes.
Oh, but then he hits it with the bat.
On the recoil. Oh, yeah.
Thought that was strange because when Omar went down to block, it looked like he was in pretty good shape. Paul Nauer, the third base umpire, is the one that called strike 3. Rung him up, basically.
Must not be reviewable.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Now Manny Acta out of the dugout. He's letting him know this can't review it.
Man, just put his right hand on his face, and now he's got pine tar on his nose, probably. Hernandez thought that was a strike, started skipping off the mound a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Woodward in trouble, and he's been ejected. Malinsky was yelling at him from home plate, came stepping off toward the dugout, and Woody wasn't going to let him up. He's been tossed.
So what Woody's arguing here, you and I talked about it a little bit earlier, there were some pitches that were off the plate away to lefties into righties that have been called tonight. No doubt that the strike zone has gotten a little wide at times, and from Woody's view, he felt like that one was similar to other pitches that had been called tonight. And I think Hernandez sold it a little bit as well, right? You saw the reaction from Jonathan Hernandez after he threw the pitch. It was a ball. It was off the plate.
Deep right center field. I think everybody except George Springer thought that he was going to catch it, and Dozier was doubled up, and now Alex is angry again with Lance Barrett as Garrett Cole strikes out his 10th.
That is called cheese at the knees. My goodness.
Well, in between innings, it appears that Alex Gordon was ejected by home plate umpire Lance Barrett, and then Ned went out there, and after an argument with Barrett, was ejected from the game, and so Brett Phillips takes over in left field.
Oh, man. Another breaking ball. He's going to eject him. And that, I have a bet. Joe will not be happy about this.
Clint Hurdle would come out and say, don't eject him. That was a curveball. He wasn't trying to hit anybody. We got 3 of their guys. Let's just play. The umpire's in a bad position once he's issued warnings. And Joe's going to try to make a case here to Marquez, but it's too late.
I'm not sure what Brian's arguing here.
I think Snit's mad because, well, he's protecting his player. But he's mad right here because they're saying he went. And as you said, Chip, when we saw the ball never hit the bat.
That is as hot as I've seen Brian Snitker. Charlie Culberson tried to bunt. A ball hits him in the face, and he's called for a strike. And you just saw Brian Snitker say, shame on you. So he's been ejected from this game.
Hosmer is walking out towards the third base umpire, saying something to Carlos Torres, and was not happy with the check swing call and may have been ejected. Andy Green out there seems stunned. So he had to be ejected to be able to go out there and do that on the way off the field after his plate appearance, grounding out. So he must have been ejected.
Yeah, I'll be quite honest with you. I was marking down on my scorebook the play, and Eric was going back to the dugout. I honestly did not see what Eric was doing. He's saying terrible, and then you know what?
2 terribles. That's not enough to get you tossed.
Yeah, and that far away. I mean, it's not like he's going up in his grill, and I mean that's one where you just. I mean, personally speaking, as an umpire, now Andy just got tossed.
Wow.
So wait a second. Andy was talking.
Strike 3 call.
You're right again, John.
A little off the plate. 5 strikeouts for Porcello.
You're done.
Somebody's thrown out of this ball game. I don't know if it was Harper, if it was Gabe. I think it was Harper. Jerry Mills, the crew chief, is coming down. Maybe it was Gabe because he hasn't been thrown out of the game yet.
I think they got both of them.
You think they got both of them?
I think they got both of them. I know one of them. I think that was the circle, like everyone here didn't come to see you type of deal.
Not happy with maybe the home plate umpire, Manny Gonzalez, who's on his way out there. So this could be interesting. Cal Eldred's trying to settle him down. And now.
Oh, there we go. All right. Oh, there he goes. You know,
you got to be a bigger man than that.
Well, you know, Cal is a nice guy. Okay, he's not going to raise a lot of stink, but you know, he could have just stayed out there and stayed with Montgomery and not let him pop off. But you know, he might have said a bad word to him. I don't know. But you could tell Montgomery was frustrated.
Got to be a bigger man than that. Manny Gonzalez needs to understand that there's tension, and sometimes you just got to walk away. But he walked out there, and he was keeping an eye on Mike Montgomery, and just as soon as Cal Eldred left the mound, Manny Gonzalez could have turned around and head back to
from Lambert. Strike call, just a little low. And Dave Roberts can't believe it. And Roberts told to go back. Dave Roberts is the only manager to not be ejected from a game this year coming into this game tonight. And he's going to get his money's worth here. This is just part of the game you don't see a lot, or as much, I should say, as you used to years ago.
I mean, that was a quick, right?
It was a quick hook. You can't argue balls and strikes, but watch this, how quick it was. I'm sure he hears
seen it by now. Well, maybe you save it for the third time through. Maybe. Well, he's hearing it from Scott. And Scott's gone. Boy, that was, or maybe it was Tim Laker. Either way, that was fast.
That was really quick.
That's a sharp hook. Sam Holbrook, crew chief, our home plate umpire. Now, either Scott or Tim just got run.
And if the umpire hears something that he doesn't like and he's going to throw somebody out, but he's not sure who said it, it's typically the manager that's going to go. This is borderline down, life-wise Supermo. He gets the call.
Very often. Gamble, center field, falling fast. That is going to be down, in and out of the glove. Kane's going to try to score. Here comes a throw, and Kane is going to be out at the plate.
All right.
And he's down in a heap. I don't think he ever got to the plate.
He's running on bad knees to start with and crashing into Walters. Boy, that's the last thing you need to see right now. My goodness.
And remember, the throw comes from center field here. If it comes from left field, I would say never gets overturned, because the throw automatically is going to take you into that lane just by the positioning and the angle. But this one is coming from center field. Here comes a call, and he's out. And now we're headed to the bottom of the ninth. Counsell is furious. Will Cain be able to continue? That is the big question. Counsell wants an explanation.
Oh, yes.
My. Wow.
Probably should have been a strike. Soria wants to know where the pitch was.
Well, did you see the home plate umpire? His body almost came out completely. This strike. Oh, no. That's.
And there's a shot to right field and a base hit. 1 run scores. Trout's going to come around. He's going to score. Ohtani gets the big hit. And the Angels lead 6-4, and Soria is hot.
I don't blame him at all. That's horrible.
0-2 to Albert Pujols. Curve tapped slowly. Simeon charges. He's got it. And that will do it. Couple of runs for the Angels here in the top of the ninth. So we're headed to the bottom of the ninth. Down 6-4, and Soria is still hot. No, that dugout's not happy right now. They thought they were out of the inning.
That was an 86-mile-an-hour pitch.
What?
That is an 86-mile-an-hour pitch.
What the?
And the Royals would be lucky to keep Martin Maldonado in the game. At some point, the White Sox, who are angry right now, will go into their video room and they will see that the pitch was 86 miles an hour. And even with the history that, and someone's going to tell Tim Anderson eventually that that was an 86-mile-an-hour pitch, not a fastball. And I will guarantee you that part of the plan tonight was not to hit Tim Anderson.
Man, that's tough. You lose your starter. This is his big start.
Now Ned Yost is already in a bad spot with his pitching.
Well, when you see the veins start popping on the right side of the neck of David Bell, you know he's not real happy at the moment, and you can't blame him. Now they're popping on the left side.
David's been thrown out of the game. This is the Reds' best player who just got hit with a pitch. I mean, you can sit around and talk about who the best career belongs to, but the best player on the Reds today is Eugenio Suarez.
Well, a lot of activity in the break. Marcus Semien, who got down to first base after the ground out, and he was all over Alan Porter. Porter's the guy who made the call, and Marcus stayed on him. And you can just about figure out what is going to happen here, as Alan Porter just decided to throw him out. And Marcus then came back and got his money's worth. Bob Melvin came out, and they let Bob Melvin argue quite a bit. He did not get thrown out. So Marcus Semien is out of the game. Jim Reynolds is trying to be a peacemaker. That's his job as the crew chief. But Bob Melvin is not a happy man. So Pinder takes over at shortstop. Chapman runs, and that is strike 3 called. So that time the low strike was called, and Piscotty just got thrown out of the game. So Alan Porter strikes again, as he threw out Semien last night. He throws out Piscotty today, and that's how the bottom of the 10th ends. So Piscotty, he did not say a lot, but whatever he said must have been the magic word, and now Bob Melvin gets thrown out. So the way it looks to me, the A's have probably had just about enough of Alan Porter.
Fair to say. Well, we've seen the bottom of this strike zone float and disappear at times.
It's a good pitch here from Ozuna, but you can understand the frustration in these hitters. Later in the ball game, it gets higher leverage situations. You're trying to get a feel for what you need to cover up.
But when I went to Minnesota and had a catcher that wasn't able to throw.
Now they call the balk.
Yeah.
James Hoy is saying he stepped home and went to first.
And Gardy's going to argue that's his move. That's what he's been doing. There's supposed to be an imaginary line at 45 degrees that they have to get past. If you drew a line from the pitcher rubber to home plate and then cut it in half, a left-handed pitcher is supposed to pitch at least past that 45-degree imaginary line. Gardy.
Yeah, see you. He's going to get his money's worth now.
About 45 degrees. See where Matthew steps. And he's already going towards, and this is
He's not sure if it'll happen then, but he thinks it's imminent or at least very soon, hoping sometime next week.
Oh, they're chirping now and there. Look at him. They're on Dreckman. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, here. Uh-oh, there you go.
And they just threw out Ned Yost.
It's going to happen here. On balls and strikes, you're not allowed to chirp and argue. And if you want to argue, then you can get tossed.
Giolito has struck out 11, and 5 of them have been looking. And I think that is what Ned Yost has been barking about with his staff. There were examples of several off the plate that were called.
Former MVP of the American League. And that got him a piece of his jersey. They'll put runners at first and third, and what in the world is he mad about? You know, it's Donaldson barking, and now the bench is empty, and Donaldson throws Diaz to the side. And now here they come. Didn't see any punches thrown, but certainly a shove from Donaldson, shoving Elias Diaz to the side.
And this is Donaldson, all on Donaldson. I mean, he gets hit in the shirt, not a body part, but in the shirt. And he's going to...
I couldn't believe he was barking at Musgrove.
Well, he's barking at Musgrove. Why are you looking at me? Because Musgrove's looking at him like, why are you looking at me?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so Donaldson's sitting there staring at him with this disgusted look, and Musgrove looks back at him. What's Musgrove supposed to go crawl under the mound? You know? Try to intimidate Musgrove, but Musgrove's not going to take any of that. And so because of Donaldson staring out, now what are you looking at me for? Well, because you're looking at me.
Now the umpires will gather to discuss if any action will be taken. Again, it barely grazes the jersey.
And the theme of the night. Going the other way with it, Andrus Wilgun is a very good arm. Plenty of time. 2 down. Well, Alex Cora out. Talking with the first base umpire, Carapazza. Wonder if Andrew Benintendi's been thrown out of the game. He has been thrown out of the game. They have run Benintendi. Angel Hernandez, who's the crew chief, coming up as well up that line.
Well, let's see if we can find out what happened. I mean, they see Benintendi being thrown out of the game. He was hot about something, but it didn't look like he was reacting to the first base umpire. And Cora still trying to make his argument out there. From what I'm watching, I couldn't see who Benintendi was hot at or why he was hot. He grounded out.
And Cora's now been run. Alex Cora has been thrown out of the game.
Generally, it was DH or left field. Really.
Ball smoked off the wall and left. And Cabrera is going to try for 2. He almost hit that one too hard, but he is in there with the double. No, he's called out. Initially safe, and then the out signal from Jordan Baker. So it's a single, And then an assisted second to put out Cabrera for the second out of the inning. Here comes Chris Woodward. And Woody, I think, saying like, hey, we haven't had our full 30 seconds. We haven't made a decision yet. Angel Hernandez, he tends to find himself in these spots. And Woody has also been ejected.
That's the biggest cheer the Red Sox fans have had tonight.
Wow. And Woody, this is his first opportunity to really get out there, and
I just have to think that if.
And the pitch by Anderson, another breaking ball, but that'll be down. So now Meadows ahead in the count, 2-0. And now Bob Melvin's been thrown out. And he's coming out to argue with Sean Barber.
And I bet it's about the pitches, because the one thing about the guys in the dugout, I mentioned the manager, is they can see because they're at that eye level.
And Bob Melvin right now is going to get his money worth. That was a very quick hook. I believe that's ejection number 43 on his career.
I mean, the point is, if you're going to give their catcher that call, then you got to give my catcher the call. And it seems like, in Bob's view, it was one-sided.
Strike three above the belt. A high strike rings up Ronald Acuna, and right now the strike zone's a mystery. It really is. You see what Brian Snitker thought of the call and where he thought the pitch was. It takes the Braves out of the inning, and Acuna was frustrated by it. And Snitker came out, argued balls and strikes, which is an automatic ejection. So he's thrown out, and then Acuna, bat and helmet go bouncing. Trip Gibson compounds his mistake by finding Acuna for throwing the gear, and the Braves will move on to the fifth inning without their leader, Brian. Prince Twins jerseys. They'll be taking those back to Manhattan.
Yeah, same color pack. Oh no.
Hunter Wendelstedt has not had a consistent strike zone tonight. And he is an umpire who has a very short fuse.
Wow, that hurts. Didn't take long. Neds want to know why.
That's one way to use the giveaway. They're here.
Brinson somewhere back behind there.
Oh, Ron Gardenhire just got tossed. Now he's going to get his money's worth with Manny Gonzalez.
You're saying the ball's down. Manny Gonzalez is a veteran umpire. He's just Gardy's frustrated. Me too.
Castillo turns to look at Phil Cuzzy, and it's called ball three. And Phil Cuzzy just ran Wellington Castillo. Ricky Renteria comes out trying to help Castillo. Ricky said, Phil, listen to me. Castillo turned, so now James McCann is DHing tonight. Castillo is irate. Whatever was said, Wellington is fired up. Now Ricky's fired up.
And usually this results in Ricky getting thrown out of the game.
And there it is. Phil Cuzzy just ran Ricky Renteria as well.
Well, you know that's coming because Ricky wants to get his money's worth. And it's 7-0. The fans have shown up. It's a full house tonight, so they might.
Good arms now.
Strike three call. Machado does not like it. And we'll say some things here to Bill Welke. And he's going to get tossed. Manny Machado is tossed from this game.
Andy throwing his bat off the backstop after being ejected, and he will head to the clubhouse.
Well, let's go back to the pitch here. It's a fastball off the plate at 97. We've seen a lot of pitches tonight, both ways called off the plate strikes. Sure, Manny has a legitimate gripe, but as I said, when you're around the plate.
Wow, late call. Fifth strikeout for Montas.
And what happened with Kyle on his first AB, he is not happy right now, so. Or Scott, yep, there you go, hustle out there, because I don't think Kyle's going to go anywhere in a hurry. That's 2 at-bats right now. Kyle thought that pitch was down out of the strike zone. It was borderline, and then the check swing in his first at-bat. Scott doing a nice job getting out there.
Boom,
there he goes.
he's out. 5 strikeouts for Montas, and now he's going to just defend his guys.
Well, that's what he's telling him right now. This is the reason why I came out here. And throwing me out.
Manny going to come out to get Scott. No violent.
To center field, Myers out there in center for the first out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So 1 down.
We got chirping going on.
A lot of chirping. What's going on there?
I don't know.
Andy Green is coming out of the dugout and pointing. Not sure at what, but Welke went back at him, and now Andy coming out more. Saying somebody's not talking to you. I'm not sure who he thought was talking to him. And now Andy Green's been tossed.
Bradley Jr. above average as well.
The 1 delivery's bunting. It's a safety squeeze. Now they're going to come in and score. Throw will go to first and get the out. Ooh. Tough play as Brewer looked home and then had to do a 360, but a fine bunt laid down and scoring from third base Santander.
Yeah,
and the Orioles tie it up.
Yeah, great play right here, and I think they're going to review this play here to make sure that
the umpires are going to meet on this. There's not a challenge here because that play is in front of the bag. Discussion going on with Brandon Hyde now. Crew chief is Mark Carlson, the second base umpire, who is in there with a home plate umpire, Trip Gibson. And thrown out is Brandon Hyde. Hyde just got heaved because that is what they're saying. There was interference. The base runner was out of the base pass and he just got tossed out of the ball game.
I think this crew was preparing for this when they met out on the infield.
Oh, an ejection from the Rangers bench. Chris Woodward's just been thrown. Now, we saw this before the 5th inning. Saw Doug Eddings go over and talk to Woody. It looked like an amicable conversation. And I just heard him yelling, one more. And whatever it was, he heard it and has ejected Chris Woodward. And obviously, after the Cabrera strikeout, a called 3rd strike, there was some discontent in the Rangers dugout.
Well, Asdrubal had seen a number of breaking balls and then a fastball. And, you know, no hitter's going to like that call, but a pitcher with the kind of command that Bieber has lives on that kind of command.
Cabrera,
that's not good.
No.
That is definitely not good.
So it must have been Cabrera who was ejected and not Woody.
That's going to add to the penalty.
Strike 3 call. Gerardo Parra has been ejected.
Well, that's big if he was going in for defense. I don't think he was. He's probably going to look at what we're going to look at right now, and that was outside. I don't know what he said, but did you think that was a quick hook?
Had to say something. That was fast.
And he's letting Dave Roberts know, and somebody just got thrown out of the game.
I hope it's not Justin Turner. And Dave Roberts coming over here to explain the voices. How can you discern who yelled that at you and then throw somebody out?
And I think it is Turner. I think you're right.
And they only have 3 bench players tonight. No, they're up to 4 now with Beatty being called up. That's pretty sensitive for a man in blue to toss Justin, because that would be the first words out of his mouth, and nobody in the stands knows it.
We've seen some really good restraint from umpires this season, with some pretty strong arguments coming from both sides. That is the opposite end of that spectrum. It's Chad Fairchild, who has a really good reputation. He's been a full-time umpire since 2010. He's done the postseason a bunch. A quick trigger, it appears, on Turner. Yeah, now Fairchild gonna wait until Turner vacates.
I mean, it almost brings tears to your eyes to think about that, and then have Savali have the start that he's had thus far.
Well, particularly in the start of this year, too, when you look at from a personal level in Savali's case. He's throwing breaking balls now,
and now it looks like Castellanos just got rung.
Well, the pitches that Castellanos is arguing were in the box. They were strikes and quality strikes. This isn't a right-handed pitcher that is so erratic that you're giving a called strike on a corner. But maybe this is the frustration of Castellanos coming out of where he's at in this season and all the trade rumors and his personal situation. It starts to really rear its head inside that one.
Ball got his hands, and they say he swung at it.
Oh.
He just said, I didn't swing.
I don't know about that.
We can't even review it, you know, because they said he swung. You can review it if it's a hit by pitch, but you can't review it.
Check swing.
On a check swing. And that's the first time that Gabe Kapler's been thrown out of a ball game.
He's getting his money's worth.
There he is.
Take a look. Did not swing at it.
It did hit his hands.
Back of his right hand.
He didn't swing though.
No, he did not.
2 strikes from Scherzer and a called strike 3. Well, another double-digit strikeout performance for Max Scherzer. That one just caught the corner. Oh, hold on. Miguel Rojas was still barking about that last strike call. And Mike Estabrook has thrown him out of the game. So out of the dugout comes Rojas.
Yeah, that was an interesting set of circumstances right there. Don Mattingly kind of got caught in defending his player, and at the same time
throughout baseball. Strike 3 called. And some words with Kerwin Danley, and he threw him out of the game.
David Bell's going to run out there before it gets out of hand, and he ends up doing something to cost him a couple of games.
And hopefully he didn't make contact when he was pointing that finger.
Well, Danley acted like he did. He actually pointed his own finger into his own chest. Puig was very upset after that first pitch. It was called a strike. It looked like it could have been inside, but it was called a strike, and Puig never recovered in that at bat after that pitch. He fouled off the second pitch to make it 0-2.
It was, and called strike 3. And Cargo saying you can't give them both. And now Joe Maddon's going to come out and try to protect Carlos Gonzalez. And he just got thrown out arguing balls and strikes. Now he fires the bat to the ground. Joe Maddon tried to get there in time to save Cargo, but he got there too late. And Gonzalez strikes out for the second time. Strike two looked like a strike. We'll have to take a look at strike three's call. To your point, if it was close on strike two, you got to swing the bat on that close pitch, and Gonzalez didn't.
Well, you called it, Bertie. You know, you said it. And a lot of times when you do that, throw it away. I'm not saying the umpire's out to get you, but it definitely doesn't make them happy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, if I was pitching and you showed up the umpire, I just felt like I had to put the next one close. I wondered what it was like for a hitter and if you felt like you had to be swinging.
Dozier rips one into the left field corner. 2-0 Washington. Dozier hustles for two, kicks it into high gear, and then puts on the brakes. Thought about it for a moment. Instead, it's a clutch 2-out RBI double. And Ron Gardenhire just got tossed. He's arguing about the ball that Soto thought was strike three. And now Gardenhire is going to get his full 30 seconds or so.
Hit Peraza. Sure did. That was a breaking ball.
And obviously no intent there. Getting him with a breaking ball. This guy's wild anyway. And that's why. And now look, David Bell's coming out, and I'm sure he's saying you've given a warning to each team. And I'm sure he's asking the question, if you gave a warning and a pitcher hit another batter, right, then why isn't he thrown out of the game? Now, that's what I'm sure he's arguing, but I'm sure the home plate umpire is saying, do you really think he meant to hit him with that pitch?
Look, David is playing the game right now. He's trying to make a young pitcher wait a long time in between batters. If he actually got the decision to throw Maples out of the ball game, it makes the Cubs use one extra pitcher going into tomorrow.
Curveball misses, 1-0. So Greinke will hit. Mike Malinsky is hearing it from the Diamondback dugout, and Torey Lovullo has been ejected. Mike Malinsky looked over there, said, "What have you got to say?" Torey said something and was run immediately. And he's got an issue with some of the strike calls by the plate umpire, Mike Malinsky. And here comes the crew chief, Dan Isonia, all the way over from first base. As Malinsky's trying to walk away, Torey's not letting him go. And finally, Isonia breaks it up. This was called a ball. And right away, you can see Malinsky look into the Diamondback dugout twice. And that's when
something to Bruce Strickland when he gets back up there. But that's been the norm here in the early going.
And they're already saying something to Bruce Strickland. Strickland took exception to what he was hearing from the Rays dugout, and Kevin Cash will get his money's worth. Strickland was pretty emphatic.
He definitely gave him enough warning.
So Kevin Cash with a few parting words.
See, if the video replay review came back and Kiermaier was not at first base, we had him thrown out then. Little did we realize it wouldn't take.
Edwin Encarnacion makes a good throw to Crawford to get the lead runner. Bill, thanks so much. Catch you and Tom Glasgow on the Mariners postgame presented by Alaska Airlines right after this game.
And Scott Service holding things up. They're wondering about the slide into second base of Canna. He's well inside. I think they may have a little bit of an argument.
Yeah.
Now Melvin is saying that he didn't try to complete the double play, so there shouldn't be a problem.
And now, as well as the hard slide into second base.
And the call stands. As now the umpires are speaking with Scott Service. Scott very emphatically pointing with his right hand.
Oh, did that hit him? He tried to, yeah, but he tried to bunt it.
Did he offer at it? He offered at it, so it's not. He will not get first base. It's a strike.
Look, he's going to argue, but he did. He offered at that pitch. Watch him try to bunt. He offered at it. Oh, maybe. Well, you know what? It was the follow through that really got him. I don't think he offered at it, but the follow through, if you watch it.
Is that what Eric Cooper, they called it? Was that follow through attempt?
Yes.
Tito's just been ejected from the game.
The ball hits him, and then he goes through with the follow through. Look at, he's off, and then boom, it goes through.
That's not following through.
No, I agree. I totally agree, Matt. This is the thing. He kept the barrel of the bat back. He got his leg out, and then the bat comes through the hitting area, and that's what he called the strikeout.
Arrieta deals. Kane takes a strike. Arrieta went to the same spot. That was a little bit lower, actually, but same corner. And he gets the call, and it's 3-2. And Kane to the right side grounds out to end the inning. Well, we had some fireworks between innings while we were away. Craig Counsell has been ejected from this game. Home plate umpire Mike Easterbrook ejects the second Brewer of the game. Braun went earlier. Now Counsell is tossed. Counsell was motioning to Easterbrook between innings, just saying, look, you're missing pitches by this much. And Easterbrook squared up with him and then tossed him out, and then it got really intense.
Yeah. Well, it's been one of those days.
Wow. Late. Yeah, Braun did not like that call.
Well, McCutcheon didn't like strike 3. Ryan Braun. It was pretty close, but watch how late it was. It took him forever to call the strike.
Here's the 1-2. And down he goes. And Braun will probably have a parting word for the home plate umpire, as he does. And now he's been thrown out. You knew that was coming.
Yeah, well, it took him a while. He turned around and said something and threw him out. Mike Easterbrook.
Now that hurts because the Brewers carrying just a 4-man bench anyway.
Well, he did actually say something right away.
That was the second turn that got him tossed. Now Craig Counsell is out. Yep, the second look. He gave him one look.
But right now it's kind of the opposite way, that the tale of two teams. One's going good, one's not.
Howie's not happy. Dreckman said he didn't stop, and Howie wants to know why he wouldn't at least appeal and ask the first base umpire. And Howie has been ejected.
Maybe said, why'd you throw him out?
And there goes the skipper. Get your money's worth now, Davey. There goes his cap after he kicks dirt on home plate, and he pursues Bruce Dreckman.
Made a lot of moves over there. Gone almost 2 weeks, so there's some new faces. If you haven't been with us, Marquez, a busy guy. And Elmore doesn't think he tagged him. That ball almost popped out of Marquez's glove, and I'm surprised if he tagged him, that ball would have popped out of his glove. It was right on the edge, hanging out of that glove, and I can't imagine he struck Elmore with it without the ball falling out of it. Let's see it here. See where the ball is in his glove? Now it dipped down into his glove. Well, he hit him with his hand.
You want to look at it.
At this stage, why not? Let's see. Well, the ball does disappear in there. Oh, he never hit him with the glove. He just hit him with his hand.
Yeah, it's bare hand.
Yep. He's safe. Slow down. That doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah. You got the wrong hand, Mr. Marquez. The ball's in the glove.
Listen to Jake Elmore. He immediately knew that he was safe.
3-2 pitch. Inside corner and struck him out, and that's a tough AB for Fowler. And Mike Schilt has been ejected. Jeremy Rehak ejects Mike Schilt. You could see the umpire waving as if to say that's enough, and Schilt did it right back to him and then threw him out of the game. Unlike this is where you have to stand up for your player. Those were two bad calls.
We got it twice in the at-bat. Should have walked and certainly should not have punched out. Dexter has had such a good eye all year too, working counts, working at-bats. Schilt knows that. Schilt also knows that he's not up there begging for strikes or begging for calls. Hasn't happened. He's got his guys back.
They calling him out? Looks like they are. I thought initially they were signaling a foul ball. Well, but with counsel out there. Home plate umpire Brian O'Neill was asking Jeff Kellogg. I'm not sure what they're doing here, but Craig Counsell not happy. And they're going to have a little chat about it, this umpire crew. Jeff Kellogg is the crew chief. Orlando Washington never got out of the batter's box. Let's see, does it hit the foot? Can't tell on that angle. That's a good job of acting if it was. I don't think guys can think that fast. No. They're calling him out. Wow. Well, that's Craig Counsell's he's hot.
To be one of those situations where maybe you have to think about it.
Oh, that got him in the hand trying to bunt.
It looked like it got all hand. I don't know if it caught any of the bat that time. I'm sure Bruce Bochy's going to say that he was attempting to bunt the ball, and if you're swinging and get hit by a pitch, that's still a strike.
Bochy trying to get an explanation from Andy Fletcher, and he's saying exactly that. He was trying to bunt.
Yeah, we saw Andy Fletcher call the other three umpires in, and one by one he pointed at him. What did you see? What did you see? Uh-oh. Like a very low-key ejection right there by Andy Fletcher.
13th season as the Giants skipper, and this one will end early for him. Dyson's going to take his base at first. Looks like he'll remain in the ball game.
And it's a little bit low. Fegley can't believe it. And Bob Melvin is all over DJ Rayburn. I think he missed it.
Well, and he can see, he might have been fooled because it was a cutter, and he might have been fooled because Bob Melvin can see the height. Oh man, that's a strike.
That's a strike.
That is a strike. Wow. I'm surprised Bob Melvin stayed in the game, but
I think Encarnacion thought it was going to be a strike.
Yeah, and it should have been.
So 2 on, 1 out. Here's Vogelback.
How do you miss it?
Center field. Laureano's going back, and Laureano turns around, and it's gone. Wow. Vogelback ties it with a 3-run homer.
Yeah, he just threw him out, and Bob Melvin's going to get his money's worth.
Found out Thursday after his game. Ron Gardner told us, look, I'm getting good. Oh, Ron Gardner pops right out of the dugout already. this a replay of game number 1? Chad Whitson are going at it.
I mean, Whitson didn't throw anybody out, did he?
And Whitson's listening, giving him a little bit more time, obviously, than Wendelstedt did in game 1.
Well, Gardy must have been the one tossed.
I don't think so, Buck. Maybe. He's taking a seat. I know Miguel Cabrera was complaining to Chad Whitson as he was lost him.
And now Rick Anderson's going to give him a little bit of a breather here.
He and John Hicks stuck around a little longer on the mound. Are they mixing up their signs? Is that what they were possibly talking about?
Gardy's mad about something. He's coming out here right now.
Oh, he just got tossed. He's talking about the strike zone, you think, Jack?
Well, I saw Rick Anderson have a conversation as he's walked out the mound. Hunter might have said something to him on the way out there.
Maldonado has been at odds with home plate umpire Brian Knight all night as the Royals catcher. And somebody just got thrown out. Ned Yost came out of the Royals dugout screaming at Brian Knight, but it was Maldonado who was ejected. And Ned may get his money's worth while he's out there. Brian Knight, there goes Ned. Brian Knight is not the reason why the Royals are losing 9-0 tonight, but there have been a few instances tonight where certain pitches have not gone both ways.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Rendon's going to get rung up on a fastball that he thinks was off the plate.
Got to save him here.
Oh, and he's been tossed out of the game. When he put the bat down on the ground to show Buckner where the pitch was, he got ejected.
He didn't think it was a strike, and you see Grandal reach all the way over there, and it was off the plate. Pretty close, though. And right when he starts pointing, you're thinking you got to save him. You got to keep him in the ball game. And then right here he points with the bat on the plate, and that's automatic. Anytime you do that, when you draw it with your bat, it's an automatic ejection. The third career ejection for Anthony Rendon.
0-1. Check swing. He didn't go, says Marty Foster at third.
They're giving him a little chin music and a little language from.
He went.
Well,
is what Lucas says.
Yep. Well, unfortunately, you can't argue balls and strikes, and it would appear that Ricky is going to get the hook in this one.
Sox by 2. Called strike 3. Oh, Colomé aced him downstairs. Cleveland's fans boo, and they might have a case.
Put the bat on the ball.
Game speed. Practice at game speed. Drury started turning around his season the last time these two teams hooked up.
You could hear Drury's reaction to Adam Hamari, the home plate umpire. And Charlie. And now he wanted to throw him out initially, hesitated. Now he throws him out. Charlie Montoya gets thrown out for the first time, but he keeps Drury in the game.
Yeah, he takes that one for his team. His argument might be, hey, my pitcher was thrown at there and he wasn't getting the call, and now you call it. But he saved his teammate from getting thrown out.
Strike 3 call. Smoke didn't like it, thought it was upstairs, and he threw him out of the game. Smoke gets thrown out of the game by the home plate umpire, Mike Estabrook. But the Blue Jays have taken the lead here in the top of the 12th.
3-0. Doesn't swing, and back-to-back walks. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Jeff Nelson tricked all of us. Maybe even tricked pitching coach Rick Kranitz, because how often do you see a meeting on the mound when there's a 3-1 count? I think Kranitz was headed out there thinking it was ball 4. It was not. So 3-1. See where this crosses home plate, below the kneecap, and I think somebody just got run. Don Mattingly just got thrown out of this ball game by home plate umpire crew chief Jeff Nelson, and now Donnie is going to get his money's worth. At 97, and Gausman has been thrown out of the game. Now here comes manager Brian Snitker. I do not believe, when I checked about a half hour or so before the game, that warnings had not been issued. But home plate umpire and crew chief Jeff Nelson, along with anyone else who has had access to the internet since last August, knew that this day was coming.
How about the fancy footwork by Urania getting out of the way of that, and Jeff Nelson stepping right in and saying, "And not tonight, not on my watch." My goodness.
One more look.
And what he's done here this third and fourth time through is starting the hitters off with something slow and then heat them back up. He is still dialing it up at 97.
Well, Winker, he had words with the home plate umpire in the 6th inning. And Winker's now thrown out of the game. That's Marty Foster, who throws Winker out after the call on the strike 2 pitch, and Jesse is really upset. David Bell also has been ejected. He's trying to get to Marty Foster again, but the crew chief, Ron Kulpa, is running interference.
Well, pitch number 2 is what it is, and that's what set Jesse Winker off.
3-1 Arizona on top. Wade looking to bunt, takes a pitch low and inside for a ball. Wade says the ball hit him in the foot, and he wants the Yankees to look at it. Are they sending him to first base?
Let's see.
If it did, it might have hit just the shoelace.
Maybe skipped off the top.
Aaron Boone trying to get something from the umpires, and he wants the first base umpire to have a ruling here. He's calling the umpires in, talk it over. Did the ball hit Tyler Wade or not? Wade says it did. And I can almost tell you what's going to happen here. They're going to say it didn't. That was quick. They're telling him to go back and hit. Aaron Boone says, you know, why not?
Now, I think Boone, when he challenged that play at second base, that's it, right? He didn't get another challenge.
Yeah.
So this is a challenging. There we go. And you mentioned earlier, Kenny.
He got a chance of being thrown out of this game, and he has been. Now he's going to come and get his money's worth.
And that's on the outside corner, strike 3.
Got a little brouhaha going at home plate here. I think Ian's trying to say the ball was outside. I think Jeff Nelson's giving him a chance to walk away.
He's giving him a lot of rope because you can't argue balls and strikes. And I don't know if that was Buddy or if that was Desi that he threw out. Laz Diaz. See, this one I don't like.
I don't either.
You can't put your hands on somebody.
As a player, you can't put your hands on an umpire.
You can't put your hands on an umpire. He should not be allowed to put his hand.
Exactly.
You know what? Stu Cole will take care of it. Tony Walters will take care of it.
That's
and that'd be the
fine,
first thing I said. Do not put your hands on me.
Desi was looking like he eyeballed that the whole way. Yeah, I think he just threw out Desmond. That was it, because I still see Bud on the railing.
Carlos Lee in franchise history. That's strike 3. Ball gets away. Griner plays ring around the rosy, and Jose is safe at first base. Griner played tetherball. Abreu gets to first.
So the problem with this, and if Jose's inside the line, they're going to call him out. And what Ricky is saying is, look, take a look.
Let's see. It looks like they did call him out for being inside the line, but Ricky Renteria is out to argue.
Well, he's going to lose this one, I'm pretty sure, but we'll wait and see. He's arguing with Tony Randazzo. He said, look, doesn't he get a chance to move a foot inside? The thing with Griner is he couldn't locate the baseball. Consequently, he couldn't get an angle on the throw, which is what catchers tried to do. So the only throw available to him was looping it over the head of Jose if he couldn't hit him. Randazzo said he did indeed hit him inside the line. And
Ricky's going to take this all the way down the line. This is 90 feet of Ricky Loco.
Well, that's the appellate process, what Ricky is doing now. And
Ricky's gone. He's been thrown out of the game.
2 for 3 today. Reached on there, singled before the home run in the 5th, his 3rd of the year, and he gets hit. Miller running one inside on Cano, but right now the concern as to whether this is more than just a bruise.
Yeah, he's going to leave.
He's coming out. Now, Mickey Callaway is in heated conversation with Paul Emmel. Are they saying that was a fair ball? Because Miller fielded the ball as though it was a fair ball and threw to first base. And I'm not sure what this is all about. Paul Emmel is the crew chief.
They're saying this ball's in play, not a hit by pitch. When a guy got hit on the wrist.
Well, that's a challengeable play, so I don't know why Mickey is up in arms rather than just issuing a challenge if that's what they said. But it must be, because nobody's going to first base to run for the Mets. So that's going to go in the books as a 1-3 putout. I mean, Miller immediately fielded the ball and threw it to first base while Cano was in pain. And it would appear as though they are calling that a fair ball and an out. And I guess what they would then say is that because Mickey didn't challenge it in time, because they were attending to Cano, because you only have 30 seconds after the play is over, right?
Got to make a pitch here.
He does. 3-1. Moncada tied for 5th in the American League in RBIs with 16. 3-1.
Where is it?
Draws a walk and a runner scores. Oh, Ron Gardenhire just got tossed.
Oh, Gardy's not happy. That was quick. Oh, Ron Gardenhire wanted this pitch. Looks like it was a little inside. I don't know how he laid off, but that tells you how well he's seeing the ball. Moncada. That was a quick hook by Todd Tishner.
You might be wondering a little bit just because Rodon has been battling inside, right? He's been throwing inside and getting that inside strike.
It was. He threw it right behind him and they threw him out. Jeff Nelson just threw Kevin Gossman out of this game. Wow, I can't believe that. No warning. You know, these guys were put on notice, the umpires, about what happened in August. But at the very least, there should have been a warning, and maybe there was before the game, one we're not aware of, but that was way out of line to just jump in there and throw him out. Brad's going to get thrown out here, or should. So Kevin Gossman throws behind Urania. No warning issued. He's immediately.
High fly ball, left field and deep, going back Gordon. He's on the track, he's at the wall, he leaps, it's off the wall. LeMahieu scores. Boyd is rounding third. Oh, they're going to call it a home run. The umpire said it is a home run. A 3-run shot by Torres, and the Yankees lead 5-0. I'm sure the Royals will take a look at it.
Alex Gordon, the left fielder, seemed to point up at the fan as if to say maybe interference here.
Be a tough call when they look at it.
Yeah, and that will get looked at.
What do you think, Davey? That's tough. Tough call.
Well, the fan clearly is reaching over. The fan is clearly reaching over and inhibited Gordon from going further and maybe snatching that and robbing a home run. That's, you know, all things considered, that's going to be a hard one to overturn.
Than anything else. And he's down looking on strikes for the first out. 5 strikeouts for Matz. He's not happy with Mark Carlson. I think more about strike 2 than anything else.
Fastball, fastball, fastball.
Oh, somebody got thrown out. That was Bryce Harper, I think, that got thrown out of the ball game. Unless it's Gabe. Yep, it was Bryce, because here comes Bryce Harper. Dusty Watkins coming here as well. This is the most heated I think we've ever seen Gabe. All right, so we know Bright.
Got him.
Belt very unhappy. It's the second time that Belt has gotten called out.
He's got an argument. Yan Gomes is in the other batter's box.
Belt is gone. So are the Giants. Nationals coming up.
Ow. 5 of them now. He made his debut out of the pen last week.
Good for him. Good for Eric.
Eric Swanson, Marymount High School. And he just tossed someone out of the game. Nick Marley has tossed David Bell, we think. Here comes Bell out of the dugout, arguing vehemently. And if it is David Bell, it's his second ejection on the short season. There was some chirping that's been going on from the Reds dugout. Marley had heard enough, and we think has tossed David Bell.
It could be Kirk Casale. I'm not sure. You know, looking in the dugout, I just saw Casale go up the runway. He might be just going to put his catcher's equipment on, but I think David Bell's out there protecting his players, or at least standing up for his players, trying to put the attention on himself rather than in that dugout. And they're barking about some of the calls that Marley's made behind the plate. Now, we've seen him today, and he's not had the greatest of days.
David Bell's getting his money's worth. If he hasn't been tossed, he's on the verge.
Well, he must have been tossed because he would be on
his first time up. And Diaz will take the pitch down low. So the home runs continue to pile up. The Orioles have given up homers now, 18 of the last 19 ball games, and I think Brandon Hyde's been thrown out again. Second time in a week. CB Buckner, Hyde's going what?
Well, you knew this was going to happen. I knew as soon as the second
strikeout to VR, that somebody wasn't going to make it through this game, because those two calls were bad, and all of a sudden now he misses the same pitch. Right here, you saw Jesus Sucre on that pitch. He put his head down like, you got to be kidding me. It's the same pitch that you called on his last inning.
It was me, not the manager. It was me. Frustration.
Well, and you can't blame him for the frustration.
No,
I mean,
no.
those pitches are not strikes, and then when you don't
right here to Rendon. So now you can't have both. I can't cover both as a hitter. So that's where Davey Martinez got involved between innings, and I think that was his main argument. He said those aren't strikes, and Tony Randazzo said that's enough. That's enough. Put his hand up. Davey kept going. He said, let's go a few times. That's not a strike. It's not. And then he finally threw him out. And so sticking up for a star player, I think you get a lot of respect from the dugout by doing that. And I like that Davey Martinez showed emotion. I like that he stood up for his
So
player.
3-2. Let's see if he goes at first. He does not. Ground ball. Here's the one they wanted for 2. Ruiz. VR. Not in time, and a run will score. And Brendan Hyde, Orioles skipper, has come out to talk to the crew chief.
Well, I just want to make sure, obviously, that there wasn't one of those interference calls out there at second base, sliding illegally. Seems pretty legal, and he's staying on there. Maybe the question not whether or not he was coming up to take him out when he got over the base.
So they're not going to change the call. All kinds of discussions.
Yeah, I think Brandon's upset about how aggressively he slid over the base.
By the second base umpire, and he's gone. Brandon's thrown out. Welcome to the world of those in the clubhouse before the game is over.
Tying run at third and the go-ahead run at second. Dodgers looking for that good feeling again. A 3-2. Outside corner for strike 3. Pitchcast had it close to a foot outside, but
two borderline pitches in this at bat. That one was a ball and got called a strike.
On that strike 3 call of Austin Barnes, this is Russell Martin, who's on the injured list right now. He was thrown out of the game by Jeremy Rayhack.
What's going on? Looks like Kevin Smith has been tossed by Phil Cuzzy. Brad Ausmus trying to get between them. And Phil Cuzzy strike zone obviously has really upset both teams tonight. Whether it's Craig Counsell or Thames, it didn't matter. There's been a lot of guys that have questioned Phil Cuzzy's strike zone, so Jonathan Lucroy is going to have to throw the gear on. First career ejection for Kevin Smith. Here's the pitch that was called a strike below the strike zone. As you can see, instead of being on
Popped up. John Ryan's got a beat on it, and he drops it. E2. Did Machado drop his bat right at the feet of Murphy on purpose? And Andy Green is out there talking with Bill Welke. I'd like to see that again, guys, if we can. Let's see where Machado tosses the bat. It seemed like he went out of his way to put it at Murphy's feet.
Yeah, he's done some questionable things throughout the course of his career.
Look at this. This is Bush League right here. That's Bush League.
Well, 2 outs, the base is empty. Here's Tyler White. White doesn't like that call, and everybody in the Astros dugout screaming at Ron Kopa. That ball was nearly in the dirt. Alex Cintron leading the charge, and AJ said, no way is that a strike. And Ron Kopa says, don't come out here. I'd like to see that pitch again, Blummer.
Good job by A.J. calming Ron Kolpa down, because that mask came off and he was ready to tear into that Astro dugout. He's got his eye on somebody, and I agree with you. It's probably Cintron.
A.J. told him, you don't keep looking in our dugout. We're good. Who did he throw out? Did he throw out A.J. or Cintron?
What is he pointing at?
He may not have thrown out A.J. He may have thrown out Alex.
But why? I don't understand what. Okay, so just so you know at home, it's why I'm struggling with this one. Because the home plate umpire's job is to warn them, tell them, hey, lay off me. I'm trying to get my zone right. His job isn't to get behind home plate and not watch.
Popped up. Who's it going to be? John Ryan Murphy drops the baseball. What are they saying here? They're going to say there's interference. Sandy Green coming out to argue. They're saying Machado is out. So maybe they interfered with him there. I don't know. The bat flip ended up near his feet, but I don't think that was the reason he didn't catch it.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I'm just wondering, was contact made, even if it's a little bit?
I think it may have been the bat flip down by his feet.
Really?
We saw the kind of a flip there by Bill Welke.
Came with a fastball, locked him up.
What a location.
And Kemp just beside himself. Kemp clearly not agreeing with that strike three called pitch, an 88-mile-per-hour fastball. Thought it was low.
Oh, it did look low. I mean, you take the box away, and it's even a better gauge of where that pitch was. The hollow of the knees to the halfway point from the shoulders and the belt. That ball's not a strike.
David Bell is out talking with the home plate umpire right now. Jesse Winker's come into the game. There was a lot of talk after that called third strike, and he said some magic words, and he is gone.
Check swing, and he went. Uh-oh, he just got ejected, and Cardinals are with a short bench. Uh-oh.
In between innings there, David Bell was out arguing with home plate umpire Bill Miller. And Nick Senzel's been ejected from this game. And here's the reaction to a pitch earlier in the at-bat. And then Senzel, in the face of Bill Miller, held back by third base coach J.R. House and tossed, said the magic words. Out came David Bell, who did not get ejected. So the Reds have a new center fielder. Phillip Ervin out there in center field as Nick Senzel tossed from the game.
Well, that's just such a needless ejection. I know you get a move.
And he is called out on strikes. Aguilar, a little word with John Lipka there on that pitch, but it appeared to catch the corner. Oh, and now he's been ejected. Now the Rays are going to lose Aguilar. So the pitch on the inside corner, Lipka called him out. Now he's ejected him.
Well, it looked like a questionable pitch either way. Aguilar obviously politely disagreeing with home plate umpire John Lipka. Here we're going to see a good replay of it. Yeah, I mean, it might have gotten the corner either way. Extremely hard pitch to hit.
And a called strike three, and Kane does not like that inside.
No, that's not a strike.
Pitch right there.
He got called on one last time up.
And he has been tossed from the game by Ryan Blakeney.
Well, Ryan Blakeney should be tossed for the game. That wasn't a strike. That's just a bad call. I don't blame Kane for getting upset.
Take a look at strike three call.
No. Not a strike. I mean, I think if he wasn't rung up on the pitch on the inside corner last time up, I don't think Lorenzo would have been so upset, but that was clearly off the inside corner. And Ryan Blakely, he misses a pitch, he rings up Kane, and Kane gets thrown out. Just a bad call.
Given up here in the month of August. 3-2. Wow. Okay, not real pleased. Oh, and he just got thrown out of the game. He threw a glove back and it hit Manny Gonzalez, and Manny just ran him. Keon Broxton didn't like it. Helmet. Throws the glove. Whoa! Glanced off his mask. Oh, that was a gimme. I got way too much carry on that. Yeah, went between the crook of his arm. And he was like, dude, really?
Strike 3, and Charlie's going to get rolled. He is furious. This is about 2 months worth of frustration. I've never seen Charlie react quite like that. And you get it.
Absolutely.
And now Buddy's going to get run.
Jerry hasn't been good all night.
He's missed a lot
of pitches.
He's missed a lot of pitches. And, you know, we've seen Charlie get angry before, and he'll say something, but he usually walks off. I've never seen him react quite like that, and I think it's pretty simple. It's a culmination of a season gone wrong the last 6-8 weeks.
This overhead.
Low ball. Oh, he calls him out. Calls him out on a pitch that Reddick thought was ball 4. Baker tosses Reddick. That has not been a pitch that he has called a strike all day.
Yeah, this is not a good pitch, and Josh Reddick has every right to be upset. You talked about how intense this game has been all day long. Bit of a roller coaster ride for both ball clubs. The Astros missing on opportunities after being walked 10 times. But in that situation where they needed that base runner to bring George Springer to the plate with a chance with one swing to win it, this pitch below the knees, well below the knees of Josh Reddick is called a strike. That strikes him out and keeps him off base. And he gets ejected on top of it for arguing what is a ball.
Thrown out of the ball game. Reese has just been thrown out of the ball game here in the bottom of the 3rd inning for saying something to the home plate umpire Will Little. Gabe coming out. At this point, though, I mean, Reese has already been thrown out.
Might as well get your money's worth, right?
Well, no runs and 1 hit and 1 man left for the Phillies here in the 3rd. Now Gabe chatting. 2-1 Mets as we go to the 4th.
Strike 3 and a breaking ball at the top of the zone. Has been thrown out of this ball game.
One of the two. Yes and yes. And a called strike 3 on Grandal. And here's Craig Counsell as Grandal having a word with Timmons. And I'm not sure if he threw him out or not.
Well, Craig Counsell upset about the reaction Tim Timmons had to Grandal.
And we've been told that Grandal has been thrown out. It's been that kind of weekend for both dugouts with the calls
behind the plate here today. And Counsell upset, obviously, an all-star.
Strike two. Ooh, Myers said something. And now pointing. Ooh, really fired up, and he's been ejected from this game. Well, you never see that with Will Myers. He just frustrated and boiled over right there. He was ejected from the game. Green now out there talking to Ramon de Jesus. It's been an interesting strike zone, to say the least, today.
You know, it really has, and I can sense the frustration both sides. And one thing I've always said in a situation like this, I don't know what was said. I can only read what the body languages between umpire and player. But with the way things have been going this afternoon, you know, I think letting a player kind of vent his frustration, you know, kind of give him some leash a little bit. And once again, I don't know what was said. Might have been something that triggered Ramon de Jesus behind the plate. But you're right, the strike zone's been iffy this afternoon. Now, I will be honest with you, that last pitch looked like it was a pretty good pitch.
Called strike three. I don't think Brad liked that call from Alan Porter. Alan's being, oh, there it goes. Never mind. Gabe pushes Brad back. It's a pretty good pitch, though. Pitch cast to let you know where the pitch was. It was right on the line. Yeah. Allen wasn't even saying anything.
Yeah, and we're not done. Oh,
Warning, Joe West has warned both teams. Why would you warn them? I mean, I know you have back-to-back home runs.
I have no idea. Gabe's saying, why are you warning us?
Oh, Gabe's been thrown out for the second time on this homestand. Atrocious, I see, he said. It was a quick exit, but it also is a quick warning. I know that there's obviously history with the rivalry. There was Reese's slow trot around the bases the last time the Phillies were facing the Mets.
He's not available.
Curveball. Did he go? Yes, he did. Schneider was looking for the ball, and Castro's going to wind up being safe. Bob Davidson's yelling at the Phillies dugout because I think the bench was telling him he's got to get out of the way.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, Charlie. There he goes. Well, talking about Bill of the Cap to the Bill of the Cap. Yeah, Charlie is red hot.
That's what they call beaking it. Yeah, when he runs out like that, he is really smoking.
I haven't seen him this in a long time.
Now they got to calm him down.
Wow. I mean, he is nose to nose with Bob Davidson. The reason he's...
Did it hit him? I heard a tick. What did it get? They're going to say he swung at that ball. And Peterson's going to argue he can't believe it. He tosses the helmet, and Jock Peterson is struck out. Heard the tick.
Just got tossed.
So Chris Conroy had heard enough.
That one gets the edge as well, and Carter Kieboom is not happy with Bill Welke. And he's gone. Kieboom gets run.
Remember, he struck out on a slider that was 2 balls out last time, so he's still frustrated from the 4th inning strikeout.
Heard Bill Welke say it was over, and then you turned and said something else.
He really didn't turn. He just kind of threw his hand up in the air.
Strike 3 call, and Mercer thought it was low.
And Davey can't go out there and save him, and he's gone.
The Nats will strand 3. Oh, they've stranded 4 all day. And this one, nothing game into the 8th inning.
Profar checks his swing, but he went around. Todd Titchener, the third base umpire, says that Profar offered, and he's throwing a fit, and he's been thrown out of the game.
Tough one there.
Bounces back after the home run, and now is Bark. Brian Knight tossing Cole from the game.
Hey, I got a question. Why'd you go down there and follow it? Don't ask me. Why's that? See ya. What, excuse me?
That's pretty weak. Marcotte quickly got out.
When he speaks, also very eloquent young man, very bright young man. Marte takes strike 1 against Justin Barnes, and he just got tossed at the plate.
As soon as he threw up the 2 fingers, like that's the second time you've called the pitch down.
Rogers went around. And he wants to run down to first to argue with Hunter Wendelstedt.
Be careful, he's going to kick him out. Oh, he held up.
Had a conversation going, and all of a sudden, he gave him the heave-ho. Unbelievable. But that is, I mean, that is the one thing you worry about.
A called third strike.
Oh, look out, and Hoskins is hit by the pitch. And Carl's been ejected. Home plate umpire Rob Drake, that was it. I mean, he popped out, and that's it.
Well, we've seen so many pitchers tonight lose the grip on the baseball. I mean, this has been a constant theme. And yes, Harper just hit the home run, but seeing McCann's reaction.
You do not have enough information to tell you this was on purpose. It's a cold night, Jessica, to your point. I understand Hoskins getting upset, but for Rob Drake to make that move so quickly, for me, that's too quick.
Yeah. Ball and a strike. The 1-1 pitch. Those are 2 that miss by a lot. Hey, dude. I mean, those are 3 brutal misses. What's the deal here? Chris Conroy's coming. That might be it. He got
tossed. Got hit the first game.
Yeah, that's, yep. That's exactly the interpretation of this crew, and here comes Tony La Russa just to get an explanation. I mean, those are 3 brutal misses.
I mean, that misses by a ton right on the calf.
You know, Tuesday we talked about how there were 3 White Sox that were hit with pitches, and now Tony's gone. He's going to get his money's worth, though. That is career ejection number 91 for Tony La Russa.
It's 3-2. Strike 3 call. Contreras in the face of the home plate umpire, Chad Whitson. He's been ejected. David Ross gets him out of the way. But Hader gets the strikeout, 2 down in the 9th.
I mean, it was not caught well at all, right? You know, but I don't know. It looks like it goes through as a strike when it goes through the box there. Just the way it was received, though, it's... Man.
Moments ago, we were going to break, showing you Edward Cabrera who's getting ready for his start. But while that was happening, Brian De La Cruz was called out for swinging at this pitch, Holly, and then he ended up getting tossed.
Well, you can clearly see the frustration. De La Cruz checked his swing. The question is, did he go or not? Now, he's going to give you a different answer than really anybody else, but the first base umpire says he did, and that's what ignites De La Cruz. He's on his way down to first base, and he doesn't like it. But he's not actually ejected by the first base umpire. He's ejected by the home plate umpire, and I don't agree with this. That he warned him, and then De La Cruz did nothing to warrant being ejected in the last 2 seconds right there. I mean, you got to be kidding me.
Count holding at 1-2, and the pitch is taken for a called strike 3. Tim just bailed, and he's telling the home plate umpire, DJ Rayburn, he's supposed to lock eyes with me. So Tim was ready to hit. He had already asked for time, and then he basically stepped out of the box, and Webb fired a fastball down the middle.
I think Tim Anderson just got run. Pedro out of the dugout to talk to DJ Rayburn, the plate umpire. Tim evidently went to the dugout and was still talking to the plate umpire, Rayburn.
I don't think anyone's ever struck out half a batter.
Nick Castellanos is barking at Nick Lentz from the dugout.
Yeah, Nick's going to get run. Yep.
He just threw him out. I think he threw Nick out. I don't think he threw Kevin Long out. Yeah, here comes Rob Thompson. Well, I don't see Kevin, and Nick is still there, so maybe it was Kevin that was thrown out.
Chisholm Jr. stands in. Called strike 3, and Jazz has just been tossed. And now he'll exchange words with Jeff Nelson.
Well, Jeff Nelson had a couple of opportunities to throw him out in the 3rd inning. And after Chisholm decided to bark again at a 3rd strike call, this time he finally got run.
Ball 2.
This is the pitch Miller wanted to. He shook off. That was a really well located slider.
Lance Barrett ejects Austin Barnes. Frustrations and tempers boiling over.
We've got a pitcher struggling to find the zone. He throws this one, the slider. Looked like it clipped the bottom, and Austin Barnes.
Also, it's an 8-run game, and he's squeezing guys pretty routinely on pitches on the corner.
I went back and forth for a while, though.
So Barnes is thrown out of the game. Let's see, they're going to have to get Will Smith warm and ready to come in. That becomes the bigger thing, that you wanted to get Smith a full day off here. Or we're going to find out who the 3rd catcher is.
Yeah, you can tell how fired up Doc is right there. Not something you see very often.
Jackson gets a high strike, and he retires Mullins. So 2 strikeouts for Zach Jackson. Brandon Hyde, I think. Well, let's see. Cedric Mullins maybe has been thrown out of the game. Brandon Hyde's out to defend it. That looked like a very quick hook from Malachi Moore. It's not like Cedric Mullins was complaining all night.
Yeah, and this is not like Cedric Mullins. You know, he hardly ever gets upset.
Brandon Hyde is as furious as we've seen him this year, and about as furious as we've seen him ever with the Orioles. Oh, no. And he's been thrown out. Brandon Hyde and Cedric Mullins both ejected. That is a
strike 3 calls. And Nick's been thrown out of the ball game. He just put a mark down in the dirt as to where that pitch was. So he's been ejected.
You see Aaron Boone clearly not happy, and I don't blame him.
Well, they're going to overturn this catch, and then the run will score, and the inning will continue. And he just got thrown out.
Brian Snitker's not very happy. He may not be around for much longer. Look at Wash trying to get in the way. Onions got tossed. First time this year, Brian Snitker has been ejected from a ball game. Here he goes. Well, it's not often the skipper gets ejected when things are going as well as they are right now. But Brian Snitker will have an early exit to the showers.
This is a continuation of a discussion that was held when Germán came off the mound at the end of the 3rd inning. A long discussion after he was checked by first base umpire James Hoy, who's the crew chief. Afterward, now this is at the end of the top of the 3rd, Hoy had an extended conversation with Boone, and now Germán tried to take the mound. He's been intercepted here. He does not have his glove with him, and so we're not sure whether he's going to be able to continue to pitch in this game or not. During the break, we've seen Germán smell his hands, show his hands to the umpire, but I think we are very likely going to see a new Yankee pitcher. And Germán does have a glove on now, but something was amiss as he was checked coming off the mound after the 3rd inning. The umpires are now conferring in fair territory. This was coming off the mound. That's James Hoy, the crew chief, checking his hands and the glove, and then afterwards Hoy went to talk to Aaron Boone. And so Herman came out to start his warm-up tosses, and Hoy again intercepted him. And the umpires have had a conference and now are explaining whatever their judgment is to Herman and Aaron Boone.
If it has to be that long of a discussion, that means something. There's smoke, there's fire.
Well, but now here is Herman with his glove on.
Between innings, Oliver Marmol and Will Little were having a not so pleasant conversation about the strike zone in the third inning, and Marmol has just been excused.
The conversation went on for a little bit too, and I basically think the whole thing here is, that's great, you gave us a pitch at the end, but you cost us a run with the bases loaded, and I think that's kind of the gist of this conversation right now.
Well, he got his money's worth. And Lance Barksdale comes in, breaks that up. Fourth career ejection for Marmol, his first this year.
David Bell is not happy. And he's been ejected. First time has been tossed this year, 21st ejection of his career.
Romuto saying it hit him.
But here's the best part. The umpire just took his word for it.
That is reviewable. See, Buddy doesn't have, remember the Rockies lost their challenge, so Buddy can't challenge it. You can't just say, hey, I got hit and point to first.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's not backing off. And I understand why. Just what you said, Corey.
You know how it is when you're struggling to find momentum, you're almost waiting for that bad thing to happen.
Swing and a miss, and Contreras shatters his bat. It splits lengthwise, and the big crowd in Seattle didn't like that.
A little frustration boiling over there for Contreras.
Yep, somebody got tossed, and Wilson's going to get his money's worth. A few parting shots as the designated hitter is ejected from the game.
It's a nice look. And Luis Robert gets hit. The party was on in the dugout, and then suddenly everybody's like, wait, what's going on here? I think we have warnings. And now Pedro Grifol just got thrown out of the game.
By Marvin Hudson again.
Again. See, okay. That's wild.
I think the one thing that Pedro was arguing is that, look, if you think that it was intentional, so you're warning both teams, why don't you throw him out?
That's right.
Hugh got tossed for the first time in his Royal managerial career. That pitch was off the plate, no doubt about it. And, you know, just got through talking about, man, you got to swing, you got to hack, or don't let him ring you up. And the pitch was down, and Q let him have it. Good for him.
Central and Eastern time zone.
Yeah, not counting the first series of the season in Chicago, first two road trips out to the West Coast. That's tough duty.
Willie Adames thought he had called timeout, wasn't granted, and then the pitch was right around his letters, and
he just called a strike on it.
Yep, an automatic strike on Willie Adames, and Craig Counsell is coming out as well. Not pleased with Adam Beck, the home plate umpire, and Craig Counsell just got run. Just kind of lost control of the situation, it felt like. And strike three. Maria gets out of the inning. Willie Adames is still.
Swing and a miss at the breaking ball. I got number 6 for J.P. Sears. Oh no, what do we got here? Can't afford to get him thrown out of the game. Good job by Gino to walk him away. Scott Service coming over.
Well, it appeared that Jared just walking back to the dugout. The umpire must have said something to him.
All right, so he's walking away.
He's frustrated.
Yeah, it looked like the umpire said something. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
So I think he must have gotten tossed right away, and that's why Jared was so upset.
And here's Randy again, and he's hit by that pitch. And out in front, the plate umpire, Dan Mersel, purposely moving from behind the plate, knowing that Rosarena is not happy.
You'd like to give Brito the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, look out. Rosarena's hit for the second time, and he's really not happy about that. And the Rays will not be either. Virgil walking the Rosarena up that first base line as he gets rid of the bat. And the umpires are going to come together here. As Randy, after he hit the home run in the first, hit by a pitch in the third and hit again here in the fifth. Well, we have seen bad blood through the years between these two teams. And Kyle Snyder not pleased.
Well, and here's the thing. Both hit by pitch, the first pitch.
Yep.
First hit pitch of the AB. And so, you know what? You see if the Rays, I mean, Kyle Snyder would like to get a piece of that Yankee dugout.
This does have 2 stolen bases on the year.
And another throw that way, and safe is the call. And now we are calling a balk on Cobb, and now Jeremy Riggs is stopping. So remember the first play of the sequence when Cobb stepped off and then Joey Bart went out to go talk. The home plate umpire initially had said that's a disengagement. He had just picked over yet again. That was 2 technically. So that pick over should have been number 3.
That's the 3, and if you don't get him, it's a balk, and Adames gets second base.
Craig Counsell saw the same thing.
Up there with 2 on and 2 out. Gallen having to work here in the 6th inning.
On the corner, ring him up and sit him down. And Segura has been ejected. Mark Rippiger runs him. As Gallen gets strikeout number 6 and strands 2. Segura is gone, and so are the Marlins in the 6th. We are still tied at 1.
Umpires did another check of Max Scherzer, and after a heated discussion, Scherzer has been ejected from the game, presumably for having a sticky substance on his hand. The crew chief Dan Bellino did the ejecting, and now Buck Showalter in conversation with Bellino, as Scherzer has been ejected from the game. So he had his glove switched earlier, and they're looking at the second glove, and they were looking at his pitching hand as well.
Well, what Cuzzy was telling, and Bellino got involved, is that even though it's a new glove, it feels like the old glove. Or did Max go back to the old glove and try to take whatever substance was on it or on his hand off the glove? That might be the case. He might have brought the old glove back. I mean, Buck Showalter has said that you could ask about every pitcher in baseball using sticky substances every inning. And this has become a real crazy time here in Los Angeles.
So this was right before the last half inning that Scherzer pitched, before the top of the 3rd. And put some tape on his glove hand.
Is that to secure the pitch comm inside of his glove? Maybe that's what that's for. So maybe the tape inside the glove produces some.
Chopped. Runner breaks for the plate, and he's going to be out. And Cruz looks like he's hurt.
Yeah, he went in awkwardly. Hopefully nothing serious.
Oh, that does not look good.
He did not, yeah, he went in awkwardly.
And now Santana took exception to it, and benches are going to empty. Carlos Santana took exception and was jawing, I believe, with Zavala. And there was some pushing and shoving going on. Meanwhile, they're trying to tend to Cruz as the bullpen's also empty. Carlos Santana still wants to get at somebody. O'Neal Cruz still down as the scrum. Johan Oviedo is involved. Gavin Sheets.
Well, boys, what do you think?
That was interesting. Yeah, that was.
Be more interesting to see where this one is.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that was on purpose. I'm guessing he probably had expected something like that at some point.
And 2. Whoa. The Puig is hit by the pitch. In watching what they're doing, it might have hit his nose. His eyes are watering. Ian Kennedy this year, wow, he has been a little wild. He's hit 7 batters. Well, the crowd sees him put the helmet on, and he goes to first. And did that hit him? I think it went behind him and hit him. Oh, wow. Don Baylor out there. Ian Kennedy. That's Kirk Gibson, who is really ticked off. Chicken. All right, all things reasonably quiet. The pens go back.
You've now compromised the integrity of this game from a competitive standpoint. You've removed the starting pitcher in the 4th inning in a ball game that's 3-0 because a ball cut a foot. Terrible. I just thought he warned him.
So did I. Where did he throw him out? Tyler Anderson reacted towards the Philadelphia Phillies dugout after Franco was hit. His reaction was towards the Phillies dugout. I'm curious if that reaction towards the dugout prompted Eric Cooper to toss him out, which is even worse.
Why?
You're going to toss me out for yelling
at the dugout? That happens all the time. Guys jawing back and forth.
It was happening. Jung Ho making a play for a reason. He didn't do it just to make him slide for nothing. He did it because he didn't want him to score. But Washington, they don't want to hear that. Guys in the red shirts, they don't want to hear that.
Harper ducked back into the dugout.
All
there.
they know is their superstar could have gotten hurt. That's what they're thinking. So,
Rodriguez
and Sean and Cervelli, I think, are the guys with the yellow shirts that are doing most of the talking. And I think actually it's Worth and the Pirate pair, the two guys that are going at each other verbally.
and some gloves scattered around the infield. The team's scattered around.
Command issues at times. There you go. Dietrich is hit, and he has some words from Romero, and he's on his way to first base. And I think there's a warning to both benches now. Here comes Don Mattingly out. He's not happy, and he's been thrown out of the ball game. Mattingly's been thrown out of the ball game. Dietrich is hit twice. Now the first one was a curveball that came in and hit him in the thigh, but this was 98, and this was up and in.
And that one hits Nimmo. He made no effort to get out of the way, and they're going to bring him back. Well, we've seen this before with Nimmo, that he doesn't make an effort to get out of the way. And Mickey Callaway is losing it. He just got tossed.
He's telling him it's because it's a curveball. The curveball's coming behind him. He can't move. You get locked in and frozen where it's coming. That's what he's talking about. It's a breaking ball. What is he supposed to do? It's coming from behind him. There's nowhere for him to go.
And now the crew chief, Gary Cederstrom, comes in to try and calm Mickey Callaway, who has been ejected from this game.
So there's nobody on base. Tyler O'Neill with a cutter down and in. And now Craig Counsell looking for an explanation from Corey Blazer, and he's not getting one. And Mike Schilt is just waiting patiently to get his turn on the warnings. And Craig Counsell just got tossed by Corey Blazer.
Well, Blazer said something right before the Molina at bat to the Brewers dugout, and I don't know what he said, but Blazer was pretty animated at that point in time. And now Craig Counsell's going to get his money's worth.
He's trying to get his team going, and he's not happy with 2 calls here from Corey Blazer.
Crew chief is coming in to try and talk with Craig Counsell as well. That seemed like a really, really early warning for no apparent reason. There's 2 outs. There's nobody on base. Tyler O'Neill with a cutter down and in. And now Craig Counsell looking for an explanation from Corey Blazer, and he's not getting one. And Mike
Your
Schilt
best hitter. That was the old days. I don't think you take a chance of hurting somebody in a pennant race here. One of the best players in baseball, the reigning MVP, but we'll see. Oh, I was wrong.
Threw behind him.
Couldn't have been more wrong.
Hello.
Okay. Didn't hit him, though. Scared him. Wow. Is he going to do it again? No warnings issued, huh?
Well,
he could throw him out.
He could be tossed out of this game right now.
You could throw Sean Nolan out if you want.
The umpires, this came up several years ago. If they think there was intent, they could eject Sean Nolan right now.
I'll tell you what.
And Lance Barksdale's pretty.
Freddie knew it. He wore it, just went to first. He knew what was going on.
He's been thrown out. The umpires have the latitude to read intent, and they think he totally intended to hit Freddie Freeman.
Davey Martinez wants to run out there so bad right now.
The unfortunate reality here is Chip Hale doesn't have any more bench players available. If Nick can't continue in this ball game, we're going to have a pitcher play a position here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Looks like he's trying to say he's okay and wants to stay in.
Chip Hale is giving him a fight. The Pirates will need a new pitcher. Caminero has been ejected. Warnings were issued by Larry Vanover after David Freese was hit in the bottom of the 7th, following the time Segura got hit in the top half of that inning. Here's a look. And again, it's not just that hitters are getting hit. It's up and in, up near the head and the face.
Gausman's delivery to him, and he didn't mean to do that. Oh, he threw him out of the game.
You gotta be kidding me.
He threw him out of the game.
A 77-mile-per-hour slider that backs up on a cold night.
And Gausman is livid, and so was Caleb Joseph. You gotta be kidding me.
Now remember, there were no warnings given, so this is a decision by the home plate umpire that the pitcher threw at him intentionally.
Now, we talked about it that before the game tonight, earlier today, the commissioner of baseball, Rob Manfred, got on a conference call with both managers and general managers of both of these clubs. Joe Torre was also in attendance listening in, and they were told that it has to stop.
I don't think they can change their mind.
No.
Because, but it's judge's spot.
Ooh, and Dellin Betances just nailed James McCann in the helmet. And both benches are going to clear. Dellin Betances is saying, I did not do that intentionally. You see Betances yelling at him. He said, I'm not trying to hit that guy. I'm not trying to hit that guy.
Betances said, I wasn't doing that on purpose. And see Sanchez trying to hold him back.
Yeah, I don't think they have a choice,
Yeah.
Kenny. I am not sure that was Dylan Betances' intent, but I don't know how the umps don't kick him out given what's happened in this game thus far.
Yeah.
In this case, once
Gardner has to be dragged away. That's Marcus Timms, former Tiger, dragging him off.
Mark is doing his best to keep Gardner away from the pack.
So that means Gino's gone and Alex is gone.
So I assume Wilson's going to have to be thrown out of the game here. We'll see. Pushing and shoving now.
These boys want to fight, man.
Yep, they do.
They want to fight. They don't like each other right now. There ain't a whole lot of they want to fight. And the umpires, they can't hold them back either. It's going to be up to the coaches to hold these boys back today. Brett Gardner's upset.
Oh, he is hot. Gardner has to be dragged away.
That's Marcus Timms, former Tiger, dragging him off.
Right there at the end, I couldn't tell if Mattingly was looking at Posey or if he was looking at Andy Fletcher, the home plate umpire.
And Buster gets drilled. And that's all for Straley. Straley has been ejected, and so has Don Mattingly. And here comes Bruce Bochy out. The Bochy goes out to the home plate area and is intercepted by the crew chief. And now Bochy starts pointing and shouting at Straley. It's like Bochy wants a piece of Straley himself.
And the crew chief, Laz Diaz, saying, "No, Bruce, move on back to the dugout." And the booing is for Straley, who just drilled Buster Posey, their favorite son here in San Francisco.
Dan Straley, Don Mattingly both ejected from this ball game, so Tim Wallach takes over as the acting manager tonight.
He said, hey, we deserve an opportunity to retaliate. And right there at the end, I couldn't tell if Mattingly was looking at Posey or if he was looking at Andy Fletcher, the home plate umpire.
And Buster gets drilled. And that's all for Straley. Straley has been ejected, and so has Don Mattingly. And here comes Bruce Bochy out. The Bochy goes out to the home plate area and is intercepted by the crew chief. And now Bochy starts pointing and shouting at Straley.
That's one of the worst ejections I've ever seen. You just said he's working with a new arm slot. And now Belial is going to express himself directly with the home plate umpire.
No, he just want to talk to him. Belial doesn't allow himself to get overheated. And once again, that was not intentional. It happened right in the same breath. I was saying, like, he's been working on a new arm angle because he was an over the top guy. He's starting to drop down just a little bit, and he got away from him.
And Paul Mahler, I don't think has been ejected, but he's still jawing, or was before walking off now, with Alan Porter, the home plate umpire. I'm sorry, I'll say it again. That's one of the worst ejections I've ever seen. You just said he's working with a new arm slot, and now Belial is going to express himself directly with the home plate umpire.
No, he just want to talk to him. Belial doesn't allow himself to get overheated. And once again, that was not intentional. It happened right in the same breath. I was saying, like, he's been working on a new arm angle because he was an over the top guy. He's starting to drop down just a little bit, and he got away from him.
And Paul Mahler, I don't think has been ejected, but
up and in or behind Romine. But after hitting Sucre, no question on purpose, he went right into the Rays dugout after somebody.
And you said it well, Michael. That's CC Sabathia in a nutshell right here. And what is potentially
the last game he may pitch for the Yankees.
The Yankees did not like what happened in the top of the 6th. And Sabathia drills Sucre, he gets thrown out, Boone gets thrown out, and he said, that's for you, and added a little salt at the end. Lost himself $500,000 as he's thrown out of the game. That was the perfect guy to throw out, Sucre, the catcher, after they threw at Romine. And that's why CeCe's teammates love him, David.
CeCe don't play.
Well, that answers the question on what Sabathia was going to do. You know, he was the guy that took the role too, coming out of the dugout. He wasn't real happy when the ball went up and in or behind Romine.
Wow, and the hurdle just got tossed.
Oh, you have to get tossed. This is ridiculous.
That's
this is
I've never seen anything like it. That's unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
This is one of the most stunning things. Of course, it's in Atlanta again, of all places. Remember the call. It's incredible. They are going to toss Musgrove from this game for that. Are you kidding me? Wow. Baseball, you've got to be kidding. Look at this. Wow, and the hurdle just got tossed.
Oh, you have to get tossed. This is ridiculous.
That's I've never seen anything like it. That's unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
This is one of the most stunning.
And that includes guys like Lou Piniella, right? Among others.
It makes the Cubs use one extra pitcher going into tomorrow.
And David thrown out of the game with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And boy, he is really upset. I mean, really upset.
I think David is more upset right now about the Puig hit batter than he is about the breaking ball that just hit Peraza.
That's the 6th time this year that David Bell's been thrown out of a game. You got to go all the way back.
I mean, where it really looks bad for Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, is when the hitter is even saying, you shouldn't be ejecting it.
No. Overthrown breaking ball and he gets tossed. I think just the perception is what gets you tossed, right? 12 runs, a bullpen that has struggled. Maybe Justin's saying, you know what, I don't think he tried to hit me. It was a slider. Yeah, he's saying it was a breaking ball. Don't worry about it. And that's my bad saying good call.
Talking to Bill Miller, the crew chief, you know you're wrong now.
Yeah, it's a breaking ball. And it's overthrown. So it slips out the top of the pitcher's hand and it backs up. That's the old backup slider.
I mean, where it really looks bad for Doug Eddings, the home plate umpire, is when the hitter is even saying, you shouldn't be ejecting it.
And his first pitch tonight is inside, and it hits Ronald Acuna Jr. And naturally, the boos rain down from Truist Park. Of course, we have been down this road once or twice before. No one will. And well, now you can read the lips there. He's seen enough of it, is what, among other things, what Brian Snitker just said. All right, Holly, here's where you and I always get ourselves in trouble when we sit here and say there's no way that there was any intent there. But, I mean,
come on, listen. I know what Braves fans feel. I know what we all think. Right when we see it, it takes us back in time. But we've got to be realistic here. We told you the numbers with Pablo. We told you what he's dealing with when it comes to the Atlanta Braves. Do you think in the very first inning with the very first pitch, he's trying to put himself in hot water? I mean, you got to be kidding me here.
Well, Jesus Aguilar doing his best to cool the temperature over there.
Might I add one more thing real quick? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I would add this. We know Pablo better than anybody else around baseball, better than Braves fans or anybody else that's paying attention.
They just threw him out of the game.
It's not even possible.
They just threw him out of the game?
That Pablo, this is unbelievable. It really is.
That's unbelievable.
For what we've won so far, we don't have a lot of household names, but Danny said we have very above average major leaguers, so that Kiermaier said is a dangerous thing.
And now Baraki hits Kiermaier on the first pitch, and it's just natural to wonder if this has anything to do with yesterday and the card that he picked up at the plate. You knew nothing was going to happen in a meaningful moment, but with the Jays down 6 in the 8th inning, Kiermaier is sure wondering if that was intentional. Kevin Cash sure thinks that was intentional.
Yeah, he wants him thrown out of the game, and that was obviously what was going on as Baraki hit Kiermaier, and nobody knows if he was ordered to or he did it on his own, but Kevin Cash understands what it was all about. The game is out of hand. It's 7-1, and Kiermaier takes one in the middle of the back. That's not a good look on the Blue Jays for me.
I don't believe Baraki was tossed out. We didn't see that, and now the 4 umpires are huddling on the infield.
Right between the numbers, and that's the place you throw at somebody if you want to hit him, because the hitter's reaction is to back into the baseball. The problem I have with this is George Springer is your third hitter, then Marcus Semien.
Hit him.
What's Ty saying? I'm not sure. I'm just saying it didn't hit him. And now the Astros dugout just exploded. And now both sides are getting into it. There we go. Now Scott Servais, one of the first to spill out. That escalated quickly. Now somebody said something.
I think what Ty was doing is he said that it hit him. The umpire said it didn't, then Ty looked at the dugout and wanted Scott to take a look at it. And I hope everybody calms down a little bit.
Dusty's talking with Ty. Are we clear on whether or not that was ruled a hit by pitch or not?
I don't think it was. I think Ty thought it hit him. He turned around to the dugout and gave it one of these to his ear.
That would make sense.
And then so Scott was saying something, and I think the other dugout, you can see it hit.
Oh! Second time in the last couple of weeks he's gotten hit pretty high, and Vaughn just not happy, and Lopez talking to Vaughn, and now the infielders coming in, and White Sox bench has emptied. And here come both dugouts, and it's getting the 2 managers getting into it.
Well, I'm not sure Rocco wants any piece of Miguel Cairo. Ethan Katz playing the peacemaker.
Look, the context here too is this is the second time Vaughn's been hit up near the head in the last couple of weeks, and intentional or not, guys don't like it.
No, you can certainly understand that, but if Lopez wants to stay in his game, he better move back to where he's doing his job. And right now, as they drift away, the Sox whole team is drifting toward
the Twin team.
Hit him up high. And they're loaded up. For Abreu, the infield will have to come in and the outfield will have to come in. And now a little, here we go again. Pretty much the same thing we had in Houston. Vaughn just walked to first, had something to say. Lopez responded. Well, we're a little bit in more close contact here than we were in Houston. Rocco Baldelli jawing with Miguel Cairo, the acting manager. And Rocco's right in the middle of this.
Yeah, Rocco didn't waste any time getting out there. Gary Sanchez was trying to cool things down. He ran right out to Jorge Lopez and put his glove up saying, let's calm down here. Well, it's certainly not a situation that Jorge Lopez is trying to hit anybody. I mean, it ran up and in, but he's got that arm side run. Got first and second. And
why would you put somebody at third base with one out? Correa saying, hey, look, the situation, of course, there's no intent.
And he gets Farmer. Remember, Farmer took a pitch off the bat, just up his hands off the handle, and this is a terrible sign as he's slow to get to his feet. Tomas Vera races out. Athletic trainer David Bell was there as well.
That situation, you only hope that it gets the meaty part of the back of the hand.
And David Bell is having a prolonged chat at the plate. And he's been tossed by Tripp Gibson. Well, Bell's second ejection of the season, and he's getting his money's worth.
Looks like he's arguing balls and strikes and standing up for his players. A couple of pitches we mentioned earlier looked like they were off the plate. And I think it was David Bell's opportunity to tell Tripp Gibson about the fact that he called some pitches off the plate. Strikes.
Freddie Benavides has to physically intercede. Bell's bench coach, who will be managing the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's a part of this in baseball that I just don't like. I mean, I get it. You're trying to keep the game under control, but I think oftentimes you create more anger and more animosity when you give a warning like that, because now your hands are tied.
Well, I think what Brian's saying is, look, if you think a warning needs to be issued, if he's throwing at him on purpose,
then throw him out of the game.
Throw him out of the game, exactly. And now Brian Snitker is tossed. Well, I don't understand this at all. Number one, I can't imagine why in the world Hernandez would be throwing at Acuna deliberately here.
Right, he has no reason to. You know, I don't. This has nothing to do with what happened to Ronald last year, so there's no reason for him to do that. Certainly the Braves' anger has a lot to do with what happened to Ronald last year.
Umpire Mark Wegner is the first base umpire.
Another hit batter. Deemed intentional. Warnings had been issued earlier. That one got away from Rondon, and Mike Matheny is heading right out to Bruce Dreckman. Oh, he tossed him. That is about the most polite ejection I've ever seen.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't think he was going out at all, and then you saw Matheny coming out. He wanted something to happen, and Bruce Dreckman threw him out. They had issued warnings.
This is all a judgment call. You can kick a guy out without a warning. You can issue warnings and not send a guy out. But Bruce Dreckman, I think, has a no tolerance policy at this point after what went on yesterday. And
well, and again, there have been 3 Cardinal hitters hit. And
up and into Craig, and he's hit by the pitch, and Sanchez has been thrown out. Immediately ejected from the game. Here comes Clint Hurdle. And he is going to make sure and get his piece. Up and in to Alan Craig, who glared right back at Sanchez. And you have to wonder how long Clint Hurdle stays in this game.
You know, this is one of the first times I've ever seen this, and this is why I always say when they warn people, it's really, you know, kind of a farce. And now Clint's been thrown out of the ball game also. But if you think a pitcher intentionally is thrown at somebody, you can throw him out without a warning. I know Clint's going out there and said, look, this kid has struggled. He's trying to find his command. He's not trying to hit anybody, but he's trying to keep it out of the sweet part of the bat. And I think that probably is realistic.
Right around 300, 304. And Marte is hit by a pitch.
That's scary. It's in the
He
hand.
is frustrated. He thinks
that's never good.
That is not good. I'm sure he thinks there's something wrong. And the Pirates cannot afford to have anything wrong with Starling Marte right now.
Yeah, you immediately think when you got hit in the hands, a lot of bones, fingers, wrist area, and you get hit with a heavy fastball like that in the hand. You always worry that something might be broken.
And he's hit again.
23.
Ken Crenshaw, the Diamondback trainer.
Oh, no. Fastball, and it hit Peralta in the helmet. Peralta is down.
Boy, you could see the reaction of Jose, too.
And let's hope he's all right. You could hear it.
Diamondback dugout is on Vic Carapazza.
There's no need for any. It's clearly obvious that wasn't intentional. So why somebody would be thrown out for that, it's just crazy.
It's good to see.
Chip Hale is getting into it with Carapazza behind the plate now about all the barking that was coming from the Diamondback dugout. And the home plate umpire had to go over there and tell him that's enough. As soon as David Peralta went down, Jose Fernandez came over to check on the condition of Peralta. Diamondback's dugout, especially Turner Ward apparently, wanted Vic Carapazza, the plate umpire, to get Fernandez out of there.
Righty reliever. We've been told this is a fluid bullpen.
Oh, my God. Oh, no.
Dugouts are out there on the field. Dugouts have cleared. Bullpens are coming out now. 3 Mets hit by a pitch yesterday against the Nationals. It sounded like Buck and Dave had cleared the air. They know that they're trying to find a grip on these new baseballs, and it's just really tough. Again, you know this is not intentional, but when you start talking about a hand is bad enough because that can take you out of the lineup for a couple days, but when you're playing around the face, the head, you're entering concussion protocol. You're wondering, you know, is it more than that? Do you have a broken nose? Do you have to go do something else? And now Cishek had been standing on the mound. You're hearing the boos again because he came.
Bogarts leading off here in the bottom of the second. No score. Red Sox and the Orioles enter at 3:33. Back to the 5 spot tonight, and he's going to get hit. And they're going to throw Gausman out of the game.
It's a curveball.
He has been thrown out. Joseph is livid.
That might not be a break for the Red Sox the way Gausman's been pitching. He's been hammered. Now here comes Showalter pushing the catcher away because Joseph is hopping mad. I really can't blame him. That was a big curveball.
The 0-1. Jeter gets plunked.
You see this ball just tail. That ball was actually supposed to be outside.
Well, Derek in his career has gotten hit a lot, but this is a scenario, and I know Josh Beckett hits people, not saying it's on purpose, but, you know, the idea of throwing inside.
And Alex gets plunked.
You know, I was just going to say, you threw him all the way the first time. You know he's going in here. Josh Beckett does not have control of that ball right now on the inside part of that where he's trying to run it into righties. But, I mean, sooner or later, I mean, you just keep putting a check on the chalkboard on how many of you guys are getting hit. It's just You know, it puts the Yankee pitchers in a tough situation. I mean, it's a 2-0 game, but again, this ball is just running up and in.
Hit his hip. I think it peeled his belt buckle off. Look at that.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. First time they ever put a tarpaulin on the field. Uh-oh.
And that
Bad
absolutely
blood.
was, well, that absolutely was.
Here comes Bill Miller in from first base, and the benches are clearing. Here we go. Park got one up and in.
Well, what Jose wants to do is drop the bat. That's the first thing, because that's something that can get you suspended.
Darryl Boston over there with him. Abreu is not pleased. Frazier's in there. There's Greg Sparks, Scott Carroll on the outskirts.
A hitter absolutely knows when he's going to get hit. And although May looks away,
you see the reaction of the Sox dugout immediately, and now they're going to be separated. So Park got one up and in. In the top of this inning. He was hit by a pitch. Abreu gets plugged in the side. This is game 1 of a 3-game series.
it's also two teams that have 2 series each against one another, both home and away, remaining after this series. So we probably haven't seen the last of this.
That one behind Laurie, and they threw him out. So we keep thinking it's over.
He didn't hit him, though. Evidently not, because it threw behind him. That means Wakamatsu's got to go, too. That is the rule. And
Royals
he's
are running out of coaches.
Yeah. And Gibson basically telling him to stay in the dugout. I mean, and that's smart. And there's no reason to do it. But the rule, from what I understand,
Laurie and Herrera pointed at his head. And that's what got Laurie mad, and Laurie started walking toward that Royals dugout area. But I just saw Herrera point at his head, and you know what? That's bad.
That is horrible. And if we saw it and it's shown, somebody from the league office is going to see it, and that's going to be something that should be taken advantage of and concerned. And the Royals bench is saying to the bullpen, go back. And they're trying to defuse this whole thing. It's getting ugly, and they just trying their best to defuse it.
They're covering Herrera out of the game.
He's over it, and we play baseball.
I love what Brian said. Once my head hits the pillow, we start with a clean slate. And he's true to his word. And Acuna got hit with the first pitch of the game. So he's going to flip the bat. He's going to very slowly walk toward first base. Home plate umpire Alan Porter is escorting him. It's not the first time Acuna's been hit with the first pitch of a game by a Marlins pitcher. Jorge Alfaro is talking to Acuna too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Hernandez would have any reason to do that. I mean, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I understand Ronald's anger over it. Not the first time, like you say.
So now the question is, will any warnings be issued? Alan Porter's talking with Hernandez, and yep, warnings are going to be issued here. And the Braves dugout is none too happy.
Oh, in the helmet. Oh, goodness. India's hand immediately to his face. Tomas Vera out to check on India. I'm all right, he says. Where did that get him, on the ear flap?
Yeah, I think it did. His hand went immediately to his face and then looked at it to see if it was bleeding. So it probably didn't get him on top of the helmet. He came up angry, obviously, and it was a quick reaction. Flaherty, you could tell by the reaction after he threw that pitch and got away, that completely unintentional. I'm wondering if they may have given a...
they just pointed. I think that was a warning.
And, of course, no manager wants that warning given because, you know, David Bell's angry, and he's just got tossed. Because he said, how can you give them a warning and don't give us a chance to do anything about it? he's probably arguing that if you're going to give a warning, you ought to throw the pitcher out of the ball game for coming up and in.
A walk and a run scored. Oh, right in the back. Look out. He slams it down and didn't like one bit of it. Buck Showalter on his way out.
Well, that's uncalled for. And the reason it's uncalled for because you're the one that's throwing the home runs and the singles, and you're going to get one of your guys hurt. Now, he can apologize, but he's the one that hit Chris Davis in the back. That's on me. Of course it's on you.
Immediately a warning issued to both sides by Mark Carlson, the home plate umpire. Buck Showalter staying out there at first base, protecting Chris Davis.
Well, they threw at him in New York, threw one over his head. It's just uncalled for. Because when you're getting lit up as a team and as a pitcher, and very rarely do you ever see Chris Davis get upset. When he got hit in New York, all he did was run down to first base. And you don't want him coming out to the mound.
Look at Buck. Buck said he should be out. Throw him out. Now Buck's out. And he gets drilled. He knew eventually that was coming.
That ball hit the bat. Did it not?
He's walking up the line. That's what John Farrell wants to know. As this all goes back to the spiking of Dustin Pedroia. John Farrell chatting here with Fletcher. And Machado walking up the first base line to take the base.
That sounded like the ball hit the bat. But what did I tell you between innings, Dave?
It was coming.
It was coming, and I felt it was coming now. I thought they tried to do it last time. Now let's take another look. Where does it hit? Hits the bat. It's a foul ball.
Barnes.
And did that get him? Yes, it did, as they tried to come up and in. So Derek Jeter is hit by a pitch.
Rob Drake is warning both sides.
That's ridiculous.
I don't understand that at all. Now Joe Girardi's going to come out and have an issue, as Joe Madden will as well.
And now Joe Girardi is pointing at Jelps. Now that's got to be frustration. Why would Jelps be hitting Derek Jeter there?
Joe clearly is frustrated from that, not getting a second look at that call on the tag up. But in no way did I think that he was throwing at Derek Jeter there. Hannigan setting up away.
You know, unless there's a history, why would home plate umpire Rob Drake immediately call warnings?
Three men on the right side of the infield. Bichette alone on the left side, and Kiermaier is hit by that pitch. And we know what has gone on with all of that. Kiermaier not happy, being escorted up that first base line by the plate umpire Bruce Dreckman. And both benches now are emptying. And this umpiring crew will try to sort this out. And Kevin Cash a little heated.
Well, he's saying we all know what this is about. We know that it's on purpose. How is he still in the game? It should have been an immediate ejection, and you can understand that. I mean, this is all stemming from Cardgate.
Yep.
We talked about it early in this game, and that was absolutely on purpose, and everybody in the building, anybody watching this knows it.
So let's see what this crew does. There's no question that there should be an ejection, and the umpires will get together and make a determination. If they don't eject him, then it's free game on anybody you want to hit.
I mean, look, and you got Jansen setting up outside, and Baraki saying, you know what, here it is. I mean, this is.
Another 3-2. Profar checks his swing, but he went around. Todd Titchener, the third base umpire, says that Profar offered, and he's throwing a fit, and he's been thrown out of the game.
Tough one there. A lot of body getting out of the way. Actually makes it look like he swung trying to get out of the way. You can understand why he's upset. Big moment, probably the biggest moment, with first and second, nobody out, and now there's men on first. Still tying run at the plate, but tough call, tough moment if you're
It's off of Pablo Lopez. Made it 4-3 at that point in time. Ball outside. That was his, and a balk. Okay.
Be careful, Richard.
Richard not in love with the balk call by first base umpire John Tumpain. He said that's a set.
Not up like that. That's a tough pitch to catch.
And now another balk. Oh boy. Wow. Blyer's going to lose it here.
Yeah.
And now Donnie's out to defend Richard Blyer. Lewin Diaz playing a little defense on Blyer as well.
Well, this is a good job of Donnie coming out to de-escalate the situation. The first one I thought was a balk. We'll see how this one looks. I mean, I thought that one possibly could have set a little. I mean, that could have set right there. So
he did it again. He did it again. He called another balk. The first 3 balks of his career, and now Donnie is losing it, and he just got thrown out of the
Bounces back after the home run, and now is barking at Brian Knight.
And he has been tossed from this game, and he's going to get his money's worth. He thought he made the pitch.
Brian Knight tossing Cole from the game. A game now tied at 4.
Out as a closer. Maybe the back injury or knee, something happened at his elbow dropped. The sinker wasn't there, all over the place. And once that elbow,
looks like Boone's going to get thrown out. He's still arguing about Andujar. I'll give him credit. Moscoso is giving him some time. You're not supposed to argue balls and strikes. Andy Fletcher, the crew chief, separates him and says, all right, go back to the dugout. They gave him a lot of room there, Jeff. Looks like he's trying to get thrown out. Unless he has been thrown out already, because there's no way they'd give him that much latitude.
right, exactly. I don't think you're allowed to argue balls and strikes anyway. I mean, it's an immediate ejection.
Yeah, he was thrown out. That's why. Yeah, right there, they threw him out.
Now here comes Zapera coming in there. He wants to know if it was a strike then.
Oh, now Ron Kolpa is at his wit's end. Well, don't you just wish they were all mic'd up?
You know, first off, I'm sure Ryan Tepera does not like the fact he's had to wait around all this time.
He's trying to get a few extra throws in. That's what the part of it is.
A runner in scoring position. Things got to go your way, but he's been consistent.
Not sure what we're checking out here. On Culple, the crew chief, going down to John Tumping, the first base umpire. Did this ball hit him?
Maybe Jimenez said to the dugout that it did. It possibly could have, but as it skips by, maybe off the top of the shoe. He had to say something to the dugout because it looked like he turned and looked in there, and then they asked. Tito came out.
Well, he is high. Now they're getting everybody involved.
Well, to see if anybody else happened to see it. That would be awfully tough to see. This is as close as we can get. It's going to go down. It's going to skip in front of the foot, but does it catch it as it goes by into the catcher's glove because he catched it cleanly? It may have came off the top. It's hard to tell.
It does look like his foot moved a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like it skipped up, but can they see that on a replay?
Oh, uh-oh.
Well, we've had some action since we last saw you. Chad Pinder's been thrown out of the game. He, of course, is the guy who hit that ball down the line that was called foul. He is not happy.
Hey, I got a question. Why'd you go down there and follow it? Don't ask me. Why's that? See ya. What, excuse me?
That's pretty weak. Marcotte quickly got out there. But Pinder is gone for the afternoon.
There he goes. It's taken, the throw down. It's going to be a strikeout according to the home plate umpire. Reynolds can't believe it. They will not challenge. It's a stolen base. But Shelton is furious, and he just got thrown out because you could see that did not look like a strike to Reynolds. And you think it's a swinging strike, appeal.
Yeah, I think that's what Derek Shelton's arguing right there. There's no harm in asking for help. Ask for help from the first base umpire. Just get him to. He's got a better angle on the check swing, and the pitch was nowhere near the strike zone.
Furious at Clint Vondrack that he didn't ask Scott Berry for help at first base. I couldn't tell whether the home plate umpire indicated he thought that Reynolds swung or not. But the crew chief, because Conroy, is making sure he leaves.
When he speaks, also very eloquent young man, very bright young man. Marte takes strike one against Justin Lawrence, and he just got tossed at the plate.
As soon as he threw up the two fingers, like that's the second time you've called the pitch down there, that's an automatic ejection. I mean, Hunter Wendelstadt's not going to put up with that. But he's going to throw out Torrey, too.
Well, there goes Torrey. He got Brendan Rodgers last night. It's 3 in 2 nights.
You just said you're better than that.
So Marte at the plate didn't like this strike call.
No,
he didn't like one earlier. He thought that was low.
So watch him throw the two fingers up. This is what gets him right there.
Yeah.
So you've made that call. I mean, that's one of the first things you learn in pro ball is you can't do that to the umpire, right?
Checks the swing, appeal, he wins.
David Bell didn't like that at all. He's coming out of the dugout now, and he's giving Jeff Nelson an earful. And now he wants to go down to first base and talk to Manny Gonzalez.
David Bell is irate. Remember, Bell got tossed in the latest stage of the game during the Cubs series in Wrigley. I believe that also came on the heels of a Barrero at bat.
I don't think that he's been ejected yet, has he?
I did not see that signal.
I didn't see it either, and I have to say that Jeff Nelson has given him quite a long rope.
Did he go?
That's true. That's true.
It's not in the 5th after he's really been going along just fine.
Rogers went around. And he wants to run down to first to argue with Hunter Wendelstedt.
Be careful, he's going to kick him out.
Buddy's trying to stop him, and he just got run. He didn't stop walking at him, and Brendan Rodgers, this isn't, you know, this is how frustrated the Rockies are right now. So I've never seen Brendan that demonstrative.
I think Brendan was trying to say that's happened to him twice tonight, because he also in the 1st inning. Oh, he held up. I understand why he's saying that. I don't blame you, Brendan.
Umpires had a meeting amongst themselves for a while. Nobody was ejected. This looks like Jeff Nelson giving a warning to Jimmy Garcia that if you hit anybody, you're going to be gone. And I think John Schneider wants to come out and get clarification. Did you just give warnings?
He just did. Look at him. He pointed to both dugouts.
And I think Schneider just said that's really bad, if I was reading his lips correctly. So Nelson feels that he needs to keep a lid on it by issuing warnings, which in my mind usually is not in this situation. I don't know that warnings ever really do what they are intended to do, but warnings have been issued. Nobody was ejected. A long conference that whole break, the whole time we were away, the 4 umpires were meeting and had a conference.
Did he foul the ball off?
It was catcher's interference, I think.
Oh, yeah. You know, John Flaherty looked it up when we did the series on the 2 series on the West Coast. I believe that the Yankees lead baseball in catcher's interferences with about 12, which is close to like a record.
And you see Aaron Boone arguing. I mean, we'll see a replay, I'm sure, but Hickey immediately looked over at the dugout and said, no, there was no interference here.
He gets thrown out. All the frustration is going to bubble over right now. This has been a tough month and a half for Aaron Boone watching his team play the way it's played, and he is upset with that catcher's interference call. Well, not sure if you could really tell there.
We'll be able to tell here. You see Hickey reaching. I did not see interference. I saw Hickey reaching for the ball, but it looked more like a foul ball.
Well, Mike mentioned it. Brandon Crawford was going to have to walk by the third base umpire, Blakeney, and they got into a conversation, and Brandon Crawford's tossed.
And they had a conversation going, and all of a sudden, he gave him the heave-ho. Unbelievable. But that is, I mean, that is the one thing you worry about. When you have a third base coach and your dugout's on the third base side, you disagree with the call, you will say something going out to your position. And Gabe Kapler lit up. I mean, he just lost his shortstop here in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, shortstop who's got some ownage on the guy out on the mound. Just to set the record straight, he didn't go around. I know it's a hard job being an umpire, but you got to have a little leeway here.
So there's a shift on the defense. That means that Wilmer Flores will go over to second base.
Morel caught looking after the walk. Rogers strikes out 3 in a row. Welcome back. Well, Manny Gonzalez ringing up Christopher Morel on a pitch that was off the outside edge. Take a peek. Not egregious, but not a strike. Here it is in 3D.
Yeah, I guess relative to a couple of those fastballs that were so far off the plate, that probably looked pretty good to Manny Gonzalez, but clearly a ball, and then Mike Napoli got in his face and ultimately got ejected.
David Ross getting him out of there. Napoli tossed from the game.
The curve is in there. Strike 3 called, and Winker doesn't like it. A curveball at the top of the zone. Karinchak is thrilled. He leaps toward the dugout. Bieber's loving it. And Winker's just been thrown out of the game. Scott Service now in the face of Dan Merzel. The home plate umpire. Winker's been ejected. He struck out a high curveball to win the 8th. And now Service pleading with the home plate umpire as well. Scott Service getting animated. He's been thrown out. Manny Acta breaks it up as Karinchak, along with some help. A called third strike. They got to get Arenado out of there. Now it's too late. He's been ejected.
Oh, no. No, yeah. And JP, he just got fined. That's what that point is for. Well, that was not a strike. You can understand JP's frustration. And JP just got run. And now he's going back for more. Somebody's better get out there. Here comes Scott. And he's picking up the pace. Manny Acta is there also. And that was a bad call. And JP understandably frustrated. Not just by that call, you'd have to imagine. But that was the capper. JP has been run from this game, and after 7, the Nationals lead at 1-0. It's a bad call.
Spot where you feel comfortable putting the ball, and if you miss that spot, my goodness.
Wow, that's called a strike. Arenado thought that was a ball. Brad, you win, but I agree with you. I thought it'd be Ollie too.
Go pick up a lottery ticket as well.
I'm going to tell you, partner, great call on that ejection. Some of your best work this weekend.
Something you just know's coming, you know?
Here's a 2-2. And that is in there for strike 3, and Xander is upset. Here comes Cora out of the ball game. Well, it's rare to see Bogey that upset and like flip the bat. Upset indeed as he is called out on strike 3.
I mean, that is wildly out of character for Bogaerts.
Brian Snitker ejected for the first time this year, arguing balls and strikes. Austin Riley called out on a pitch that was out of the strike zone to end the Braves' 3rd inning.
Brian Snitker ejected, arguing balls and strikes with home plate umpire Will Little. And it has been a very inconsistent strike zone for Will Little here in the first 3 innings of the ball.
In the ground. They're looking for help here. There's Barnhart saying he caught it. Home plate umpire said it hit the dirt.
He doesn't have to ask for help, and he's not asking.
Yeah, he wants to meet. He wanted to look at the ball to see if there's any dirt on it. Now he's going to try and get some help. Let's see right here on this replay.
That was clearly caught.
Yeah, it was. Yes, it was. It looked like it. We'll see if he sees it. He caught it deep. Yeah, he was out.
Here comes Tito, and he's going to blow his stack. He has had enough.
1-1.
Here we go.
would think, John, that he's been thrown out because he can't argue balls and strikes, so he's going to get his money's worth now.
Who was doubled tonight but struck out looking twice. And Derek Shelton's been ejected by Edwin Moscoso. He has been hot all night after a check swing that was appealed on Oneil Cruz at second base with the 3 umpires tonight. And Ron Culpa, the crew chief, came sprinting from first base. Yeah, he's pointing at second base. Took the bat out of my guy's hands.
Yeah, and once again, yeah, he's upset because we talked about it earlier. When you don't have that 4th umpire, you don't usually.
Kansas City indeed has busted it open with a big inning, a walk, 2 singles, and a home run. And Cora's going to get thrown out of the game. Alex Cora is going to run on that. Remembering too that although it was Welke who made the call, it was upheld in New Jersey. But the umpire's watching it on video, so the umpires have to make a call.
See, I think why he's so mad is because the third base umpire, Gabe Morales, called it fair but not a home run initially.
Correct.
And Welke overturned it. How can he overturn it that far away?
So in the end, 3-run homer by Salvador Perez, and Alex Cora is tossed out of the game.
Strike 3 called on the outside corner, and that was right there. Strong inning for Harleen Garcia. Now I don't know what was just happening here. Some words were exchanged. Umpires are over there with Gabe Kapler, and Gabe Kapler has just been thrown out of the game. The umpires started coming after Harleen Garcia, and Gabe Kapler came up out of the dugout to defend Garcia, and now he's just furious.
The old trick elbow.
Christian Yelich just got thrown out. Craig Counsell is coming out to argue. Christian Yelich was barking a little bit after he got called out on the last couple of at-bats on pitches that are down in the zone. And Yelich is going to go get a little piece of Jerry Meals too. And Craig Counsell is trying to protect Christian Yelich.
From a suspension, he's already been thrown out. Christian Yelich didn't like that last call that Jerry Meals rung him up on, very similar to the last pitch that Woodruff threw that was called a ball.
And now Craig just got tossed out by Jerry Meals as he was trying to protect Christian Yelich. Been a tough day for the strike zone for Jerry Meals.
After review, ball hit the net. It's a foul ball.
Wow.
Minnesota retains
Bob Melvin comes right out of the dugout.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure he can't do this. You cannot argue, and that's what they're telling him. He started out there, and they said, nope, you can't come out after it's been reviewed and argue. And he's been tossed. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, throws him out. They told him you can't come out here. That's part of the rule after it has been announced. And he came out anyway and then continued the conversation, and then they ran him.
Yeah, you've already been tossed, so give him an earful, right? I mean, I don't understand what they saw and we didn't, unless they have a different angle on something. But I think clearly Eric Hosmer catches his ball cleanly, unless the ball is way up top. That ball didn't hit way up top the net. I got clean catch.
And Tim not real happy with Nick Marley.
And Nick runs him after boxing a ball in his second at bat in the third.
Tim cannot hit him with his helmet. And that's what Marley is saying. And Tony's got to get out there and get in between him so he doesn't bump him again.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, and I think that one's going to cost him. No, you literally, and I don't care how mad you are, you cannot do that.
Can't do it.
Just, if you want to get close in his face, take the helmet off.
Yeah, you can't do that.
No, and Tim is saying, why'd you throw me out?
a little more vociferously, and then Tony got the heave-ho, which you would expect after something like that.
And Ollie's just been ejected. He's going to get his money's worth now.
What he's saying is pretty correct, too. He said, you tell me where the strike zone is tonight.
Sandy wishing him well on his way to L.A.
Called strike 3. Aguilar. It's like a jovial conversation between he and Ron Culpa.
Ball came back just a little. Nola's face 4. He struck out 4.
And I think Aguilar just got thrown out of the ball game. It started with some
It's usually how an argument with your wife starts, though. Really easy. A few little jovial, couple smiles, then it escalates.
Right.
And that seems to what happened right there.
And it usually ends with you being wrong.
You know, he has a bit of a point. I mean, it was a perfect pitch, but it did look like it was just a tick off the plate.
Top, right exactly where they're going. I hope it's not on cue. Ooh, that could have been down. Come on.
Happ didn't like the call from John Tumpane right there. And Ian Happ's been ejected, and David Ross has ejected the headset.
It's interesting. Rossi was ejected early in game 1 of this doubleheader. Buck Showalter had words with the home plate umpire. I mean, you don't know, right, unless you know exactly what's being said down there. But it seems to me like these guys have been really quick to react.
Yes.
2 on, 2 out. And now a back pick to second. So they're really trying to get Olivares off the bag. There's a foul ball. Now they're going to call interference on Massey. He's out. What? And the inning is over. And Mike Matheny got thrown out by home plate umpire John Bacon while he was in the dugout. And he came back out and got his money's worth.
Now, you know, you could see Massey's body was over home plate, and actually Jansen, the catcher, he double clutched. Had nothing to do with contact or anything, but that made it appear that he was in his way, and it just happened to double clutch the ball. He didn't find a handle on it, and the home plate umpire thought it was interference.
Got him.
And then when you're starting to get on a roll like that, you're going to get those borderline pitches called your way. That's easily off the plate. But umpires, like everyone else,
did VR just get run from the game, or is he? Because if he didn't, he's getting away with a lot of face-to-face contact. I think they ran him. I think he's been ejected from the game.
It's supposed to be automatic when you complain about a ball and a strike called.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating night for Jonathan. Wow, that didn't take much.
That was just the right word to say, and that was a quick one.
That's not. I don't know that that's a show up. I think what I read home plate umpire Corey Blazer say is you show.
Houck deals. There's a strike. Check swing by Matt, but still call the strike by DJ Rayburn. And here we go. He's saying that was not a strike. I didn't see him throw him out, but you can't argue balls and strikes, so he's obviously been thrown out. Yes, he has. He has been thrown out. And he is getting his money's worth. He has been angry at the strike zone, especially the low strike that's called on Judge, and then Matt Carpenter just took a called strike 1. Jim Reynolds trying to break this up. But Boone trying to get his point across to DJ Rayburn, who's just trying to walk away.
The 1-2. Check swing, appeal to first. Didn't go, says Marvin Hudson.
Yeah, when Horner chases a ball out of the zone, he still makes contact 70% of the time.
Wow. 2-2 here. Check swing.
I think Ross is making a case that Carrasco's balking out there. Thought maybe they were arguing about with the home plate umpire about balking strikes, but obviously Rossi was lobbying Tom Payne for a balk call there on Carrasco. Didn't get it. Ultimately got the heave-ho.
Yes.
Set at the belt, and then he's coming up to the chest and stopping again. But what Tom Payne may have countered with is, well, he never really stopped. Because as you watch him, as the hands come set, he's still kind of tapping with that front foot.
Right.
Which, and maybe that was a balk.
And now, somebody in the Yankee dugout has been thrown out of the game by home plate umpire Jerry Lane. So here comes Boone, who's not animated. I'm not sure who got thrown out. So that is the hitting coach, Dylan Lawson. And for him to come out while Boone is speaking, that means that it was Lawson who was thrown out.
You know, at the beginning of the broadcast, I told you I like Jerry Lane, but I don't think umpires have any reason to be listening to the dugout. It's not blatant. I mean, we didn't even hear it on the mic.
Dodgers, he has hit good pitching tonight. He hit great pitching. There's a ground ball to the right side. There's no one there. They come home. And the ball gets away. No. They're saying out of the baseline.
What is it?
You're allowed to avoid the tag.
You can avoid the tag.
You're allowed to avoid the tag.
They called it right away, signaled it right away.
He never away. It's been eventful.
It has been.
Yeah, so Garrett Cooper didn't like the strike call on strike 2. He grounds out, walks off the field, jogging off the field. Home plate umpire Mark Rippiger's listening to him. Garrett says whatever he says, and then he gets thrown out. And then very soon after, you see Don Mattingly come out, and now he gets his 2 cents in. And with some of the mannerisms here of what Donnie's saying is, Coop was way over there, and you're way over here, and you're listening to what he's saying, and then you get mad.
Not only that, the home plate umpire, the entire time that Coop was running back toward the dugout, he was looking at Coop and pointing with his helmet, with his mask in his hand, toward the Marlins dugout, like, get in the dugout, get in the dugout. When in reality, he should have just turned his head.
Call third strike, bottom of the zone. Maldonado didn't like the call. It looked like it may have been at the knees for a call third strike, first out of the inning. And somebody just got tossed. That might have been Dusty Baker. It's been a frustrating day. We saw a 3-0 pitch called to Dubon that was off the plate that could have been a walk to start the inning. And Dusty Baker gets thrown out here by Ben May.
But Dusty out there trying to protect his players and make sure that zone's being called both ways, because you're right. It seems like throughout the course of the season we have seen some of these umpires not show the same deference to Astro hitters as far as the strike zone is concerned. And even though this pitch maybe grabs a bottom portion of it from the side,
leads things off here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch should have been a strike, called the ball. If the pitch to Seth Brown was a strike, Seth Brown is over there. I just saw him put up his hand like, what?
Yep.
That was, and they just threw somebody out. Somebody from the dugout just got thrown out. Mark Kotze is going to come out. Chris Siegel is the home plate umpire, and if you, the pitch to Seth Brown that he got called out on was less of a strike than pitch that Julio Rodriguez just got called as a ball. So Chris Siegel putting on a big show.
There's Brandon Hyde in heated discussion with a couple of the umpires. This is Alfonso Marquez, the crew chief. Brandon was just right in the face of the plate umpire, Ramon De Jesus. We are not sure what this is about in between innings. The third inning ended with the Mateo walk, the Mullins double, and the Hayes lineout. Brandon Hyde is still talking to Alfonso Marquez.
Yeah, and home plate umpire DeJesus is as surprised about it as we are.
Brandon is still talking and trying to get at Ramon DeJesus, and he has to be pushed toward the dugout by Marquez. So we did not see the beginning of this, but obviously Brandon Hyde has been ejected from this game. His first ejection since April the 21st.
Yeah, and he is heated about something. I don't think I've ever seen Hyder that upset.
I mean, the last time he was ejected was that Trey Mancini play in Oakland, and he seems more heated now than he did then.
There's another strike below the zone. Better believe, you know, with the bats that Aaron Judge is having.
And Aaron Boone has been riding Sherwater all game. He keeps saying, stop calling that pitch, that's low.
And we've seen it before. This is something that Aaron Judge, I know he appreciates. I know this makes him want to play even harder for Aaron Boone. He's going to have his guys back, and you appreciate this if you're a player in that dugout. Because those pitches are down. It's putting Aaron Judge behind the 8 ball each and every at-bat in tonight's game.
Now, this isn't just, well, it looks like they call a lot of low strikes on him, Cam. Statistically, they missed that call on this guy more than any other player in the big leagues. He's 6'7".
Evidently, there's a little bit of a carryover from last night's game to today's game. The lineup card exchange just happened. This is just moments ago. That's Guillermo Martinez, the coach for the Blue Jays, who rarely, as far as I am aware, Tabby, brings out the lineup card. He shakes Doug Eddings' hand. Eddings is at third today. He had the plate last night. And the strike zone, as everybody who watched the game knows, just was all over the place. And somebody, although that wasn't Eddings, I think that was the first base ump, Lance Barrett, who made the signal. And then Guillermo Martinez gets into it with Eddings. And unless that whole thing was fun and games, and we don't think it was, Guillermo Martinez is gone.
Jansen Visconti, our plate umpire this afternoon. Here's a 2-2, and that is definitely a ball, full count. Oh no, they're going to. Well, so much for that. He went. That is amazing. Jerry Meals on the appeal said no, that is strike 3.
Home plate umpire Jansen Visconti. Did he just throw somebody out? Wow, A.J. Hinch just got tossed. Wow, he is hot. We haven't seen him this hot. I think the home plate umpire Jansen Visconti might have thrown somebody out, but he was walking toward that Tigers dugout, having some words with someone in the dugout, and that got A.J. Hinch upset. He came out, and he really let him have it, and it wasn't very long before Jansen Visconti tossed A.J. Hinch.
Well, you only got to hope that it was Hinch that he was yelling at in the dugout, so there's nobody else tossed out besides the manager.
McNeil on the outfield grass at second. Pitch to Jazz. Called strike 3 on a pitch that was 6 inches off the plate.
I've never seen Jazz that animated. Strike zone today for Adam Beck has been terrible, though. It really has been.
And Jazz just got run. And now here comes Donnie.
Yeah, you don't want him to get suspended.
And Jazz definitely had a case right there. That was inside by a pretty wide margin.
Donnie might get run too.
Crew Chief Alan Porter trying to help Jazz calm himself down. He had a case right there. That is in off the plate.
There's been several that have been off the plate that he has given calls to, and that is the 5th time today that they have struck out.
Up the middle. There was contact, I think, between the runner and Garcia.
There was.
Throw coming home. He's out by a mile. And the Phillies are all up on the top step pointing.
They're calling interference on Luis Garcia. The runner will score. The umpires are saying that Luis Garcia interfered with Hoskins in the baseline between second and third, and they are giving Hoskins home plate. And now Davey's been run. It's the crew chief, Dan Iasonia. Bob, it looked like Davey got thrown out as he had already turned around and started walking back towards his dugout. I don't know if Dan Iasonia heard something.
Check swing foul.
And I don't know, Max is claiming catcher's interference. He checked his swing. Or maybe just claiming he didn't make contact with it. And here comes Rocco Baldelli. There was an audible sound, but I wonder whether Max didn't feel like he...
Yeah, and how much dispute there's been over the strike zone. And he's right, he wasn't even close to that ball. That was glove shin pad.
Even on that angle, you can tell he did not make contact, and all Rocco can do here is ask the home plate umpire to ask for some help, and that's what he's going to do. All the umpires will converge, and there's a chance one of the three saw the ball miss the bat by about 6 inches. You're grimacing. I don't think there's a chance?
I don't know if it's overturned. This might be one of the ones where you get together and say, yeah, I think I messed that up. Somebody overruled me here. I don't know.
And nobody saw it differently, I'm guessing. Here's the crew chief.
Well, we had the benefit of slow motion too.
Right.
There was 2 sounds. I think that's a lot of times what gets you. It's
yeah, they missed it by at least 4 inches. Now Rocco is going to pick up the argument here, and he may get tossed. There's been some.
Watch out. Now, come on now. Crawford is into second. Now, what's going to be assessed here?
Yeah, I mean, what do we have going on? Chris Guccione, the home plate umpire.
I mean, he's got to be out, right?
I would think so.
You got to run Neris now.
I would hope that after the first time a tie was hit that everybody was warned. That's an automatic.
Neris has to be out of this game. And he is.
There you go.
Yeah. Now, come on, man. Don't go palms up on that. Yeah, he said you have to. You have to. That's the way the rules work. I mean, that was at the head. Behind him and at his head.
Yeah, that's what he's telling him too. I wouldn't even waste time explaining it to him.
I mean, Dusty knows.
Now went in 3-0.
What are we doing?
Vic Carapazza.
Vic Carapazza, get back behind the plate. This is ridiculous. There is no way anybody is throwing at Michael A. Taylor. And you're going to go talk to the Astros closer? This is ridiculous.
2-0 pitch was inside to Taylor. Carapazza elected to call in the other umpires to see if they felt there was intent here in a 7-3 game in the ninth.
Man, ridiculous warning. Good job by Baldy going out there, making sure that his pitcher stays in the game. This is just getting worse for Vic Carapazza. That's embarrassing.
Presley gets tossed after warnings are issued on a 2-0 pitch in the ninth inning of a 7-3 game with 2 outs to the 9-hitter.
Good for him. The thing that really makes it bad for the hitter too is it's the breaking ball, and it never even comes near the plate. I could see it was a fastball running, but the breaking ball starts a foot off the plate, ends up 6 inches off the plate, and he rings them up, and that's just where the frustration mounts.
And he did go, says plate umpire Vic Carapazza. And Choi not happy about that. And the Rays bench not happy.
Well, Kevin Cash, there you go.
Has just been ejected. And Kevin Cash fired up here.
Marcotti's coming out. Well, and Dusty Baker heading out with the trainer to check on Alvarez. They were going to let it go, but Alvarez started to take a little walk.
Remember the Astros on their bench, Dallas, they got Michael Brantley Yuri Gurriel, a couple of regulars, one a left-handed hitter, one a right-handed hitter, and somebody just got thrown out. It was Mark Kotze. Mark Kotze just got thrown out by Mike Malinsky, who seems to be the owner of a little bit of a short fuse. So Mike Malinsky went out to the mound to break up the meeting, and he throws out Mark Kotze. Well, sometimes you see an umpire that just gets a little overzealous, in my opinion.
Checks to the runner, and the 0-1. And that hit the batter. They appealed down to first, and Ryan Wills said he didn't swing. And the Blue Jays are livid because the swing overrides the hit by pitch. And somebody just got tossed. Maybe John Schneider or Charlie or somebody just got tossed. And you can understand the frustration, again, because of all the calls here this inning.
Yeah, you called them the 50-50 calls, and you're absolutely right. That was a swing. You could hear Alek Manoah yelling at the umpire. That was a swing. Yeah. And it looked like a swing. Ball hit him.
But again, the swing overrides the hit by pitch. If they call it a swing, how is that not called a swing?
I don't know.
Coach Freddie Benavides has the lineup card because just as we went to break, David Bell got tossed. He got ejected as he came out, assuredly arguing about the strike call of Reynolds. There was also a strike call against Pham. Each struck out looking. It had once been a bigger zone on the day, and I also think David Bell showing his team that he's got their backs.
I think that's the main message there for David Bell, and that's one thing that you can never take away from Bell. He's always got his players' backs. And I would imagine that Gabe Kapler in the Giants dugout is thinking, well, thank you, David, because I was thinking about going out there earlier, but because we were down by so many runs, I didn't want to make it look bad.
Wow. And that is strike 3. Machado goes looking. That is 9 strikeouts, 13 in a row for Wainwright. Got a lot of drama in between innings here in St. Louis. After Manny Machado struck out looking, he would throw his equipment, and then as he was walking back said some stuff to home plate umpire Chris Siegel. Yeah, it starts here with a toss of the equipment. It really wasn't much of anything. The bat he actually threw was a little more offensive than his gear, and then said some stuff here, and now he's gone.
Yeah, you can't argue balls and strikes. Clearly, you could clearly see what Manny said to him. He did give him some leeway, and then Bob Melvin came out.
And Bob gets ejected too. So the Padres are without Manny Machado and Bob Melvin for the remainder of the evening.
As demonstrative as we've ever seen Zach Gallen on the mound with an umpire right there. And John Lipka walking out to the mound. Jose Herrera has to get in front of him. And here comes Torey Lovullo, and Lovullo's been ejected. Torey's saying exactly what he should be saying. You're walking out toward the mound to talk to my pitcher. What do you expect? Herrera had to get in front of Lipka that time, and now Torey has been tossed. There's the crew chief, Jim Reynolds. Obviously heard something and walked out toward the mound at Zach Gallen.
See, there's no reason for that from John Lipka. I mean, Zach Gallen may have said something, but he didn't leave the dirt part of the mound. He got the throwback from Herrera, turned his back on home plate, and Lipka was the one who tried to initiate contact.
Look out. And Wisdom gets hit. And now David Ross is going to come out. David Ross has been ejected.
Oh, strike 3 call. Choi thought he had drawn the walk. He was set to head to first. And Kevin Cash is coming out. And Choi not happy. Bill Welke called him out on strikes. And I did not see if Choi had been run. But Kevin's out there to pick up the argument in any case.
Yeah, not real happy at all. And G-Man Choi, we've seen some of these calls here in the last couple of innings where that looks like Milwaukee maybe at times be opening.
Can't afford that.
Clearly frustrated, and now he's going to get his money's worth.
That particular side of the plate, especially when Kyle Hendrick was pitching.
Sounded good. And now a pickoff, and they've got Witt trapped between second and third, running him down. And he's going to be out. He slid past the bag. His momentum carried him past the bag. And LeMahieu was able to make the tag. But Witt was out running him. I don't know why they didn't throw the ball to third. You don't chase the guy toward the base from whence he came. So that was very poorly done by New York. And Mike Matheny is out there saying, well, he slid into third, but the momentum of the defender pushed him off the base. Manny Gonzalez is the third base umpire. So Witt.
That's going to be a strike. Oh, he held up. Oh, on the appeal. It's Tom Hallian down there saying he held up.
Oh, 0 for 2 today.
This pitch is high. You know, the interesting thing about that.
Did they call it a strike?
Livensparger might have called that a strike. And Hallian said he held up.
You know, that may have been one of those where Rene Pinto asked for it.
Yeah.
Hallian reacted to, because that's what he's telling service. Like, wait a minute, he said it wasn't a strike. He's like, but I called it.
Yeah, and now
he just said right there, I didn't ask him. I called the pitch. He was probably.
Which I think there's only been one time since replay's been in the game that a replay has been denied. You know, I understand the rule. I don't think I've seen it overturned very much, and you know, maybe I don't fully understand the rule, but I didn't feel Murph was completely blocking the plate. I thought he was set up for a throw from a left fielder, which was going to take him into the plate. Once he received the ball, he was ahead of the runner. And for me, it's a big momentum turn in the game. Even though they had scored, adding on a second run, and then continuing the inning. So, you know, they had every right probably to throw me out the first time I went out there, because you're really not supposed to argue replay. So, very, very respectful of that, and I think I went out. To get the change, I just kind of lost my frustration with replay, and you know, it was a big moment in the game. So
broken bat, base hit into center field. Schwarber's going to score. Hoskins is around third, heading for home. The throw to the plate. He is out at home plate. Now let's see what happens here.
You may end up seeing batters or runners.
He may score. They may count that because the infielder got in the way of the base runner, Rhys Hoskins, and that's what's going to happen. It's going to be a 2-run base hit.
I got to believe that Davey Martinez is going to get thrown out of the game here, because there's the other school of thought that this was interference by the base runner such that the defender could not make the play.
Well, now Davey is going to go back because he's been ejected from the ball game. So he's been ejected because He did not like the call.
Well, he's still going after him.
So they call obstruction on this, and Davey and Dan Iasonia are still going at it.
Well, they really, someone of the coaches should probably get him.
Yeah, somebody should go out and just get him out because he's already said his piece.
Oh, strike 3 call. And Arozarena flipping the bat. And he has been flipped. Ejected by Junior Valentine. Well, that was a quick reaction as Arozarena not happy over the call. You saw the bat flip, and just as quickly Valentine went up with the arm to eject it.
Oh, boy. I mean, that one's further away than the others. And, you know, as a hitter, Buck, what do you do when you know it's a ball, but it's been called a strike? That one's 4 or 5 inches outside.
Yeah, and you can see John Snyder has taken the lead in getting on the umpire. But Gurriel looked like he took a close pitch that was off the plate.
And Charlie just got
Charlie
tossed.
out now.
And you know what? You can't blame Charlie. It's been going on the whole game. Charlie's eyes don't bulge like that very often at all, but it's been going on the whole game.
Yeah, and the Blue Jays have not been very happy with the strike.
Faced the minimum through 3 2/3.
Mancini off of Blackburn to second and Allen, and the throw not picked by Brown. Mancini will be tagged out. He's called out by Rob Drake. He turned in field, came back to the base, and Rob Drake called him out. He turned in field. Brandon Hines screaming he's going to push Trey back out of the way as Trey thought he got back to the base.
Well, you can turn. The rule is you can turn in field. You just can't make an attempt to go to the next bag and then come back. So that must be what the argument is. It is okay to run through the bag and turn into the field as long as there's not an attempt made to go to the next bag. We'll take a look at it right here. Just a one-hopper right off the back of Blackburn. A nice play by Allen to adjust.
Kotsay just got thrown out of the game. He came out to talk with home plate umpire Brian Knight and said, you know what, I got to fight here. I got to do this. And he did. And Brian Knight may have known it, and he threw him out. So the first ejection in the managerial career of Mark Kotsay.
Well, he's letting him know, look, Mark, you're going to come out here and talk about this again. I'm probably going to have to send you home.
Comes called strike 3, and Schwarber is thrown out of the game, and he had zero issue with getting thrown out, making it very clear you've missed him inside, outside, up and down. Kyle Schwarber thrown out after being punched out by Angel Hernandez, and Joe may go too. Schwarber is speaking for both sides tonight. We saw a lot of those demonstrations, none like that, but we certainly saw them as the players were going back to the bench.
So Lopez facing Nolan Arenado, who's been on base 4 times. First pitch up and in. Both benches clear. Now the bullpen's racing in from left field and right field. And we mentioned it at the end of last inning. We thought this might happen, and now it has.
You knew it was coming. You could feel it this series, specifically yesterday. Takes that one up and in. It was very evident the intent on that one. He pushes Nito out of the way to try to go after Lopez.
I think to Nolan's point, saying, okay, if you want to do it, there's a way to do it.
Get down.
Yep. Better not be down or be up in my head.
is hot right now. In that situation, should Glaber have relayed that back to LeMahieu covering third?
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. When you're getting a run down with the guy of that caliber of speed, you can't assume that you can just run him down. You get him running hard, one direction, then you get rid of the ball.
Matheny has been ejected from the ball game. This conversation is going to continue here, coming in to back up his young third baseman.
Springer at second, 2 down. And again the 1-2. And a fastball gets him for strike 3 call. Vladdy really unhappy with that one. But that one did appear to have the bottom of the zone. Did Vladdy get tossed? Charlie is out arguing, and now Charlie is gone. We know Charlie is gone.
I think he was just pointing to him after he slammed the bat, and Charlie hustled out there so his slugger wouldn't be thrown out. And Charlie took that one for Vladdy.
Corey Blazer out to break up this meeting. That's why I said when White was carrying the bat with him, he had his head down. He didn't want to look at first base. If he'd been rung up, I don't think he would have argued. And Rick Kranitz with a parting shot or two. And he just got thrown out. You can't argue balls and strikes. That's grounds for automatic ejection. And you could read Cranny's lips. He said he did not argue that. And he is getting his money's worth here.
So coming out here is Bob Melvin, and he's fired up.
Oh, yeah, he is.
I'm a little confused as to what's going on here, to be honest.
I'm not sure why he's out there.
Talking to Mark Wegner, the third base umpire and crew chief. That's as animated as I have ever seen Bob Melvin.
He's fired up.
Did he get tossed?
Well, right now, Jeff Bannister's running the ball club, and the mood in the Diamondbacks dugout is a little salty right now after that call, the Chisholm drive, which was signaled foul and then reversed to fair.
59 innings without a home run to begin the year before Pete took him the other way. Dom did not think that was a strike.
Wait, did he call that a strike? I thought he called that a ball.
No, called it strike 3.
Wow. I don't blame Dom. He's having a tough time back there. That ball wasn't even really very close.
Meanwhile, Max Scherzer doing some barking at the home plate umpire. Sure, he doesn't have to pitch in this series. He can bark all he wants.
I don't think he cares. He's intense. Protecting his teammates.
And we just found out that Max Scherzer was ejected. That's why he was as angry as he was and stalked off the way he did. So trying to protect his teammates. Jeremy Riggs a little bit in question, and Scherzer got angry, got ejected.
2-2. This one to right. Smith is out there and makes the catch. 4 fly balls in the inning. 1 leaves the yard. That was John Birdie, and it's 1-0. Well, the entire complexion of this game has changed in just a few seconds after we went to break. Madison Bumgarner, you see Torey Lovullo right now, who was tossed last night, is between the home plate umpire, a young guy in Ryan Willis, and the crew chief, Adrian Gonzalez. Bumgarner coming off the mound, gesturing, and he was thrown out of the game. Watch this. Right there. And so that was not the home plate umpire that tossed him out. That's the first base umpire, right? Dan Bellino?
Yeah, and I think he threw him out. The first base umpire is the one who threw him out. The home plate umpire, Bumgarner, had a couple words with him after to end the inning, but you know, obviously when they were checking his hands, he must have exchanged a couple.
And that one just clips the outside corner. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Nobody on. Crowd of 29,057 getting loud, and here comes Aaron Boone. He didn't like that call. Well, he must have been thrown out already because they would not allow him to be barking that much. Boone is getting his money's worth. And Ron Culpa came over to bring it up. That is a fired up Aaron Boone.
2-2 on its way. Strike 3 call. AJ just got tossed. AJ's trying to stay in between Baez and home plate umpire Nick Marlin.
Well, it's just a manager sticking up for his players for sure. AJ has to get in there. There's unfortunately been a couple times where Tigers feel like they had strikes that weren't called for our pitchers, and a couple close pitches there. I'm not sure that was a ball, but frustration is what's coming out here.
Curveball hits sharply on one hop, diving, stops Segura, scrambles to his knee, throws a one hopper, and the ball is kicked out of the glove of Hoskins, and a run will score. And Reese is running back toward the bag. He's asking them to take a look at it. I don't know how the ball got knocked out of his glove if it was kicked out.
Because I do think he caught it on the scoop.
He did. And Joe's going to come out. Yeah, he's out there. Yeah, he's out. And he had it long enough.
Yes, he did. The matter of did his foot stay on the bag?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not reviewable because of the timing. I think that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. When he said it's not reviewed.
And drilled is Donaldson. And he's getting escorted down the first baseline with Barrett. Now, you never know if that is on purpose. The Yankees think it is. And Paul, we've seen that throughout the history of baseball. Somebody hits a home run, the next guy gets plunked.
There's a two-seam fastball, just took up and in.
What do you think, Cam?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. I don't think they're trying to hit him, but what I love the most about this is from the jump, the whole entire dugout up, you know, letting Yimi Garcia know that they don't appreciate that and they've got their teammates back. The chemistry.
It's a challenge.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, Bo gets buzzed. And now the Blue Jay dugout is angry again. John Schneider's yelling. Charlie Montoyo's yelling. Lance Barrett just threw somebody else out. Charlie's gone.
Better get another your money's worth right here explanation.
Strike 3 and a pitch that was not a strike.
Ball's down.
He's been thrown out of the game. Plawecki livid over the call. Here comes Cora. That was ball 4. And there goes Cora. He's been tossed as well. Well, that was a horrible call from an umpire who's actually had a good night until now, but he cost the Red Sox a run.
Out of nowhere, he calls strike 3. He hasn't made a call like that all night. More crucial, bases loaded, 3-2. Plawecki knew it was a ball. That's why you never see something like this happen.
I think Cora just said, you're better than that.
Yes. That's exactly what he should be doing right now.
Wow.
That is a huge call.
I mean, it's a great take by Plawecki. Start with that. You have to be willing with this guy to take a ball And he did.
I mean, he saw it so well, the breaking ball, that ball, little sweeper, ball's down out of the zone.
2-2. Did he go? No swing, full count.
Well, this will be interesting from the low third base angle. Dave Roberts, oh my.
Larry Vanover, who had a rough night behind the plate last night. Dave Roberts convinced that he just blew another. I'm excited to see this replay. Oh yeah, that's a swing. And that's an ejection. That's why Dave went out and got his money's worth. So instead of one away, a full.
Might try to sneak a fastball in. 3-2 to Calhoun. Walked him. Bases are loaded. Joe Madden coming out of the Angels dugout. Joe Madden has been thrown out of the ball game. While we were at commercial break, Madden was at the mound. He took some time with Suarez. Buckner, CB Buckner, comes out, Mark, to say, hey, time's up. And then Madden had some words with him like, hey, you missed that strike 3 call, I think on that high fastball 2-2. And then Buckner throws him out of the game.
Somebody just got thrown out, and it's Aaron Boone. And Rizzo is also coming out, so he's arguing over one of the calls. So either Rizzo or Boone got thrown out. And the fact that Rizzo's out there arguing it was probably him, because he'd be thrown out automatically. Manny Gonzalez pointed to the dugout, said, you're gone, and Boone jumped out and then followed by Anthony Rizzo. I think Rizzo's saying, I wasn't saying anything.
He's also looking at Manny saying, you know me, Manny, I'm not that guy. And Rizzo, you know, he isn't a disrespectful player by any means. So to see him run out right there and defend himself, I totally understand it.
The Yankees have not been thrilled with the strike zone of Manny Gonzalez. It looks like he's getting his stuff and going into the clubhouse.
Anyway, and Garrett was just thrown out by second base umpire Ramon de Jesus.
He checks. They call a strike. What? Now the home plate umpire just called that a strike.
I thought he was checking with Tom Hallion.
Because Hallion said he didn't go, right?
Yeah.
Julio asking what the count is? 3-2.
I think so, yeah. He's a bit confused also about it. I don't blame him.
Yeah, it shouldn't be 3-2. Should it?
He called it a strike. It was 2-1.
Yes.
He called it a strike. Hallion was giving him help because he thought he was asking for help.
That made it
when he really called it a strike. And that's what Scott's arguing with. You asked for help, and Tom Hallion said no, it was not a swing, thinking it was 3-1, which means he would have walked on this next pitch. But instead, the home plate umpire called it a strike.
Yes.
And made it 2-2, and now 3-2 is the count, and that's why everybody was confused by it all.
He called it a strike on the pitch location.
Yes. Or he said he swung. Pitch was out of the strike zone for sure. Thought it was up out of the zone.
Oh,
wow.
It's time.
We've seen that before.
It's time to pick on someone else. It's time. And Scott's letting him hear it.
Yeah.
Comes the payoff pitch. Alonso went too far. No, he didn't. Should have looked from up here like he wasn't able to check, but first base umpire Ryan Wills says he held up. Close. So a 2-out walk. And here's Michael Conforto.
Someone's screaming unbelievable down there. Might be the skipper. And someone just got
he's
gone.
Ryan Wills just ejected somebody in the Nationals dugout, and it looks like it's Davey Martinez. Now another ejection. That's home plate umpire Ben May that stepped in. I don't know if he didn't see Ryan Wills throw somebody out of the game or if he's ejecting somebody else.
To me, it sounded like Gerardo Parra was.
That's hit on a bounce. Duffy to second for one. On to first, and it's too high. And Alcantara airmailing that throw. Andy Green is going to come out and ask about the slide at second.
Question is, was it a bona fide slide? Did he go out of his way to make contact with Alcantara?
It was hit pretty hard. And on the delivery, did he go out of the way? It looks like he slid straight into the bag. So he did pick that last minute move, but he's clearly able to connect the bag, but he does. The question is, will
and not called a strike, even though it was in our box. And Duffy says up, up. So a leadoff walk, now a 2-out walk, and Duffy will come out with Judge coming to the plate and Colomé coming in. Just right there, but half the ball in our box, half of it out. I don't know whether Rocco Baldelli's been tossed or not, but he made the pitching change, and he's been doing all the talking with Jeff Nelson. And I know what the topic was, the borderline pitches that were not called in this 8th inning that led to 2 Yankee walks.
Yeah, I'm not sure also on Duffy. We saw him going down the stairs during the break, whether he was tossed from the bench from yelling or Rocco getting as animated, I think, as we've seen him, but the frustration.
All that you need, and Savali needs to keep pitching. He's going to be a free agent at the end of this year, and it looks like Venable's gone.
Will Venable is hot. Early on, he is giving it to Marvin Hudson. Hudson has blown numerous calls already to start this game, and Will Venable is sticking up for his pitcher.
Well, happy Father's Day to you. I think that was what was said.
Check swing, did he go? He did. Ryan Blakeney said Seager went around, and Alexander escapes danger, and we're going to the 11th. Bruce Bochy's not happy about it, but we've got more baseball here in Arlington.
Boch didn't like it, and he's not going to watch any more of the game from the dugout.
88th career ejection. We'll be watching from the clubhouse.
The call, the field stands. Foul ball. New York will lose the challenge.
Aaron Boone not too thrilled, and he gets thrown out after throwing gum toward the field. He gets thrown out by the home plate umpire, John Tumpane.
Yeah, I think Aaron thought it hit the line from the review they saw.
This shocks you because DJ LeMahieu does not have much to say on the field. And Jeremy Rehak didn't like what he said and threw him out immediately.
Welcome back here, bottom of the 6th, all knotted up. I'm going to show you what happened here with JP Sears and Gabe Morales. JP, who's this on? Well, looks like he feels like all of it is on Gabe Morales, and you can understand why the frustration for JP. I mean, he just watched his teammate come in and execute, get a job done with the fastball, not get the credit for it, and that snowball we talked about.
First offering, tapped. Oh, that had weird spin. Kelly safe at first. Wow. It's the 6th straight inning they've gotten a leadoff man on. That's just a bad break for the Cubs.
Craig Counsell out to argue perhaps that he thought Kemp was running it in fair territory. Remember, they amended that rule. You do not have to run it in the lane as long as you're on the dirt. Craig has just been ejected for the 2nd day in a row.
So Craig Counsell has been ejected.
To know your outfield arm. That's a call, 3rd strike. Well, he just ran Nico. Nico Horner gets tossed. This is an inexperienced umpire back there. No. Derek Thomas, and we never see Nico beef at the umpires. No, Craig is going to get his money's worth here.
I think Craig just said you're better than that. You missed the call. Jason Dominguez here. 1 ball, 1 strike. And home plate umpire Bruce Streckman is having a word or two with Aaron Boone. It's James Rowson. Yeah, I don't know. Did you see the?
Yeah, he did. He's a lefty. He threw him out lefty.
Yeah, he did.
The 5th inning is presented by Audi. Now, Brian Snitker came out during the inning to talk to Gabe Morales at length about the balls and strikes. And Brian Snitker was ejected. It was a quiet ejection, but he was tossed, and this is the straw that broke the camel's back.
So it's a borderline pitch, pretty close, but based on what we have seen, that needs to be called a strike this afternoon. Right? The comparison again to what we showed you with Marcel compared to this one. And Drake does a really nice job, and the conversation in between innings went lengthy. Now, I never saw the official ejection, but we just heard it over the PA announcement.
Low. Oh, and they called that strike 3. It was low, and Jordan Baker missed it, and Ryan Jeffers has been thrown out. Rocco Baldelli out for a conversation, but that was low.
Brutal.
And Jeffers ejected. That's rare for the Twins catcher.
Rightfully so. That ball's never in the strike zone. And the zone has been tight low all night. Pitches in the zone have been called low. And that ball, not a strike. It's a good at-bat by Ryan Jeffers, taken away.
Hader and come up with a hit. He is 1 for 4 against him.
Boy, he doesn't like that call right there. First pitch changeup that looked to be down below the zone. And Taylor's telling him, he said, Nick, that ball is down. That ball is down.
And now, after not liking that first call, and boy, he is hot.
Oh, yeah. Or did he get thrown out too?
I think
he's out now for sure.
Yeah.
Because he said, he turned to him and said that ball was down. And did he get assessed another strike or because he had called time? He had called time. Well, they got to get Taylor into the dugout right now.
He is hot.
Well, I can't remember the last time. Well, saw somebody that mad. It's a changeup down and away. It's called a strike, and he's upset. Okay, strike. He's like, oh man, are you kidding me? And he turned around and said to him, he goes, Nick, that right there, he said, right here, that's not a strike. And then Nick must have thrown him out.
Wow. If he threw him out earlier, he was not very demonstrative about it. But then the exchange.
Well, this is where Taylor loses his mind.
And
so
of course.
Whatever happened, that was. We'll have to get to the bottom of it, but he went from 0 to 6
to the order, and here's Xavier Edwards.
Let's see if Edwards can maybe drop one down that third base line.
Shows bunt, he pushes it back towards the mound. Littell is on it, and he throws it to first, and it gets down the right field line. No throw to the plate. That'll plate a run. Aranda's on his rear end at first, and Xavier Edwards walking back to the bag. And I think they may have called interference on Xavier Edwards. And the run's not going to score. What happened here, Nelly?
Well, I don't know, unless he ran in the grass to try to alter the throw. Now, we did see that one time at home when Edwards tried to score. He was about 3 feet in that grass. Now, the first base umpire is Ben May over there. This is a judgment call. This is not reviewable. So Clayton McCullough and the Marlins cannot review this play. This is a judgment call by the umpire, the first base umpire. He's calling interference. Let's see. This is a great bunt, and Littell takes his time getting off the mound, and really poor throw. And I don't know where the interference came from. I really do not see it. Yeah.
That's terrible.
I don't see it. He was right on that line. I don't see it whatsoever. It was a very poor throw.
I'll tell you what. If I was Clayton McCullough, I might be back in my office early this afternoon. That would infuriate me what just happened.
Yeah, that was a very poor call because he was right on the line, and that throw took the first baseman Aranda into the runner, into Edwards. So there's no way that could be interference.
Now the Marlins dugout's barking, but Clayton McCullough's telling the home plate umpire and the crew chief Chad Fairchild that we're all good. Well, Fairchild continues to stare at the third base dugout, and he just needs to ignore that. Everybody's getting a little testy on a Friday afternoon. I'm just a little surprised we didn't see more from that Marlins dugout there. That's an awful call, Nelly.
It's a poor call, and they extended that line. If you remember this year.
Strike 3. Soderstrom not happy. He's going to turn around and have that conversation with Tom Hanahan, and he's now tossed out of the game. Mark Kotze out of the dugout now. Take over where Soderstrom left off.
And I think the fact that Tom Hanahan is even entertaining the conversation for Mark Kotze kind of lets you know that, hey, he probably has a feel that it's been bouncing around, and he said that that's down. That's twice. That's twice. That's twice. The first, and then he gets.
Here we go. We have an argument. Carlos Correa is screaming at Austin Jones. Rocco Baldelli is fired up, and he gets ejected.
He throw out Correa?
He did. Carlos Correa was ejected from the on-deck circle. That was a borderline pitch. Austin Jones calls time on behalf of the batter, and then Correa has a word with Jones, who immediately throws him out. What are you doing, says Rocco Baldelli, with a couple words in between.
Runner goes. They've got him. Tell you what, he was hustling up to the second base bag. Durbin, I think, felt like he got his hand in there on the swim move.
And I think they just called a balk.
Oh, did they really?
It was the third base umpire called a balk, I believe.
Yeah, Luzardo's not happy about it. They're saying that his foot crossed his leg, which means he has to then go to the plate instead of dropping down and going to first.
Now, the first base umpire has a much, much better look at that than the third base umpire. And how he calls it is the reason why right now that Rob Thompson's really angry.
Oh, see, I think the third base umpire thought that he crossed his leg.
Well, that's exactly what Rob Thompson's asking.
Yeah.
Why in the world is this guy making the call and not the first base umpire?
And Rob's thrown out.
He has every right to be angry about this situation because that's not the third base umpire's call.
High probability this is going to be a fastball. You certainly don't want to sell out completely. Oh, no.
That was ball 4. That could decide the game. And Donnie Kelly is going to give it to Edwin Jimenez. And that's when Donnie Kelly got ejected for a third time in his first month managing the Pirates.
0-2 on the way to Crawford. It is strike 3 called on the outside corner, and JP not happy at all with home plate umpire Andy Fletcher, and Crawford has just been thrown out of the ball game. JP Crawford is red hot. He's not giving up the conversation. Here comes Dan Wilson, and JP called out on strikes by Andy Fletcher. And there's one away for the Mariners here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And JP not too happy about it.
Bottom of the zone, strike 3. Everything up to the final pitch. And McLean is not happy. Terry Francona trying to back up his player, now coming out of the dugout. And the low strike has been so hard all game. Hunter Green got burned on it. And it looks like he's tossed somebody. And Terry Francona has been tossed. Is that Nick Martinez? It looked like that had come off the rail.
Well, the bottom of the strike zone has been non-existent here tonight.
Is that a strike? Most days, yes. Yeah. But most of the game, it hadn't been.
It has not been.
What's a strike in the first should be a strike in the 9th, and everything in between.
Man, close. Called a ball. You saw Bailey, and now the Giants are barking.
That's it. That's it. You know what? Done.
Oh, here we go. Bob Melvin just got kicked out of the game.
This is exactly what he needs to let him know. You know, you're going to call him on us. You got to call him both ways. You can't just be ringing our guys up and sticking up for the guys. It matters. And Bob is feeling it. You can tell this is real. This is no act. This is coming from the heart. Ooh, let him know.
That last half inning just ended with a pitch well below the zone. Young called out on strikes. That was just so frustrating with a team that has struggled here. And then Will Little, hearing it from the Rangers bench, ejected somebody. We'll have to see who that was. That said, Will Little today, for the most part, we really haven't noticed him, right? I mean, it's not like he's had a lot of controversial calls back there. By and large, been pretty good. Just a couple of really obvious misses here late.
And right there, he does the same. That's called strike 3. It was below the zone. Here comes A.J. Hinch to try and help his player, and they're gonna, you know, A.J. was a step away from getting out there, and Phil Cuzzy runs Javi Baez, and AJ is trying to block Javi because he is incensed. Joey Cora's out there as well. Javi Baez is incensed. I don't know what was said, but Javi is livid. AJ Hinch was one step away from the plate when Phil Cuzzy threw out Javi Baez, and Javi's going to leave this game. That ball was low.
With Marsh and Castellanos in center and right. Saw Marsh's arm on full display last night. And I think there might have been a little finger pointing there.
Oh, yeah.
And Mark felt disrespected. And he's going to head to the clubhouse.
Follow, right? That's a strike. And it's about.
Yep. And he said, don't point your finger at me. With a bit of a standing ovation in the left field foul seats. You know, he's worked tirelessly night in and night out to try and get a win for the Athletics. He pushed all of the right buttons last night, and still the A's came up short. Tensions were boiling, emotions were high, and this was the moment where he got
the 0-2. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Andujar's just been ejected. And he is gone from this game, and the A's are gone in the 8th for the second start in a row. A's do not score. We'll go to the 8th. It's 3-3.
Strike 3 call. Talrani's single is stranded. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Just moments ago, Dan Wilson coming out, talking with Laz Diaz after the strikeout to Randy Arozarena, and something that has never happened in the baseball career of Dan Wilson as a player or in his short early career as a manager. Dan Wilson has been ejected from this game.
That call on Herrera, a break for the Diamondbacks, as Herrera's out on strikes. Here's Burleson. Your team offensively is really fun to watch, and it looks like someone's been thrown out.
Hey, Ollie
Hopefully
Marmol
it's
just
not
got.
Eric. I don't think Eric said anything.
Now Ollie just got tossed out. Rob Colpa, we talked about, he's from St. Louis.
Well, it's a good thing that Eric wasn't sitting next to Ollie, because we may have heard something that we probably would have regretted. And he's getting his money's worth here.
Eric, does that fire you up when you see a manager get into it like that?
Hell yeah, we love that. I mean, Ivan's one of the hottest bats in the league right now, and you know, when things don't go his way, that really hurts the club. So, you know, going out there and fighting for him, we love it.
That hit the bat? I guess it did hit the bat. Or did it hit? What did it hit? A swinging strikeout. So it hit the batter, but the batter was considered to have swung the bat.
Right. Well, and I think that Diaz is saying, look, it hit the butt end of my bat.
So they're going to explain it to Kevin before they let everybody else know, and the fact that there's likely going to be a review. He said the first base umpire ruled that he went with a swing. A lengthy argument for Kevin Cash. And Ucetta's walking back onto the field. And Kevin's thrown out for the first time this season. First ejection of the year for Rays manager Kevin Cash. And that's as hot as you'll see Kevin get.
Might as well get your money's worth.
Well, I can't think of too many times that he has been this fired up.
No.
In 11 years.
Webb just off the outside corner. 1-1.
That was close. Could have been called a strike. There we go.
Yep, there goes Bochy's just been tossed. And he'll come out to make sure that Torres heard exactly what he was trying to communicate. Carlos Torres, our plate umpire. Here comes the future Hall of Fame manager. Yankees fans trying to get involved in the conversation themselves. But Boch, this has been a long time coming. He was a little hot the other day in that Houston series, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't get thrown out before Joe Espada got thrown out.
Lindor with the theft gets into scoring position. And the count 2-0 on Soto. Buehler getting after it with Estabrook, the home plate umpire. Narvaez out there to push him back, and he's thrown him out of the game. Estabrook has run the Red Sox starter. Walker Buehler has been thrown out. And Cora out now.
The problem is that pitch was Estabrook called it a ball. It was right down the middle. I mentioned Narvaez kind of stands up, you know, to make a better throw, but Estabrook can't see it. That ball's right down the middle. I didn't realize he called it a ball. He did. Buehler had a problem with it, but I'll say this. Walker, I know he's emotional. He's a veteran. He's been around. You can't get thrown out here.
Blanco goes on first movement, and Ray throws over, and Blanco is going to be out. Matt Quatrero might be arguing, and he just got ejected by second base umpire Jordan Baker, and he might be arguing blocking second base. This is not a reviewable play because locking the bases cannot, because it falls under the umbrella of obstruction. So this is the best that Q can do, is go out and argue this play.
What do you know? He took a pitch. And liner.
Wow, that's a low zone.
Well,
right.
so yeah, I think at this point, now that we just got our first ejection.
Got him.
Now I've had the sense the last couple of days that Joe Espada was this close, as my mom used to say, and he's just finally blew. And Nick Marley said, "I've heard enough."
Yeah, the foundation was laid by the Texas Rangers disagreeing with similar calls, and now Joe Espada's asking him to clean it up.
Thompson yelling at both Stu Shearwater and Jordan Baker. I think they might have called a disengagement. What is going on here? Well, we've got 35,129 that would like to know what's going on as well. And he's got the hand, and he's been ejected. Ryan Thompson was turning around and saying something to Dan Merzel, the second base umpire, who may have initiated all that Michigas before. And Jordan Baker screamed at the Diamondback pitcher, "Let it go," and that's when the dugout had to get involved.
3-2. They got the check swing that time. Wow.
Now the bases are loaded.
I thought he swung.
Someone just got thrown out.
Yeah.
Well, Donnie Kelly, John Lipka says you're out of this game, and that's the second time already that he's been ejected. I could read lips. He said, "You go back to the clubhouse, kind sir." And that's what he'll have to do now.
I don't like that.
And another at-bat ends in a strikeout. And Laureano has just been ejected from the game for slamming down his helmet. James Hoyt tossed him. Brandon Hyde will come out after Ramon has said his piece, but the bat throw and then the helmet spike is going to get you run pretty much every time. Rounded fair to third. Gino with a long throw, and Caven able to keep it in front. And Koss stumbled across the bag. He's injured and tagged out. That will end the inning, but Koss is really shaken up down there. He could not get back to the second base bag. And we have a collision around the bag. Yeah, Lawler was standing there. And Koss, I guess, didn't see him.
Fielders are prohibited from impeding or hindering a runner's path to the base while not in possession of the ball or in the act of fielding the ball. That's the definition of type 1 obstruction. Now Lawler's going over to cover the bag. He's got his back to Koss, and Koss just had nowhere to go.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but I think that's a bad on Jordan Lawler right there.
Gets the call. Low fastball against Dominguez. There's strike 3.
Well, Wagner behind the plate has been really inconsistent.
And Aaron Boone's been ejected. The Knights' frustration's probably built up on both sides.
Well, I can understand Aaron Boone being frustrated with that call. That was down. Wagner's missed a lot of calls tonight.
Boone emptying out the bag. Dominguez called out on strikes, 2 away. Here are the Knights.
Down to the count 0-2 as a pinch hitter. Did he go? Yes, he did, according to DeJesus. Wow, that was close. Bob Melvin he might get tossed out here. He's running out to argue with Ramon DeJesus.
It's obviously a massive call in a tie game in the 9th inning. The leadoff batter.
Rocco Baldelli got thrown out of last night's game. Now Bob Melvin out of today's game. And you know you're having a rough series as an umpiring crew when both managers get
more leeway.
little lower.
Yeah, even if your pitcher's up, that one was way out of the zone. And here comes Will, and I think he was given the boot.
Or maybe it was Marcus Timms, because Marcus Timms and someone else has now been ejected.
I think both. Yeah, Will was thrown out. Now I think they've both been thrown out.
Brendan Miller catching it from the Brewers dugout, and now he ejects Ricky Weeks. Ricky Weeks has seen enough.
Now this is all about the strike zone. We've been talking about it most of the day. Very tight at times, liberal at other times.
Weeks ejected.
And now time as Woods Richardson was beginning his motion. And what do we have? A pitch time violation on Woods Richardson. That's going to be ball 4. And Rocco will leave the dugout. And Vasquez, he's in the face of Nick Lentz. Rocco's in there as well. And I don't think Rocco's going to be long for this game. But a pitch time violation called on Woods Richardson, and that leads to ball 4 and puts India on. Reading Rocco's lips there for a moment, he said he didn't do that. Now what Lentz said. And Rocco's been tossed. Yes, he did, is what Rocco was saying.
Now a strike.
I think they're booing the sell job.
Yeah.
And that ball was almost in the middle of the plate.
Oh, and a strike call on the outside part of the plate. And Morrell not happy.
I don't think Rob Drake is either.
Yep, a full count. And Morrell is out on strikes, and he has been ejected from the game. Morrell ejected after the strikeout.
Did he offer? No, says Laz Diaz. Wow. And the Boo Birds are out for Laz Diaz. Well, Laz has heard enough.
Well, this was Torey Lovullo during the pitching change. Cap to cap, bill to bill, and nose to nose with the crew chief, Laz Diaz. And this is as animated as we've seen the skipper in a long time. Guessing that this was about the non-strike 3 call on the Tyler O'Neill check swing. Torey was going to get every moment he can.
In the league in average sprint speed. And wow, that was called strike 3. O'Hearn will get a steal. Brandon Hyde's out. I am shocked at that one. That pitch looked like it was way below the zone, and John Bacon's telling Brandon Hyde, go back to your dugout.
And I don't know, Brandon Hyde might have gotten thrown out already, and I don't blame him for taking the heat for Westy, because you can't let Westy get thrown out of the game. But as a manager, I love to see this. He is sticking up for his guys, and Westy got hosed twice.
Strike 3. That one looked outside. Maybe it's a makeup call, and Chisholm's down on strikes.
There's no such thing about that. You missed the call, you don't make up for it, and there he goes.
Well, you can't argue balls and strikes, and he was teetering on that edge, and Boone was trying to break it up, but Bacon had enough. Now, he might get fined, too, because he just tossed the helmet lightly, but he tossed the helmet toward home plate. I don't know if they're going to push him. We'll see. Driven deep to left field. Fair ball, it's gone. It is a foul ball, just foul. A bullet down the line.
You talk about reaching out and touching someone right there. That was a swing, boy.
The call on the field is foul ball. This is a crew chief review.
Crew chief review. I hope they have an angle here to look. Tough to see from our angle. Well, as we watch this swing. Man, that ball was hit really far. And you think about it in a Major League stadium. You know, the foul pole, let's see here. Oh, my. Wow. From that angle.
And in a Major League ballpark, Todd, the foul pole is much higher.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to before I saw that. I mean, that angle there, it's not straight on. But to me, I mean, that could have just wrapped around.
I'm a big proponent.
Albies takes 4 straight balls to load the bases. Holly just got thrown out of the game by Mark Carlson, arguing balls and strikes. You could read his lips. He thought ball 4 was strike 1. Mayton.
An afternoon that started so well for Kevin Gausman ends much earlier than he would have liked, and as you can see, with a lot of frustration. He had some words for the home plate umpire Chris Conroy on his way down to the Blue Jays' third base dugout. The first 2 innings he sailed through them, really, and then the third inning his command was not as good, obviously, as it was in the first 2, and he took issue with a number of pitch calls. So Gausman is out after 2 2/3.
Yeah, for CJ, I mean, already struck out twice.
Timeout. This is your warning. Anything else, you're going.
Okay, well, we can throw you out too.
Oh, there we go. Somebody just got run from the Nationals dugout. Looks like Chris Johnson. That was terrible. Is maybe a FCC safe version of what CJ just said.
Yeah, someone got defensive for being bad. It's okay, Lance.
For 2, leading it off against Max Fried. And that changeup paints the outside corner with the knees.
John Snyder just got thrown out of the ball game, and this has been going on for a few innings now. Kevin Gausman was thrown out as he was taken out of the game by Chris Conroy.
Yeah, you're right. Most of this has to do with Gausman.
Yeah.
Just clips for a strike. More barking from the Cardinal dugout. And Marmol's been ejected. He hurdles the railing and comes out to get his money's worth. He was the most animated going at Dreckman in the infancy of the game.
Change up right on the outside corner. Another strikeout for Giolito. And why is John Schneider out of the dugout?
Well, I'm sure there's been some chirping coming from that dugout. I wonder if Mr. Popkins has been shown the exit. He's walking down the dugout. Yeah,
I think you're right.
I think so too.
So the hitting coach getting ejected for not liking the strike zone that the Blue Jay batters are getting, and there it is as Derek Thomas throws David Popkins out of the game.
What you don't want to do is the guy go up there and swing at a pitch out of the zone. Now we got some issues. Justin Kelly not happy with the Lance Barrett strike zone here this afternoon. Looks like DK's been run.
Assuming it was on the first strike call to Lopez.
Strike call.
That's a good pitch.
And hearing it from the dugout is Adrian Johnson. Mike Schultz has been barking at him quite a bit tonight. Fernando strikes out. 2 down in the inning, and Fernando's going to say some stuff and get tossed. Adrian Johnson sends him out. Mike Schultz not far behind him as he's coming out. And now Mike Schultz going to throw his stuff, and he is really going to let him have it.
Oh, I'm not a lip reader, but classic example of Mike Schultz. We know what he's on. Down goes. Pitch called a strike. Throw down. He is out. Reds are going to challenge. But I think the question.
He just threw Colin Cowgill out of the ballgame.
Francona might get run here too. And he's going right back after Alex McKay, second base umpire. Protracted talk here between Francona and crew chief, third base umpire Alan Porter.
What Alan Porter was saying is you were thrown out of the ballgame.
And barking from the Pirate bench. So he's not going to listen to it anymore.
Go ahead, Donnie.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Here comes Donnie. Somebody just got tossed. How about Don Kelly? Well, we're going to search the record books. The last time a manager got 3-2. Struck him out looking, and Reynolds didn't think so. Leadoff double, Canario stranded. Still 2-1 Atlanta. 2-1, and there goes Brian Reynolds. He got tossed by the home plate umpire Clint Vondrak. As he was arguing with Vondrak, but then he is barking at the crew chief, Dan Bellino, and he gives him the ejection, and Mike Rebello goes over to find out what's going on. So the crew chief had enough.
2-1 is there. It's a strike. Somebody downstairs just said that ball's out. And Adrian Johnson. Oh boy. Here we go. 3 straight hitters